Hello, hello. We've got another wonderful day of Bobs and Angels ahead of us today. I think last time we were just about to head out and set up some new ore outposts. It's a little loud with these gun turrets going off in my ears, so let's go ahead and just load in. Okay, so problems we're facing right now are that ore is just a little bit dire, especially on Rubyte here. But even like Bobmonium over here for tin, we still have a couple more patches we can hit. We're completely out on Sapphirite. We've got these little straggly bits I really need to just clean up. Might get to that, might not, today. But more than anything, we just need to start focusing on expanding. But we're also incredibly close to blue science. We have all of the necessary ingredients. Liquid resin, I don't think we necessarily have right now, but we should be able to make pretty easily. The circuit boards are no big deal. We have the ferric chloride solution, then of course we have the tin and copper, and then phenolic boards is already an ingredient over here, so that's no big deal. In fact, if we just look at this, this is paper, which we do have, and liquid resin. And that is urea gas and formaldehyde, which is a whole chemical chain, but I don't think it'll be too bad. Don't actually have it researched yet, which is interesting. I guess we'll have to... Yeah, I guess we'll just have to go ahead and queue that. In fact, it doesn't make any sense to research blue science before that, so I'll just throw that in front. In fact, are there any other researches I want to go ahead and queue today? Laser attack drones, huh? Like, sure, I guess. Advanced mining, that's the big ones, isn't it? Oh, allows the... Okay, we actually do want that because that's going to allow me to do the infinite patches in the ore field. So, I'm a little conflicted on where that should go. That might even go before blue science. Reinforced isn't too interesting. Vehicle solar panels isn't too interesting. I'm just gonna be straightforward here. I'm not getting into modules anytime soon. Personal Roboport would be really cool. I think I do want to queue that. Which does mean I probably want batteries, and well, there's the queue full, so we'll come back when we've worked through all that. So, all that being said, while I really don't want to have to try and expand, before having bots and all, and especially personal bots that make laying rails so much easier, I really don't think there's anything I can do about it at this point. I really do need to just get that ball rolling, and when we do get the ability to create personal bots and things like that, that just helps everything come along that much easier, you know? Just trying to, in my head, think of kind of a mental checklist. Like, I've got the ammo, I've got the gun turrets, that's certainly all squared away. I have 2 warehouses. Oh, there goes the circuit research, that's cool. Inserters... I'm fine on inserters. If I need more red inserters, I can just make them, but I don't anticipate needing that. What I do need, however, are drills. At the moment, I only have 7 drills, and that's not quite gonna cut it, so I do want to run up here and see what we're missing for more drills. Looks like the answer to that is going to be steel. Yes, okay. Because this incoming steel belt here is just completely full. Or completely empty, rather. I was looking at this one inserter just holding on to plates there. So, in that case, let me run down here and see where all the steel is going. It could still be going into the logistics chest. Oh wow, we are like out of steel. Okay, unfortunately it does look like it's all going into this one provider chest, which isn't necessarily unintentional. I do want to be buffering steel. I just would also like steel to be going into things that need steel. I am limited by steel ingots still, which is limited by iron ore. But I mean, that's kind of the whole problem we're trying to solve here, is that ore is not in a desirable position right now. We're not exactly just drowning in it. Yeah, I'm just giving everything a little once-over, making sure everything is at least capable of running okay, nothing's backing up or being strange for some reason, and everything looks like it's mostly coming along just fine. Even the silver is chugging along now. So I think I will probably just come up here and grab some of the steel that's being buffered and just run it up. But before I do that, I've tried to do this a time or two, and I have this limit set on steel, so I might temporarily just increase this to something very high, just so that I can move some of the steel by hand and the bots won't actually steal it away from me. So let's go. I guess I didn't need that much steel. That was, I'm not going to be able to throw like 1,000 steel into the machine here and have it just craft for days. So a little overkill, I guess. But all the same, it'll certainly get us the drills that we're looking for. I might even drop down here just a little ways and just start dropping some steel on the belts. Just let it go wherever it is that it needs to go. And as those drills craft up, I'll just run back up there and throw a little more steel into them. I see those steel gears crafting in the top, and the miners might also need those steel gears, so it might be a good idea that I'm doing this, even though I was kind of just being a little silly to begin with. Maybe this is actually accomplishing something. Let's see how they're doing. Well, that apparently is moving now. Interesting. I guess you aren't backed up? Oh yeah, you're not backed up at all. And then you're moving, which is great. Let's go ahead and just throw steel on both of those guys. I'll even throw some in you. Let's see. Yep, you're just gonna chug away. Bring me some drills, guys. How many does that... Okay, I'm at a... Yeah, I'm like nearly 40 drills now, and I think that's gonna be enough. I left the car somewhere. I'm sure I left the car somewhere. Oh, there you are. Oh yeah, I started right next to you, I remember that now. So I'm gonna go ahead and just run down there. I've got some rails. Do I have rail signals? I could afford to have a few more rail signals. There's some of those. And, yeah, go ahead and restock me, guys. Appreciate it. Oh, here comes the swarm. Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna wait for any more than that, though. I'm gonna just, go grab the car and head out. Now, the problem is, once I do grab this ore patch, I'm not even still 100%... Where are you guys coming from? Where are you guys coming from all the way over there? Oh, and why is this backed up? Before I leave... What's going on? Okay, well, tin ore is backed up. I am fine with that. I'm fine with that, yeah. Okay. Let's go grab the car and finally grab that Rubyte patch. Here we are. And so the Rubyte patch is up this way. I just have to follow the rails. And one thing that I was thinking about is this is probably about as far as we can go with this kind of dual line rail thing I've got going on that connects in different places, and I'm not really happy with this. But until I have personal bots and cliff explosives especially, I don't really think there's much I can do about it. I'm not going to hook up this osmonium patch yet, since we don't really need it. I am definitely much more focused on this Rubyte patch. And you might be thinking, why am I so concerned about Rubyte if I'm not even using lead right now? The thing is that we will be using we will be using Rubyte to make lead to make red circuits. So getting this up and running is actually important. I'm going to go into this blueprint here. Where are you? I'm going to just remove those power poles. In fact, can I do... Let me see if I can do... Oh, no. Well, okay, actually, electric mining drill 2s is good, but that's not quite what I wanted to do. Let's not save that. Oh, it's already saved. Well, hold on. Right-click to apply downgrade. Okay, that's cool. So, I can't selectively do you. I mean, I'm not really gonna fuss with it. I'm just gonna close that out, and I'm probably gonna just delete you, actually. And then I'll just grab the new ones over here, and make a new one. And there we are. Can't forget the belt. So let's make sure the belt is as wide as the blueprint is. I need this. Strictly speaking, no I don't. But I do need this little bit, I guess. Actually, I can be a little funny and just do that. I think that should work. And then... Oh, I want the blueprint, actually. When I make a blueprint of you, I do want snap to grid, but I'm going to make sure you're relative. And I'm going to offset you in... not that way. And 2 this way? Maybe just 1 is fine. Yeah, we'll see how that plays. So that way, if I do you, and then drag... Oh, that doesn't quite work. Well, okay, I'm making this too complicated. Let's stop being, let's stop trying to be so extra, and let's just make this work. Snap to grid, relative, cool. And that way, I can start on you. And that doesn't work. Never mind. So I do actually need to pay attention to you. Which, of course, like, that makes perfect sense. I don't know why I thought that would work, honestly. Height needs to be... Okay, that's what I was trying to do before. Okay. Trying to reduce you by 1, and that way when I drag you, everything should now line up. Yes, I can't have the drills any closer than that because then I have no room for the power pole, and I don't really care about having the drills any closer than that. And now that I have the blueprint, I can pare all this down. That was just there to allow me to make the blueprint. And I want to make sure these hug the edge of the patch, because I can't get into the center of the patch, because that requires advanced mining. And even once I have the research and it technically allows me to place the drills, I still won't be able to have the drills run without, I believe it's sulfuric acid. So, let me see, how far does that put me over? I don't love it. I don't love it, but I think I'm gonna just have to deal with it. Let me see how this plays out. Okay, that is fine. Let's just get the rest of these all placed in. There we go. Okay, I am gonna have to get rid of these that want fluids because I'm not bringing fluids out all this way. Not just yet. I will have to eventually, but today is not that day. And that's, cliff explosives will be needed there, and I don't even make cliff explosives yet, so let's not worry about that. clear out all these trees around the perimeter, and that looks good enough. Now, I do have to think about where I actually want the station to wind up. Because if I have you here, let's say, assuming I get cliff explosives, I can run a main rail, like, right along this area, right through here. Alternatively... See, I also see a line. I see a line down here. I could landfill just a massive stretch over this lake right here. And that would make getting to all of this stuff a lot easier. Like, a lot easier. I just don't know. Even though I've been producing landfill as, like, a byproduct, I don't know if I have that much landfill. That's a later problem. I will just set up a station that works for now, and when I come over to hook up all these other things, then I will worry about it. For now, I just need a station that works. So, I'm going to pretty much just copy exactly what I have down here. There we are. And I'm going to put you right about here, because that way I don't need cliff explosives. And once again, I don't actually make those right now. So... I hate having to go through all these trees. That's a real pain. I was kind of thought about trying to put the station up over this way, just to not have to deal with all the trees, but then I still have to run the rail down somewhere, and it's not as neat. It's not as neat, so it goes over here. Let's try, like, right here, and see how that goes. Again, that's gonna require a little bit of deforestation, but we're gonna get there. Okay, maybe maybe a little more than a little deforestation. We'll probably be here for a minute or two. This would have been a great time to remember to bring grenades, but sadly I did not. Okay, actually that wasn't that bad. We can start placing things over here now. There we go. And let's get these guys in place, just so I don't forget. And placing rails on top of ghosts is always a little awkward. But there we are. Oh yeah, I guess I did copy you. Let's see if I can't get a good color for you. I'm gonna stand over here so I can see the ore patch, kind of. And what happens if I just drag the red all the way? Let's see here. Maybe somewhere around there is fine? What happens if I do like that? I think that's a little too light. I want a little more vibrancy. Yeah, I think about there is good. That's actually maybe even a little too much blue. Let's put you back. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's grab the ore, wherever you might be. That's the crushed. Oh, Rubyte ore, there you are. And Rubyte load. Okay. Train limit 1, priority, sure, good. You in there, you in there. Get all the inserters down. And up here as well. I've even got lights, so I can throw lights down here. Actually, probably want to put them up here. Okay. Let's clean this area up just a little, because these belts are kind of nonsense. They don't really do anything. I'm not going to be able to pull from this side completely until I get cliff explosives in here, but fortunately I don't think that's going to be much of a problem. I don't really want that one there, so that allows me to clear this. Clear all this in case I do ever come back up this way with bots or something. And I might as well nick these down. Okay, let's actually start placing some of this stuff. Do I have... I don't know if I want to commit the yellow belts, but whatever. We'll use the more expensive ones. I am once again trying to wean myself off of the gray belt. I'm just really hoping that that's not going to once again bite me, because it's not been working out so well so far. Trim that whole edge off. And how many's under you? Okay. As long as there's like a few thousand, that's fine, but those literally had like 400 over there, so I wasn't going to bother with that. Even that one had like 3.8 thousand, and I'm like, do I really want to go through the effort of hooking up that drill there? And run you down. Same deal over here. How many you got? 25k. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. Okay, how many more drills do I got? Wherever they are. 13. Okay, that's a respectable number. We can start getting some on this line as well. As long as the game doesn't autosave and make me place them somewhere else. Aw, really? We're one off? Okay. There we go, and all those power poles as well. Okay, there we go. And let's see, that's, you know, let's say 3 belts. It's certainly not 3 belts of throughput, but let's say 3 belts. And we'll just try and split that into here somehow. I do have in my blueprints, hold on, why is my brain exploding? Blueprints, there we go. I do have a bunch of balancers in here. If I really did want to cycle through I really did want to cycle through and look at how to evenly balance into all these and everything. That's something I could do, and I still might do later, but for right now, I'm not really that worried about it, because like I said, I don't even have that much throughput coming out of here, so they can kind of just go in here. I might even just do something like that, and then copy that over here as well, and then just throw splitter there and splitter there, and just call it roughly good enough. Maybe I'll do a little better. I can do a little better than that, I guess. Let's say I do something like this, and then... once again, I feel like I'm overcomplicating it. Let's just get ore. Let's just get ore into these guys, and we'll worry about balancing things out later. There we go. And then that's easy enough. How many belts we got? Right now we got 3. So how do I evenly distribute 3 belts into here? So of course you can't take, with splitters, you can't evenly distribute an odd number into an even number. So the best you can really do is have that many, and then circle one of the belts back around. And so I think what I will do is I'll have something like this. Or is this backwards? It's been a minute since I've tried to build a balancer like this. Because that's going to be... like, if those are my inputs, right? Then we'll have 2 belts over here, and then this one is only 50% each way. But if I did this, then now this one comes down and gets split evenly amongst this. This one comes down and gets split evenly amongst these. But this one comes down and 100% goes onto these 2. So none of it makes it over here. So I think in that case, then you split here. And like, if you really wanted to worry about it, I think then the goal is to work it back around that way. But once again, for like the 3rd time, I'm not that worried about it. So I think I will just take the 3 belts and mix them together like this. And even though it's a little imbalanced, oh well. I realize that doesn't make a lot of sense unless I have at least 2 belts of throughput here, which I really doubt. But, oh well, they're connected. You know what? That's silly. Let's just do this. There we go. Yeah, it's beautiful. Don't worry about it. There we are. And then you just line up clean. I wasn't even trying to plan for that. Okay, let's go ahead and figure out where I might get power in here. Let's say if I can get like a large power pole here, for example. Then I won't bother with mediums, I'll just directly run a large up this way, and he can just live like here-ish. Does still mean I have to actually get power up here, but, you know, one step at a time. Also making good progress on those researches that I queued at, you know, just a few minutes ago. We're already onto personal batteries, which I believe was the 2nd to last one, so that's pretty cool, especially because that means we technically have unlocked personal roboports. We still have a lot to craft before we can make use of that, but we do technically have the research for them now. Let's cut that a little sharper so I don't have to cut as many trees. Nope, still in the way. Good. What do you know? Okay. And then... I'm just thinking how I would like to do this. Let's say I run a track like right here, I guess. And that'll just connect up. And then we'll connect over at this little split down here. That way, in case I do need the bobmonium before I can come back and replace all the rails, I haven't, like, completely screwed myself. It should still just work. There we go. I'll even signal it up properly. So this one coming this way, by which I mean this way, should be a chain signal. This one coming this way should be a chain signal. And then you can be a real signal. And after 5 links, I put another signal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's even back it up one. There we go. And then you can also be a regular rail signal. Now, of course, we do have to signal the other directions as well. Which does mean I might want to move. Yeah, I need to move you. You're fine. You can stay. The other one had to move. Yep, that's cool. But then you've got to be there, and then you can be there. Assuming, of course, the train actually fits here. Oh yeah, without without any issue. All that research did finish. That was awful fast. And go ahead and research exoskeletons, I guess. Some of this bioprocessing stuff, I'm not gonna lie, is kind of scaring me. I know that's a deep, dark rabbit hole I have not even begun to get into, and I'm not eager to broach into that. Vehicle repair roboport. Roboport optimized for repair of the vehicle itself without interfering too much with nearby ghosts. I guess that's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. Vehicle burner generator. Okay, that's also kind of cool. I kind of like that. Not eager to go for it right now, but it is interesting. Don't necessarily know I want to sprint towards laser rifle either, but it is a good option to have. I might go for some of these basic well, I guess I should get this if I want to get whatever these are called. Personal roboports. There we go. That's a portable fission reactor, but whatever, you know what I mean. I want the personal roboport, but that doesn't do me a lot of good without a something to put it in. And I could make a standard modular armor, but well, I will still have to make one in order to make the power armor, I guess. So maybe as a stopgap it wouldn't be bad, but I'd still just rather jump straight to the power armor if possible. Though that is going to take red circuits. Advanced combinators. Oh, that's, maybe, that's just, vanilla Factorio now. I kind of forgot those existed, to tell you the truth. Anything else that I might like to grab? Okay, you're locked behind solar panels. Let's just grab those. What are you locked behind? Oh, also solar panels. Okay. I don't think that leads anywhere, but I might as well grab you. And what's other, like, little one-off researches? Maybe, like, you. I can grab you, and that's fine. Maybe I'll even start researching into some of the modules, just because I know I'll need them eventually. Alright, let's see. Where does that leave me? I think I'm cool to start laying power. So let's just start laying power. Just however far this might get me. There we are. Let's not leave the car behind. Oh, those are solid. I don't know why I was thinking I just saw a big ghost and I thought I could drive through it. Let's keep dragging this along. Oh, I'm too far now. There we go. Now... Oh, really? You can't reach over here, huh? Okay, there we go. And start heading down. Oh, once again, just like a tile off. Okay, like right there or so. Part of this too is that I hate having to lay these power poles in positions that I'm pretty sure they can't remain forever, so they will have to be moved, just because I will have to remake these rails at some point. But let's keep moving. We don't have that much further to go. There we are. Let's just try not to run into the power poles as we're placing them. This would honestly maybe be easier to do on foot than in the car. But, oh well, I didn't want to leave the car behind. There we go. And there we go. Probably only one or two more of these after this one. Okay. There we go. And one more? Where even am I? Hold on. I might be able to just come this way. I'll just stick to the tracks. Let's stick to the tracks. There we go. Ugh. I hate where that pole is going to wind up, but I also hate having to move to the other side of the track now, but whatever. I'm gonna leave the car for a sec. It was honestly just making things harder. There we go. And there's gotta be a big power pole around here somewhere, right? Really? I guess I just didn't run power along these tracks? Like if I look up this way, no, there's no power along here. There is power until right up here, though. I could run these along this way, and that would be objectively the shorter path. I just don't like running power poles through mines. I would prefer to have the poles along the rails. Don't mind the fact that I said the rails were temporary earlier, and I've kind of talked myself into into just shooting the power poles through the mines. Oh well. Let's just curve in this way. Can I at least get the large power poles themselves together? Does look like it. There we go. Okay. We have so many drills here that have dried up. Just gonna pick those up. And they'll be, yeah, they'll be trashed and turned into more the tier 2s once I get back to base. In fact, can I just upgrade some of these right now? Let's grab the tier 2s wherever they are. There we go. Just because they do, per ore mined, they emit less pollution. So, by that I mean this mining speed is 1 per second, this one's 0.5 per second, but they, not only does this one emit more pollution, it's 10, whereas this one is 8, this one's also mining twice as fast. So even if they were the same speed, this would still be the same efficiency as this one, but it's actually even more efficient than that. I don't want you there for 108 ore. That's okay. Okay, that should be all hooked up. I still have to actually make the station at home, but, you know, that part of the journey is complete. Let's just bring the car right in somewhere around here. Ooh, and just in time, because this drill here has run out now. Yeah, we really don't have anything to spare at this point. So let's just make sure these are, yeah, these are all lined up and everything. And down you go. Oop, that's too low. Okay. I guess I will just continue this bottom rail down, and I'm going to have to signal this now anyway. Let me finally, once again, I saw that train moving. Gave me a little heart attack. I was trying to make sure I wasn't on the rails. Okay. Signals in. You here, and you here. And then, nope. I want I do want to make sure that I can have matching signals, so there you are. And then you coming this way can be here and there. You should probably also be a chain signal, just because I'm definitely not going to have 5 car lengths worth of room down here, so a chain signal it is. And honestly, I'll just leave that. I'm sure I'll need more stations eventually. This I'm not really all that concerned about. You can do whatever. And then I'm going to start just making the bottleneck, or not bottleneck. I need the Rubyte station. That's what it is. I didn't put a radar. Well, I'm probably going back out there anyway, and I can still just copy from the map here. And then you are unload. And, let's see. I actually don't have any signals on you, so I do want to make sure you are properly signaled and all. Let's do like that, I guess. And I'll throw signals there as well. Otherwise they'll get, there'll be weird conflicts here between the two of them. So let's get you over here. In fact, can I just copy all of this? Let me go a little lower. I don't want the actual station itself. Everything else I would like to copy. So you go right here. Looks awesome. Okay. And I don't have the warehouses to actually put that down, so let me go grab the materials to craft those. Warehouses. Oh, I actually have enough to do 2 right on me. I will stay here though, because I know there's a whole swarm of bots en route. I saw all this turn yellow as soon as I started walking up. Curiously, stone bricks are red. Oh, okay. I guess I just didn't have the logistics bots to bring them, maybe? Because I certainly have the bricks. I am definitely not experiencing a brick shortage. Yeah, they're going to be bringing me bricks for a minute, it looks like. That's kind of the thing with these first tiers of robots, is that they're not the fastest. They don't have much carrying capacity, and they're a little slow. It is fine, though. Like, I'd certainly much rather have slow bots than no bots. It saved me so much time already having to run back and forth to different parts of the base. Absolutely invaluable. Get these put in over here, and over here. In fact, you're fast inserters. Do I want fast inserters? I don't see any reason not to make fast inserters, honestly. Let me just get a couple of those. There we go. These guys can stay regular inserters, not really bothered about them. I don't know if I need that, though. I'm gonna get rid of it for now, but I might wind up needing it. And what do you know? I do. There we go. Oh, I don't like... Okay. I really didn't like the way those wire connections worked out. Okay, last bits of belt. Oh, and I have to put these last inserters in also. There we are. And then, how do I get you down here? Very easily, it looks like. Just run you up this way, and then just a splitter. Alright, that looks like it's completely set up. All I need is the actual train, and I already have one of them, so I'm going to go make another train and the cargo wagons that I'll need. Let me just look at some of the stuff while I'm blindly walking through the base. So, I am already making most of those. Why do I have... Oh, I can craft a Roboport. I was like, why do I have a Roboport hatch door on me? Control, charge pad, area. Okay. Yeah, I'd probably just want to focus on the standard Roboports, but it's good to know what all you can make. How about you? I do need to make you for the power armor, and I can't make the power armor until red circuits anyway, so might as well get on it. Thank you guys, you're the hardest workers in this factory. Okay. There's the modular armor finished, which means I can put you on, and you just get trashed forever. Like, nothing uses you? Yes, you're not used in anything, you just go away. Make portable solar panel out of some stuff, and personal batteries. Okay. I do need to focus on that, but not immediately. In fact, what am I up here for? Hold on. I've gotten so distracted looking at stuff. What did I even need? So you are set up. I needed engine. I need to make a train. So here are engines. Funny enough, I don't put engines into a box. I probably would like to have engines in a box. Let me make a couple more of these. So how am I gonna do that? Okay. I could skim off the belt. That's probably the best way that I've left myself room here. I don't really see any other way to do that. So I can just do, you know, here. And what I'll do is I'll just disable this inserter. Can I make a combinator actually real quick? There's so many tabs now, it's difficult to find where anything is. Oh, that's gonna take a second, I guess. Okay, here we are. So, what I wanted to do is I just want to have two conditions for when this can be on. I'm gonna limit that for right now so I don't have like a bajillion engines in here. Alright, you off. You connect to input. And then the outputs I will connect to the inserter. So this one connected to the belt. Make sure the belt is set to read. And right now it's reading 8, and that's generally how many fit on there, but just in case we get weird belt shenanigans, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say engine, and I want to make sure that you're greater than or equal to at least 5. I don't want to be picking up engines if there aren't at least 5 engines on the belt, and if there are 5 engines on the belt, then I will output a green checkmark. This guy is reading from the chest, so once again, I will read engine amount, wherever engines are, there you are. And if you are greater than, oh, let's say less than, just strictly less than. If you're less than, honestly, how often am I going to need engines? Let's say 150, whatever. If you're less than 150, then once again, output a green check mark. There we go. And then you are only enabled if green check mark is equal to 2. And then I can get rid of the limit there. In fact, I might... it doesn't make any sense to make you a storage, actually. Because then there's nothing taken from this. I was thinking I could put a storage, and then if I request too many engines and need to push them back, then they'll wind up in here, but that doesn't really do anything, so I won't worry about it. There's my engines. I need how many for a train? 20. There's 20. Make you, and I'll make... I will go ahead and make 3 of you this time. Start... Well, actually, I already made the station. I already made the stations as 2 car stations. Okay. Well, I have a head start for the next time I need an ore train, at least. So I'm not going to go back and rework it now. Ooh, yeah. This is kind of exactly what I was talking about before, where this silicon is looking a little thin on the belts now. We might have worked through most of the backlog we'd already processed, and so we might find ourselves sitting idle. Yes, we are waiting for silicon now. So even though this is cool and all, and it does save us a considerable amount of iron ore, I might turn these recipes back. Oh, silicon's backed up because tin's backed up. Okay, that does make sense. That does make sense. That also means we aren't making steel right now, most likely. Wherever steel is. Are you steel? You are. Okay. So yes, there's no silicon here. Huh. That is a shame. I would quite like for there to be silicon here. There's some silicon coming in. Yeah, we just aren't really making silicon anywhere except from tin processing. And so if tin isn't moving, silicon isn't moving. But that does mean that now steel production and iron production are tied to tin, which isn't super cool. How is steel doing up here? I'll leave it for now, because I'm not doing anything too intensive, but if I wind up running out of resources, I can just swap. It's no big deal. Radars. I wanted a radar to take up to the patch somewhere. Do I have... Yes, okay. So, I've got the train now. I'm going to just run down here, one thing at a time, take care of the ore situation, and then I will try and figure out a situation to resolve the silicon stuff going on. Anyway, train here. And let me get the ones in the middle, actually. There we go. And then train. Grab the colors, even though it doesn't change very much, like even if I zoom in here. Very little difference, but, you know, it'll be distinct against the other trains, I guess. So, add station, you're going to be... Stop is inaccessible. My intersection must be signaled incorrectly. Okay, well, I was writing up there anyway. So, add you, wait until empty cargo. And then I'm gonna hop in you, make sure you have fuel. Oh yeah, you're fine. So, let's just run up this way. Oh, I can actually already see. I forgot a signal on one side of the rail. Yeah. You'll see when I get there. Okay. I forgot the signal on this side. Nope, nope, come back. Stop. Don't leave me. Okay. I need this one right here. Now you should be able to add station. Yes. So I want load, wait until cargo full. Mm-hmm. And then go. And then where's that radar? Oh, I know you're in here. There you are. Go ahead and throw a radar 2 out here while I'm at it. It's got a much bigger range, and it reveals tiles faster. Oh man, this is so big it kind of connects back to home base. As long as I put it like down here somewhere. So it right there. Yeah, that's a huge range. Well, anyway, that's going to start collecting ore from here, and I might make these fast inserters. I guess I can. Oh, you don't have power. Look at that. Everyone else cool? Yeah. Oh, nope. You actually need help. There you go. And I think I do have more drills now. Yes, I have 7 of them. Okay, let's just add a couple more, and then I'll ride the train home. Oh, that's bad. Don't do that. Just match the drills behind it, and all's good. Let's see, how's that? That's going great. I think I will just bring you in and go like that, and in you go. How are you coming along? Okay, you're filling up somewhat. I'm kind of glad I changed those inserters out, because otherwise that was going to take a while. I'll probably go change the inserters on this patch as well then. Oh, you actually already have red inserters for loading. Okay, cool. Yeah, one entity's missing repair pack. Yeah, I know, okay. How much is that? I'll wait until we're half full and then bring us home, because this isn't even hooked up or anything yet. So I do still have to run all the belts and all. And take me home. I have no gun turrets over here yet, but all of this is clear. I might want to be worried about this down here, but hopefully if any pollution reaches here, it'll head toward the main base. Or even this in here, but that's actually a pretty bad path. There's like a clean path right into the ore patch there. Yeah, I'm actually kind of worried about that now that I look at it, so I might just deal with that. Since I'm down here, since I'm thinking about it, I'll just go throw a couple gun turrets in there and call it a day. And now take me back. I know you just showed up, but take me right back. Oh man, we've already lost another drill over here. Wonder what I need to do in order to get you running. Oh, you just were. Oh, you just work. You don't need anything. Okay, I just needed the research. Okay, that's fantastic. Yeah, couldn't be happier about that. You don't take anything. Okay, awesome. Let me get... I'm going to set walls up. I was going to come down here to this clearing here so that it would be effortless to claim this over here. And I still probably will. There's a lot of bases down this way, but if they want to get into here. I already have the top of this one sorted. Oh, there's only a single gun turret. Okay, I think I will add... Sniper's got a huge range, so... I'll add a sniper kind of over by this guy, just for a little extra coverage. And then I'll put a couple gun turrets with a wall down this way, and they'll get their own sniper. I did bring walls. Yes, okay. And nothing pretty. It's just gonna be a wall to keep things out, you know? Might even move you down a little now. Okay, there we go. And a sniper in the middle. I think I put you down here somewhere. Sniper, there you are. Very cool, okay. And I'll just leave that there. If something really wants to worm their way through in here, then hopefully this gun turret down here will deal with them. Actually, these are still standard gun turrets with yellow ammo in them, so these could definitely serve to be upgraded. Kinda glad that I saw that. Not that there's any base down this way anymore. I used to be worried about a base that was like right down here somewhere, but I took them out quite a while ago at this point. Okay, you don't just work. I do see a red light on you. And you have stopped running. Missing required fluid. Oh, sulfuric acid. Okay, I thought it was sulfuric acid, but you were just running earlier, so... Okay, yeah, I'll have to get sulfuric acid down here if I want those to run. Not the biggest deal in the world, but it's a little less cool than when I thought they would just run for the research. I was about to ride home, but if I actually can't make use of you, I would rather just put you somewhere else. What you got? Let's just do like you. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and just send that home. Again, I still didn't even route in the bobmonium. Not Bob. What is it? Rubyte. I keep thinking Bob because for the longest time this was going to be the bobmonium train station, but the Rubyte need was... That one kind of took me by surprise. That one I wasn't prepared for, so... Okay, I can just line you up right there. That's no big deal. I might even come up through here. Like that's a pretty clean shot. Yeah, like right there. And then I'll have splitter here with priority on the left, just to make sure that we do continue draining this mine out. Now, where do I want you to come in? So I'll just drag that down. And where are we? We're right here. That's pretty much perfect, I'd say. Like, in this whole mess down here, you really can't expect too much better than that. Okay. So now where do I even want to direct my focus at this point? Let me make sure iron and steel aren't, like, completely dead. So you do seem to be kind of moving, so that's cool. Tin is backed up, though. I don't have any storage for tin. Maybe that wouldn't be a horrible idea. So let's do that. And the problem with tin is that it's got this solder line right next to it. So as much as I'd love to be able to just stamp that, copy and paste that right on top of it, it's not going to be that easy. Oh, there's so many guys coming at me. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. Where am I even going? Okay. Still a little further north. So, how much room do I need? Like, if I do just grab that and put you even here... you don't have to sidetrack very far. So let me see if I can just disconnect this for a second. And you go here, I believe. Yeah, that's correct. And then I just have to make sure this swings around and comes back over this way. And I believe they should be able to make all of this but the red chests. Let's see. Missing 2 red chests, yes. Okay. Do they don't have the iron chest either, but do I even want iron chest at this point? I might as well. Let's just make a couple so I can copy and paste that same blueprint in the future, and they'll be able to place them. There we go. Okay, there it goes. Wait, what? Okay, I am missing this part down here. That's, how strange. Well, they'll get that sorted out. And as they do, that should allow a lot more silicon to start flowing through the system, which should, bolster steel and iron. It is definitely a band-aid solution to it, but we're piling up the band-aid solutions for the moment. There's a lot to do before we can start getting rid of some of these band-aids, I'll put it that way. Can I just... Oh, I even have that. Look at that. So I'd like the bots to start clearing a path for me so that I can continue expanding here. So I do have blue research unlocked now, which is engines, red circuits, sodium hydroxide, and sulfur. I don't believe I have sulfur on the belt, but I think I will put it on the other side of the sodium hydroxide belt. I literally don't belt that for anything but blue science, so sulfur can just join it. I don't see any reason that would be a problem. So here's sulfur. I'm already putting some on a belt for some reason. Oh yeah, I'm making sulfur dioxide, I think? Sulfur dioxide gas, yes, okay. So where's this belt I'm trying to join? Way down here, okay. And I do kinda have to weave it in there in an unpleasant way. I might join over here. Like, try and get the sulfur to join right here. It'll still mean having to weave it through all this, but it's better than trying to weave through all this, you know? Yeah, okay, I think I'm reasonably happy with that. Let's just get to it. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think this is correct. It is. Okay, so that's all cool. And then I just have to split it maybe up through here, I guess? Just run the belt that way. And throw a splitter on there. And you can just come right over here, and that's no big deal. There we go. I picked up a little sulfur, so let's just throw that in there. Okay, so that's already 2 of the 4 ingredients solved. We have engines, that's no big deal. We do still need red circuits. Red circuits I don't claim to be easy, but we are almost there. We do need transistors, which means silicon wafers, silver wire, and plastic. We technically have plastic, though I believe plastic is broken right now. I might have to go and take a look at that. But first I do want to look at getting the silver wire and the silicon wafers finished off. So silver wire, I assume I don't have any better recipes for at the moment. Yeah, your blue science. That's going to be silver plate and copper wire. So the same as the tin wire from before. Which, speaking of, I really should switch to the better tin wire recipe that I have available now. Where is that? There you are. So this is a considerably better recipe. I believe the previous one, if we look at it, 4 tin plate to 5 tinned wire, whereas this recipe is each of these coils is equivalent to 1 plate because it's, 10 molten tin to 4 wires, so it is 10 molten metal to any plate. So this one is a 4 to 16, or if you simplify that, a 1 to 4. So this one, oh, wrong one. This one is a 4 to 5. This one is a 1 to 4. That's an incredible improvement in tin. It is funny that right now I'm trying to actually use tin, but all the same, it's not worth being wasteful just to try and get more silicon out of it. So let's make a strand casting machine and start making tinned wire coil in it. It is going to require water, which I'm going to have to get up there just somehow, but we'll solve that when we get to it. Where are you? Strand casting machine. That is, of course, going to be just one more product on the tin line that we have to route somehow. And I really don't know how we're going to do that, to tell you the truth. Let me actually look and see what requires this wire. Okay, so the power poles, you guys, solar panels, electronic components, some of the better bot stuff. Okay, and then another tier of wire after this, which is used in... Okay, basically the same stuff. Beacons, better bots, better power poles. So I was trying to figure out if it's worth putting a spot on the belt for tinned wire itself. It doesn't seem efficient. It doesn't seem like a good idea. But maybe I could do these spools of cable instead. And if primarily what I'm using tin for at the moment, if I can find the tin belt. So primarily tin is being used in belts, but other than that, if we follow it along this way, it's only being used to make cable, I believe. Hold on, I know I'm making power poles up here. Okay, that must be the tier 2 power poles, I guess. Yeah, so I'm literally... The only 2 uses of tin I have right now are transport belts and circuits, which use the wire right here. And I'm only using half a belt of tin. I might just put half a belt, the other half belt of tin, as the wire spools. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that maybe that won't work out in some way that I'm having a hard time imagining, but that seems like a good solution to me for right now. So that's what I'm going to go for. So I'm going to just put that there. Why can't I put my... Oh, because it's a strand casting machine, which is much bigger. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. But that's fine. I'll just put that there. Make sure the drop position is 2 tiles away. There we are. Upgrade some of those to real power poles. Now let's make sure I set the recipe to end wire. And... Okay, let's move the inserter, I guess. So... yeah. Drop, bar, pull. Where on earth am I gonna get water from? That's, you know what? How much water do you need? You need 10 water a second. I can just use a pump. A groundwater bore. These things are so convenient, I can't even tell you. You are 2 tiles large, but I can still just do that. And that's no problem. Okay, I gotta get molten copper in here, but fortunately copper's right over there. I will probably bring copper in overhand. There we go. Just like that. And then the tin, I'll just... okay, that's actually solder, so I don't want to connect to that. Yeah, I don't see a way to do this that isn't a little messy. Which is unfortunate. One more. I could just do something like that, though. Like, certainly there's better solutions if you wanted to work for it, but that will also certainly just work. And just working is, that's what I'm looking for right now, you know? Ooh. These are going to start picking up the spool, which is a little unfortunate. Do I care? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay. So, all of these are going to be filtered. There we go. Okay. And then I'll just take whatever spools are already in there out. There we are. And there we are. Oh, still have one more. Okay, and I think that shouldn't be a problem. Like, just make sure if I grab this, and put you in here. Okay, you do go on the other side of the belt where I would like those to be. That was my test run. Which of course you do, I just, you know, sometimes it's easier to just test it than try and just trust that you are, you know, trust that you're correct. Take that out. Let's just throw you in there. Why do I have no molten copper? Okay, I guess we do have somewhat of a copper shortage. Though that looks to be because iron isn't moving. I'm willing to bet that's a silicon problem. Yes, okay. I am going to change the recipes on one of these to just the regular iron recipe. That just seems like a good idea for now. Anyway, so that's going to get that going, and speed modules have finished researching. So... ground. Scans for useful items on the ground and marks their location for construction robots to pick up. I'm assuming this is meant for alien artifacts. Like, I'm sure it probably tags any items on the ground, but I'm assuming that's the purpose there. Explosive damage is cool if I were using explosives, which I'm really not. Energy weapons damage, I mean, I'll need it eventually. Yeah, might as well throw it on there. I am kind of just researching stuff for the sake of having stuff to research at the moment. Like, let's get all the modules researched, I guess. There we are. I might, yeah. I'm just thinking, let's go get those things over here, picked up. So I don't need this at all anymore. So I can pick all of this up. That does mean you're gonna be out of power for a minute. Is there anywhere else I can connect you? Not really. So let me just pick all of this up. Yeah, like that. I don't want the bots to pick this up because I don't want them to wind up with a whole bunch of random, you know, wire in their inventories. So let's see. I'm going to go ahead and upgrade this here, just because I think we might need it. Let's go on an upgrade spree, honestly. Anything else? Anything else? Oh, they picked up something I guess they shouldn't have. Wow, there was one power pole somewhere that was powering that whole half of the base, I guess. Let's just connect over here then. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect that. Just so that as more of those spools come flowing in, they don't build up in weird places. I'm gonna leave this belt here, just because there's not really anything that needs to be changed about it. There we are. Might even just run that up. And then I'm gonna have this guy over here. How much do you need? So you are 0.75 per second. And how much does one recipe make? You. You produce 12 per second. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to be... Yeah, we're not gonna need many of these. In fact, let's just do that and put you down, like, here, I guess. Let's go ahead and upgrade these belts then. And I might even swap out the inserters here. Not that I feel like we're going to really need this or anything, but as we move into Blue Science, I would like to kind of upgrade some of these old setups, even if they won't necessarily be able to last very long. Okay, you still need power. Let's get you, like... here, sure. That's inconvenient. Yeah, you can just go like there. Okay, you in, and then 12 a second. That's quite a lot. Let's do like this. Dump all that in there. Yeah, okay. That's cool. And I think that's literally the only other place that tin is used along this entire bus. Yep, that's it. Okay. Well, here's some solder. Does solder go in here? It does not. Where does solder go? I suppose it's all the way down here somewhere for green circuits. Oh, green circuits are over here. Yep, okay. No other weird little bits and bobs to put away yet, so that's fine. Steel still just accumulating in that one chest, huh? Oh, there just is no steel. Yeah, as much as it pains me, we might have to turn off the silicon steel recipe. I could also just set up another standard steel recipe. In fact, I don't even have to set up another blast furnace. I could literally just set up another induction furnace over here with the standard recipe. That seems, pretty reasonable, actually. And I think I will just do that. Yeah, I figured there probably wasn't one of those available, but I wanted to see. So, induction furnace, I don't know if I need a 2, but oh well, at this point I might as well commit to making a 2. I don't see any reason to not do that. Thank you. And as just a probably completely unnecessary optimization there, I did raise the inserters here so that these guys get first dibs at any steel coming in, and then only overflow steel or come in and go to this guy. Oh, we're actually direct inserting steel to this guy. This belt is actually only silicon. Huh. We even split and send silicon down to iron that way, so let me actually move you back like this. And then pick you up, and you output here now. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. Actually, you're on the wrong side of the belt now. There you go. Let me pick up the mess that I made. There we go. Oops, there you go. Okay, so this should now stack up. Gotta actually set your recipe. Okay. And connect your corner. Okay. And that way we don't run out of steel just because we don't have silicon, but when we do have silicon, we will prioritize that recipe. I might even, just to really prioritize it, put fast inserters on here. Yeah, okay. That's all cool. That should have the steel flowing in a little faster now. So, now that we have researched... Keep hitting the wrong button. Now that we have researched the circuits that we need for blue science... Ooh, that's not bad at all. Flying Robot Frame 2's, that is. Getting so sidetracked. just looking. Don't mind me. Okay, you do take red circuits, okay. I figured you would be a little too expensive for me, but I wanted to see what all was down the line. Anyway, red circuits. Transistors need silver wire and silicon wafers. So let's start setting up an advanced circuit area. Silicon bowls are on the bus already. Can silicon bowls be made into anything but wafers? That's actually maybe an important thing that I should have looked at. So, silicon wafers used in... Okay, we do use you to make solar panels, just wholesale, so that's good. Okay, wanted to make sure there was still reason to actually put the full silicon bowls on the belt. We are kind of way out in the middle of nowhere now. Do I have any roboports for chance? Oh, I know I'm requesting them somewhere. Hey, I do. Let's put you on the hotbar. And how far can I drag this out? Quite a ways, actually. Okay. If I don't have to personally use one of my roboports, I'd rather not. But maybe I do have to. Oh, no, there we go. There's the construction bot. I am gonna go ahead and put a large power pole down here. And then see if I can't run some power this way to somewhere. Running power poles through this area isn't exactly ideal. It makes it harder to weave the lower belt elements up into production, but that's just something we're gonna have to deal with, I guess. Because I don't really like the way that, like, before I was able to completely disconnect the entire base by removing one power pole on accident. That's not that great. Anyway, let's see. Let's grab a little blueprint like this, so that I can start getting the bots to... I immediately get sidetracked because these are partially gray belts, and I don't really like that. So what if I do, like, just that section right there? And then, is that still gray belts? There's still gray belts there. Are you gray, perhaps? Yes, you are. So I'll do you as well. And then I think if I copy here... okay, so the pipette tool will give me yellow belts because they're marked for upgrade, but the copy actually still gives me gray belts. That's interesting. Well, all the same, I guess I can take it from here. That's no big deal. I just wanted somewhere I could grab a chunk of belts from, so that I don't have to use my personal belts. It's not like I need these immediately or anything. I would just like belts to begin being laid. Not up here, please. There we are. And then the same for down here. And are you anything? I guess we have... we must have something down here. What even are you? Oh, you're lead plate? Lead plate's all the way down here? But then what's up here? Oh, that's lead plate. Wait, what are you? Oh, you're glass. I remember setting up glass. Okay. Yep, glass can come too. Okay, so here's our little space set aside for production then. So let's say we just start like somewhere around in here. And let's go ahead and put an actual machine down. So you need silicon wafers, silver wire, and plastic. Plastic we've been making on site. We have a pipe of liquid plastic. You can actually see it right here. And like I alluded to earlier, liquid plastic, it kind of died. That's something we're going to have to figure out at some point. I did see this yellow ammo that I wanted to ditch. I think what I'll do is... let me do a ghost of you so that I can set your filter to yellow ammo. And then I'll just cut that and paste you there. There. And that should get replaced by the bots at some point, and then yellow ammo can go in there whenever I just so happen to come through and throw some yellow ammo in the system. Which I'm going to do, but I'm going to give them a few minutes to actually place that, that yellow. And I realize I could have done it myself, but oh well. Silver wire, plastic, silicon wafers. So let's say this one right here is the simplest. Let's say this is just silicon wafers. Wherever that might be. Like, this is the intermediates. I would expect it to be in here, but maybe it's in metallurgy. It is, in fact, in metallurgy. Okay. So you produce 6 per second. So yeah, we're not going to be bottlenecked on you anytime soon. How about the next guy? So, silver wire. What are you? You produce 7.5 per second. Yeah, there's no way we're getting a full yellow belt of copper wire into this guy, so... let me think about that for a second. Okay, so if we have a belt of copper coming up here, right? Let's just pick that up as well. Might even move that in just one. So a belt of copper coming in here. That becomes... I could make copper wire coil. That's going to give me the same gains I get from copper, you know, that I get from the tin. Let me investigate that, actually. Let me investigate that. Like, what all am I using copper in? Yeah, that's just being made into wire. Like, this entire thing is coming up here, and the only thing it's being used in is wire. Where's the next place we split? Here you are. So... yep, copper wire. You actually need copper, but that's gun turrets. Okay, pipes. Yeah, that's like personal stuff. It doesn't really need to be fast, it just needs to work. Science is really what I care about. And if I follow this back, yeah, red science, of course, takes just straight up copper. But everything else that needs copper doesn't need copper plates, it needs copper wire. So, yeah, even back here, this doesn't need copper plates, it needs copper wire. I think it would be beneficial, in the same way that we've done for tin, to reserve half of the belt of copper for, copper wire instead. Now, once again, maybe this is a terrible idea that'll come back to haunt me, but I think that just makes sense for where we are right now. Why do I not have bronze? Am I requesting bronze? I'm not requesting bronze, that's why I don't have any. So, request you. And I don't want a huge amount of bronze, just like 200 is cool. If I'm gonna have a second stack of it, then, you know, I might as well have a second stack of it. Yeah. Alright guys, bring me bronze. Fill me with bronze. There we go. So, unfortunately, I'll probably have to do the opposite of what I've done for tin. Tin has plates on left and wire on the right. It takes like 8 seconds to do that. Yeah. Why would I make it different? Let's just copy it. Yeah, there's no reason not to do that. We even get the full line this time. Not that we need it, but we do have it. In fact, I might pick some of that up, but who cares? It's fine. It's fine as it is. I'll do like that. There we are. And then this is no longer going to work because you are just way too big. So this will temporarily be disconnected and I will just have to try and remember to reconnect you. I guess I can try and put you at the same level though. Let's say about there. I could make another groundwater bore or try and connect you to water, but I think I'll just make another groundwater bore. Like, I realize that your capacity is more than enough to supply both of these guys. You could supply 6 of these, but you're so cheap and it would honestly be more expensive to, and just so much more annoying to try and route you around. So I think I will just give you your own dedicated one. Where can you connect? Right there is perfect. And then you can connect right here. Wonderful. Okay. Now you should just work. Yeah? Okay, you're not getting a lot of copper. I guess it's being split amongst all of these, so maybe I will actually reduce the amount over here. Like, we don't need that many copper plates, honestly. Same deal as tin. I'm going to take you and make sure you input to the inside of the belt. Unfortunately, unlike tin, at the moment you do already have a full belt of copper, and I've kind of been thinking and trying to figure out what I'm going to do about that, and I don't really have a good solution to it. I just don't. Let's take... Oh, well, that's just gonna start filling you up again. Okay, clear your recipe. And you're going to make wire that way from now on. Does mean I have a bunch of wire to get rid of. There you go. And I guess I'll just stand here and pick up copper plate. That's, does kind of suck. Which side of the belt am I trying to clean, actually? Oh, why is there... Oh, I forgot the filters. I forgot the filters. That's why it's on mixed side of the belt that I didn't want it to be. Okay. Let's just pick all of this up, I guess. There we go. Fortunately, we aren't burning through very much copper right now, so that wasn't that big of a deal. Yeah, that should be fine. I can just put all of these coils back into here. Maybe I'll do that. Not that I really think it needs it, but, you know. Maybe I'll even, finally upgrade this belt. Yep, okay, so that's gonna come up this way. Oh, the last of the mixed stuff is over there. So let's start finding places where I can just skim copper. The problem is that I really want to be skimming copper from... I'm picking up science. Okay. I really want to be skimming copper from the inside of this belt. Which isn't very easy. Yeah, okay. I guess I can skim copper and circuits, and that's fine. Oh, I think I can stand here and not accidentally fill myself with circuits. That works. Yeah, there we go. I'm sorry, bots. I know I'm filling all of you with so much copper right now, but it must be done. Maybe. It must be done, probably, maybe. Okay, there we go. And then that's at least cleared a line to this guy so that they can start producing again. Yep, there it goes. Not that I even really needed it, but it is there now. Now I just have to go do that like 8 more times in different places. Ooh, this is a problem. Let's make sure I actually filter here. I can... Yeah, okay, so this does work. I just had to think about it. You're gonna be filtered to iron plates on the right. Otherwise, the coils would eventually come up in here and clog this belt merge where the red science is, and that would be no good. I'm just looking for wherever we take copper from next. That's up here. These are all cool. Yeah, okay. That's fine. That can stay. That can do whatever it wants to do. Only really worried about copper plates up there. About up this direction. I believe there was some wire up here. There's some wire up here. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of copper to try and clear. Yeah, that's not super great. I can clear the wrong side of the belt. Here's a logistics centipede. Okay. I'll probably just let that one work itself out. That one's going to roboports and stuff, and at some point I'll just like, it's not gonna break, it's just going to be pulling copper plate instead of the copper wire spools, but that's no big deal. That's whatever. We still have this one for basic circuits I can deal with, and that one's not too bad. And my research is finished once again, so I'm going to just queue a bunch of this biologics processing stuff, maybe even some of this geode processing stuff. Mining productivity can go up front. I would very much like to have mining productivity, actually. Railway 2 is kind of cool. I assume that's just faster trains, just more efficient trains. Not super in the market for that right now. Yeah, like it's kind of cool, but it's also not really what I need. Maybe just throw some random junk in there. Yeah, just round it out that way. Where am I? Okay, I was coming over to basic circuit. Here we are. And fortunately, this is right at the beginning, so this is actually going to be super easy to clear out. Yeah, we've already got spools right there. I can just change these recipes right here. Yeah. Each of you now produce 8 per second, which is a little more than the 1.5 that these guys need. So I can actually take that out. There we go. I think I just picked up a bot there, but oh well. What do you need as input? 2 per second for 8 per second? Let's do that. And that. Honestly, we can just do that as well, why not? And throw all of those spools in there. Distribute the wire. And maybe go ahead and mark these belts down here for upgrade. We're definitely getting to the point. Why are there no belts down here? Yeah, there's just no tin. Let me pick up that one section of the belt that had the wire on the wrong side. I guess that snuck through when I was setting things up earlier, but all the same, not really sure why we're having tin shortages right now, because I kind of thought we were backed up on tin just a minute ago. Like tin's running. Maybe because we're actually using solder now? I guess that would make sense. Maybe it's just that we're filling the belt that we weren't filling before because we only had half a belt, so now we're kind of straining more. Yeah, this isn't even running because there's no copper. Oh, there's ingots on here. This guy just isn't able to keep up. Let me make sure he's running. Oh, he's not even running. Okay, we just have, we don't have enough input. Could maybe even do with another one of these guys, potentially. Or just upgrading him. Let's see how that does now. Okay, so you can definitely run. You've definitely got pull-up time now, as long as you have pull-up time. Which, you don't? Oh yeah, you definitely don't. But I only have 2 taking out anyway. Whatever, it's better. We'll see how it goes. We'll go ahead and upgrade some of these belts now as well. Only makes sense that if we're upgrading belts, we might as well upgrade the materials that make our belt, you know? Just upgrade some of these guys. Honestly, this one doesn't really need the upgrade. What else? What else can I just poke at before I start into, red circuits again? Let me get distracted. Let me procrastinate. Let me come over here and procrastinate by poking at plastic and see why plastic is currently bottlenecked. I believe it was because naphtha is full. Naphtha is full. Is there anything we can do with naphtha right now? We can make flamethrower ammo. We could make solid fuel. Fuel pollution 80%. Which, I mean, isn't horrible, but isn't great. I could crack it. I'd need carbon monoxide and thermal water, though. Butadiene. Sure. I could crack you to propene. I don't have the science for that. I remember... Oh, I do have the science for that. That seems super easy and like something I should already be doing a long time ago. Yeah, I wish there was a way to pin recipes. Watch there be a way to pin recipes that I just don't know about somehow. But yeah, let's get this up here. Because propene is just directly what I make plastic out of. So let's get... I already have iron ore up here even. I just need copper ore. And that's kind of it. Like something to make steam out of. That's it. Yeah, let's just get copper ore up here. Not that that's going to be super fun and easy, but you know, it'll be doable. So copper ore is right down here. I can just do exactly the same thing I do over here for iron ore. We are currently consuming all of our copper ore, of course, which is not that cool, but that's probably just because we're making these wires, which are a little more dense copper-wise, but they only have to go to right about here-ish. I do want to start distributing lights around a little more often now. Like, maybe even just science for right now. Get some lights. It's so funny how once you start putting lights down, it becomes so much more obvious where you don't have lights. Yeah, anyway. Those are buffered up to about this point. Hopefully once the wire is buffered all the way back, then we stop consuming quite so much copper. Anyway, let's just do the same setup here. I'm even gonna run the upgrades. Why not? So I'm gonna underground... it doesn't make any sense to underground the coal. Let's just do that. Filter you to copper ore. There you are. And I just gotta get you over there. I might even just run you right through here. So... I do have a gray underground still. So I'll just do like that. And on over you go. And there we are. Now we have a belt of mixed iron and copper ore. So half, you know, the left half is iron, the right half is copper. What else did I need? I don't actually know what machine those were made in, so let me go give that a look. That's just the tank. Okay. So that's metal catalyst carrier, which is made... Okay. I can just make that. It's returned, so it's not like we need a lot of them. There you are. I'll just make like 20. That's way more than we'll ever need. Honestly, I don't want to stockpile them, so let's just say 10. Oh, the recipe makes multiple. Hold on. I already have 20. Okay, the recipe makes 10. Okay, I'm glad I didn't do 20 recipes of 10. That would have been quite a lot. So yeah. I'm assuming that's just a standard assembler. In here, yes, standard assembler. And then the actual cracking itself happens in a steam cracker. And yeah, it just needs steam. Like, I keep double checking because it almost seems too easy, but yeah, that's all at once. So let's grab you. And I don't really know where a good place for you is gonna wind up being. Let's just say, like, here, I guess? Naphtha cracking. Throw you down. There we are. And we'll get that, ore belt worked up here somewhere. Go ahead and throw... Oh, I guess I should set the recipe first. Go ahead and throw you in there. Where is that ore belt? Okay, so it's down here. Go ahead and upgrade you. Why not? Little concerned that I don't see the copper... Oh, okay, we do have... The copper is not going to be coming because we are using all of the copper. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll just build this out and then worry about that. Anyway. I'll just continue up this way, I guess. Oh, that even lines up perfect. There you go. We'll run the outputs down somewhere. Let me actually go look and see what's in our way down here. The propane's all the way over on the left. And you can see we're completely out, but that is what connects into here. So it is this tank. Yeah, getting our output over there is going to be a task. But it's not too bad. I might even raise you up so that I can get you to line up with these guys. Like that. Where does that... Oh, okay, right in that big power pole. Inconvenient. Awesome. Let's get you as close as I can and see where that gets me. I guess I can stop here and then turn. Just bring it on this way. And bring you down this way. There we are. And connect it in. Where am I going to grab power from? Let's grab power from down here, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so yeah, there's one blink gap. Works. Just in case I have more of these, I don't want to have to rip up my power poles later. I always find ripping up power poles inconvenient, so if I can put them in more permanent-ish places, then I typically prefer to. Wow. Okay, and it's 1 iron and 1 copper ore per tin catalyst also. So this is... Not only is this easy, it's also incredibly cheap. Okay, anyway. I mean, it's still only 100 propane, which I don't even remember how much plastic that gets me. How much plastic is that? Okay, I get 10 liquid plastic for 40 propane. And yeah, that's one of those where the liquid thing is worth, you know, it's a 10 to 1, just like the plates are. So 4 propane to 1 liquid plastic. And this recipe makes how much propane? So 100 propane, so that's 25 liquid plastic. So 2.5 bars for 1 catalyst. That's 25 plastic for 1 copper and 1 iron. That's a fantastic deal. Do still need to get the naphtha and the steam in here. I'll worry about the steam in a moment. Let's get the naphtha routed up first. That's going to come from you. So that, just as I did a moment ago. 1, 2. Okay. So 2, and that would be where the next refinery would be, and then the next underground. 1, 2, and then you. At least I think that's correct, and if not, the pipes can move. The pipes are no big deal. And then I don't want to build anything in the way of the refineries, so I would like this to come like way all the way over here. Be very sure I'm not going to cause any problems, you know? And then connect it up, and connect it up. So you should... did I not put the top pipe on? Nope, okay. Now you should be full of naphtha, yes, okay. You still need the steam. So I'll do something like that, and then we do still need a boiler. Let me just make sure there's no funny ways to get steam. Okay. Yeah, didn't really think so. So pretty much looking at pretty much just looking at a boiler. I could go for fluid boilers, maybe, since I am in the oil area. I'm hesitant to try that just because I don't really know how efficient that is, but I do have this whole tank of, like, fuel oil, for example, which is really only used to make other, you know, to be cracked down to other stuff or to make flamethrower fuel. So... what is liquid fuel? Consumed in you. Used in napalm, rocket body, enriched fuel. So, like, there are uses for this, but I don't think I'm going to be that upset if I burn a tiny amount to make steam, you know? And how much does liquid fuel, like, do I have the research for that? I do. And that's just a chemical plant with residual gas, which might even be a good way to get rid of some of this extra residual gas that I'm going to be building up. That said, I don't actually seem to have very much residual gas. I guess I'm turning it all into lubricant for the time being. So maybe I'll hold off and I'll just directly burn the fuel oil. So I will check the numbers just to make sure that's not a ridiculous idea. So, fuel pollution 200%. Okay, maybe I won't do that. Yeah, even just make... well, solid fuel does take coke, though. Yeah, this is seeming like a less and less good idea as time goes by. The only alternative, though, is that I have to actually get fuel up here. And getting fuel up here... like, I already got the coal, I guess. In fact, where is this being sourced from? This belt right here? I would much rather you be sourced from this belt down here that's producing coal coke. So... I can probably work that out. Yeah, I don't see why not. Why do I have two belts coming this way? I don't remember. One's going way up that way, and one goes into power. Okay, I don't want to take from the power one. I should probably priority output to that one, actually. And then... yeah, it's not the prettiest, but I can do something like that. And then just pull you up. I'd love to go that way. I might just run down there. It's not very far. I can just run down there myself and do it and not have to bother the bots with it. That way I can run it somewhere where they don't have coverage. And since there were oil things that I saw a recipe or two that required coke, I'd like to have coke up in that area anyway. So it's not like this is a total waste or anything either. There we are. Yeah, and then we're clear on this side, but I will give myself just a few spaces. Remember, leaving yourself room is a favor to future you. And then I think I will just fully disconnect this coal, because I believe the only thing this coal was going to was the train. Let me actually look at coal itself. Yeah. So you're used in ammo, of course, grenades, the capsules, filters, crushed coal. There are some recipes that... There are some recipes that require just straight up coal. Yeah, some of these recipes I don't know if I will ever use, but some of them do require just straight up coal, but you know, if I need them, it's no effort to just run this belt again. Like, I can just easily replace this belt. So, for the time being, I will just fully replace you with a coal coke belt. It does, of course, mean I have all this coal to get through first, but I will eventually be running on coal coke. Which is the point. Speaking of the point, I almost feel like I've lost it. So I wanted to hook you up to get plastic working again, which is almost done. I just need something to burn up here. Which I think was the point of the coal coke. I'm at this point kind of lost. I forgot my own plot. Why can't I? Oh, I guess you're completely full. Yeah, unlike assemblers or something, I guess it completely fills you. I was trying to throw my extra, like, garbage coal into you, but I guess you won't take it. Let's take a sip of water. And now, how are you? You still have not gotten your very first copper ore. That is a shame. That's a shame. I'm going to make a regular boiler and feed you that coal coke that I brought up here. There you are. And there we go. So you can go like right there, and then I'll make another one of those groundwater bores. Once again, just incredibly invaluable. Right into you. And then I'll just snake this belt over that way. In fact, I might as well just run it and connect it as I go. If I have to underground, I'd prefer a much better underground than that. You. And there we go. And before that reaches up here, I'm going to throw my garbage coal into you. There we go. Still need power for all this, of course. There we go. And I'm going to go grab a little bit of copper ore and just manually jumpstart this. Just to make sure everything works. I don't know why it wouldn't, but you should know me by this point. I just like to make sure that things work. Cannot run through there. I feel like I get stuck in that place every time I run through this part of the base. Here we are. and just grab a little copper. Like, even just this much should keep that operation running for a good long while. Where'd he go? There we are. Okay. Now we're in business. So that should have this guy down here creating liquid plastic again. Yes, he is. Very nice. Okay. Very cool. I don't buffer liquid plastic, and I still don't think that I want to, just because we do get better plastic recipes down the road. And it's so fast to turn propene into plastic. Like, this can create, well, it's still only 1 bar a second, but it consumes 45 propene a second, and that's, where's our production? Oh, it's still way up here. Yeah, that's more than we can produce with this guy, and probably more than our combined production with, wherever this guy is down here. Well, you can do 40, but whatever. Like, he's not running right now, so what's it matter? Of course, now that we're, pulling some of this naphtha out, that's what our crude oil refining was backed up on. Now that he's kicked on, we should, once again, have these guys come to life. Because you were backed up on methane. Yeah, look, there they go. So now that we're, processing some of that backup, we should be making a good amount of plastic again. Oh yeah, look at the propane go. I'm actually surprised to see something in the tank, because that means we are in fact making it faster than we turn it into plastic. Unless the plastic line's just full, which it definitely isn't. Anyway, that's oil fixed. I guess I can stop procrastinating on red circuits now. So let's go get red circuits fixed up. Oh boy, the bus is, I've said this before, but it's getting longer and longer. Okay, first thing we want is silicon wafers. Easy. I will probably put them... I'll allow this to be expandable, but I'll probably have them share a belt with whatever is next. Let me see if I can do this off memory. That's a terrible idea, let's not do that. Okay, silver wire is next. Could also be plastic bars. Yeah, we'll have them share with plastic bars. That seems like a decent enough idea. Plastic bars, I believe, is actually just made in a regular assembler. I just have to actually find where it is. There you are. You're made, yes, in a regular assembler. Okay. So, as always, when I'm designing something like this, the first goal is to make it work, and then we can make it work well later. So, let's get the silicone bowls up here and the liquid plastic up here. I'll start with the plastic. Oh, plastic's already pretty much right here. Look at that. I might even just drop you one. And branch off from right here. Oh, that lines up. Perfect, look at that. I'm even going to just flip you around. There we go. And if we need more plastic, we'll figure it out. Silicon now. So let's get you running down this way. Which means we're going to want a couple undergrounds here. mind me as I just, like, super micro-optimize my belts. Where is silicon? There you are. You're way down here, okay. So, if I want you here, then I want the splitter here, which means I want these guys underground, like, here. There we go. And I don't need to mess with stone, but I might as well, because otherwise I just have to underground the silicon, so... might as well. And you go here, and straight up. Okay, so that should be the silicon portion taken care of. Let's do like that. I'm just thinking if I do turn the plastic up, then I don't want something in the way of future inputs there. Yeah, you can definitely use a second inserter here. That's fine. That's 2/3 of it, I believe. What's the other part? Now I need silver wire, okay? So, I do want to leave room for these to be expanded, but I don't think I'm going to give them, like, this entire infinite vertical column. I think I will just move very far up this way. Oh, but that makes it hard to get the silver up here, though. Yeah, that does make it hard to get the silver up here. Okay, silver can come up this way. I realize I'm not leaving room for you, but, like, I don't want this to be a super massive chunky setup. So let's not be, like, super silly with it. And then... where is silver? Actually, don't know. I don't know which of these lines has silver on it. There's silver. Okay. So then... we'll just underground, like, here. That's fine. And there's silver. For right now, we'll also need copper, so let's go ahead and get copper to run up, like, right next to it here. We do need copper wire, actually, which does mean that we want the wire, like, these, whatever these are called. I can't remember, the wire spools. That's a good word for it. So, I'm gonna have to try and drain some of this copper, which is gonna make the bots a little unhappy with me in the short term. But I found a patch of gray belts through here anyway that I should probably upgrade. Not that I'm sure there aren't more gray belts back that way, but, you know, might as well grab them while I'm here. Nearly there, at least for this stretch. Okay, and let's find somewhere else that I can grab more copper. This is actually a wonderful place to grab more copper, as long as I don't grab from both sides of the belt. And actually, speaking of which, I should probably just start doing it from up here, since this is actually the direction that matters. Okay, there we go. So silver and copper. Come up this way. And... like, I'm trying to think, do I want the cables on this side, or do I just want to leave a lot of room and do them on this side? And the big deciding factor here is how to handle this belt. I think I will just leave them a lot of room and put them over here. And if that becomes a problem, this is no big deal to move. Like, this would be super easy to move. So what's the harm? Now I just gotta figure out how exactly I want to do this. So, like, what I'm thinking is... Here are you, but you need copper wire and silver. So here's the silver, but I still have to make the copper wire. And that's fine, I could make it here. But now how do I expand this? You see? I could also try and do wire as direct insertion since it crafts so fast. Like, I come over here. You need 3 silver wire, but only every 3.5 seconds, so that's less than 1 per second, and you craft 5 transistors out of that. Yeah, that is interesting. So maybe what I'll do is I'll have the transistors here, and I can extend them up this way as much as I want. This belt here, I'll actually feed the other direction and bring you in from below. I'll do like that. And, you feed in there, but you still need the silver wire. Yeah, I'll just have another belt for the silver wire. That's fine. Like, trying to get too clever with it, I think, is, just costing me more time than it's potentially saving me, you know? So let's not get too clever with it, let's just make it work. There we are. Pick up bar. Pick that up. And then I can have you even, like, much closer down here, and if I need to move you, then I can. So I'll leave like 1, 2, 3 spaces, and then there you go. So you will be silver wire, which is in metallurgy. But silver wire requires copper wire, which I will just direct insert. Yeah, like, I'm not thrilled with this, but it's gonna work. It'll be fine. Mostly what I'm concerned about is output for this guy, because I don't really know how I'm gonna handle that, but I was thinking maybe something like this, and then I can just underground through here. Something like that. Like, again, it's not beautiful, but it will work. And if I need another silver, I'm making... Oh, I'm actually not making quite enough copper cable. Interesting. I mean, that's certainly more copper cable than I'm gonna, or more silver cable than I'm gonna need, but it is interesting that this actually doesn't fully support one of these. Anyway, get that hooked up. Oh, the first of the silver is coming in. Perfect timing. Do I have random junk on me I can get rid of? Not much that's worth worrying about. I do have 5 logistic spots on me, somehow. I guess I'll keep the extra inserters, why not? Okay, and there's the first of the transistors. I might even make a couple of these. Which means maybe I don't like this. Maybe I'm not so in love with that. Maybe I'll move this whole deal back one more space. Like that. I'll let the bot sort that out, that's fine. The reason being, that way I can have... yeah, like... yeah. That way I can have that going up as well. But that only works if I can have you coming down from here. Which means I will want to underground all of this stuff. Let's make those match. Okay, there we go. And then now I have a lot of random junk to throw away. So let's do that. I've got some silver wire. I'll just put that in your output, and then actual silver itself. There you go. And I guess the bots might be out of range, so let's do that. I'll let them have the honor of the inserters at least. Where's bot range? Oh no, they should have been able to do that. I don't know. Whatever. I can see the color changed on the inserter, so someone's coming to do those, so I won't bother with it. Anyway, that's, let's see if I can't just scale that up. I have no idea how many of these I should aim for. Probably shouldn't continue past like that, so let's do that. And I guess I will actually hook you up also. And since they have the reach so far, I will once again replace you with red inserters. I wonder if I can ghost replace that. It does keep the settings. Okay, that's cool. I like that. That's nice. And then just output over here somewhere. There we are. Let's bring that down and then we'll go somewhere with it. With transistors finished, that brings us to the red circuit boards themselves, which are phenolic boards, copper, tin, and ferric chloride solution. Ferric chloride, I believe I am bringing onto the bus somewhere, but maybe not. Maybe I just made it and threw it in a tank. If I am just throwing it in a tank, then I guess I have to run it all the way over here. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm actually, doesn't look like I actually brought it over, so let's, you know what? I can just ask the bots to do it. I know I am making it. Somewhere? Ferric chloride solution, okay. And this whole thing is in logistics coverage, so that's wonderful. I don't have many spots open for it. Yeah, like, originally this one's taken by oxygen for, that stuff. So I don't want to run up there, so I guess that leaves starting down here. So let's see what I can do with that. Okay, so that's actually not bad at all. That lines up with all those pipes up above. I do definitely want to turn at this point somewhere. Yeah, this whole front area is getting a little messy through here. I can maybe run you right along the front, though. Let me just be careful about it. Let me try and be in front of tanks so that my footprint doesn't, like, occupy valuable land. Like this. I don't really like that one, but there's nowhere else it can go. And then we're kind of free down here. I'll go another one or two more, though. Yeah, this seems like an okay place to drop. Perfect. Cool. And what do you know, we're actually already through to where the bots had already started placing stuff. Unfortunately, we're right up against this coal belt, which isn't that cool. Can I go any more? Can I go like one more to the right? Kind of. I kind of can. Yeah, we'll see how this does. Let's go one more. Okay, that lines up. That's cool. That's good. So that should get us ferric chloride to this point, and then I can just start running it over this way. Well, looks like we ran into some power poles, but whatever. We're fine. And that was a lot easier than running it by hand. So now that we have the ferric chloride over this way, where is this? Let's just do that. Yeah. I've got like 33 coal on me, but I'll worry about that later. So, ferric chloride comes up, that's going to make phenolic boards. I already forget the recipe for that, though. Actually, we need liquid resin. I forgot about the liquid resin. Yeah, that needs formaldehyde. Ooh. Ooh. That's the only way we can make formaldehyde, huh? Okay, we can make resin from wood also. The reason this formaldehyde recipe isn't good, for me specifically, because that takes green metal catalyst, which takes aluminum. And we don't actually have a source of aluminum yet. I could start washing Rubyte. I could start washing Rubyte. Like, I could probably manage that. That would just be... The reason is that I'm even considering this is that it's not like we aren't going to need aluminum. Like, aluminum is going to be important. And I would like to get smelting for aluminum up and running. You know. Why is this belt not full? I realize I'm getting sidetracked again, but this belt is full. But the output is not. Well, I guess that's the gaps caused by stone. That's acceptable, that's fine. Wow. Kind of insane that, we're having this stone belt stutter like that. That's nuts. We've got almost 2 full yellow belts of crushed stone going. And like, hardly anything's even reaching the end down here. It's just, I guess we do have more than 1 yellow belt's worth of crushed stone being dealt with right now. If I were to entertain the idea of doing washing for Rubyte, now that I have bots, it's not totally infeasible. I could clear some of this room, throw down some washing machines, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. The worst part of doing the washing for bottleneck was just routing the belts in, but there's plenty more room for Rubyte, so that shouldn't be an issue. And honestly, it just kind of sounds like a good idea. Let's just do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I did 8. Not for any particular reason, I just figure I'll do the same. I don't really know where I can stick them. Like, I could just do it here. It would just be ugly. Like, there's no getting around it. It would be ugly. And I would like, the geode crushings to be able to stack if possible. I could do a horizontal flip this way. I could even do it, like, way out here if I really wanted. I'm not really sure what the best idea here would be, and I'm afraid if I try to force place this over stuff that I might accidentally delete pipes in the woods or something. I don't really know a better place. Like, I'm not going to throw it below power or something, you know? This spot is somewhat tempting, actually, funny enough. It wouldn't be that bad to get the belt out to. It wouldn't be good, but it wouldn't be bad. And then it would be quite easy to send it back into the sorting over here. The only thing I want to be careful about is if I do tap a Jivelite patch for whatever reason, or a Continuum, or however the white one is pronounced, I do need to leave room for 2 more sorting processes. Let me just see how far that would have to be. So, I will use the belt as my measuring stick so I don't accidentally mess up any of the recipes or anything. Which is a little easier said than done. Let's do that, and then like that. Okay, so there's 1 extra, and then there's 2 extra. And then let's get rid of all these power poles. Okay, so I just want to build to the right of that setup. Funny enough, that actually means this is in the way, so that may have to move at some point in the future. Just zooming out and checking out pollution and all too, like this doesn't please me. That's a little too close for my liking. So maybe... yeah, maybe I will put washing over there. I think that's just a good idea. It's just something we should do. Paste. There we are. But routing the geodes back over here to get processed would be a pain, actually. So maybe I will just put it up here, just immediately change my mind. Yeah, I think I'll put it right above here, even though that's kind of annoying. Let's go ahead and flip you back. Yeah, I'll put you like right here, unless there is a pipe in the way somewhere along this line. In which case we'll only find out once most of this has been built, but part of it can't be. But we do need, I'm assuming, 8 flotation tanks, though I'm not seeing them pop up, which is a little curious. I can't imagine we just have 8 flotation tanks in storage somewhere, but that is within construction range, right? Maybe it just won't pop in until all the trees are dealt with? Okay, there, it just doesn't pop in until the trees are dealt with, okay. So let's start making those flotation tanks. I only actually have the materials to do 5 of them, and that's going to be a lot of bronze. It is so nice, like, watching them carry the absurd amount of pipes down there, like, it's so nice not having to do everything by hand anymore. Let's set some of these filters just while we're at it. There we are. Oh, we did have some in storage, it looks like, funny enough. So I've actually overcrafted because I just assumed that we wouldn't have any. Wherever they went. They're in here somewhere. Oh, there you are. I managed to stop it crafting at exactly the right moment, so we have the perfect amount. Okay, let's run down there. Can't have the bots get all the glory. So here's our input. We just have to get the crushed Rubyte into here, which honestly shouldn't be too bad. We crush Rubyte down here. The stone's filtered out that way. The crushed stuff is filtered out that way. If we could just turn this up somehow, that's really all we need. May even take the opportunity to upgrade some of this. Especially since this is being brought in by train now. There we go. That's a good chunk of it. We'll call that good for now. Well, oh, that's reds. Let's reverse that. There we go. Don't think we're getting reds up. Well, I guess they're not that far off, now that we're not struggling super hard for the yellows, but we're only just now not struggling for yellows, so I wouldn't hold my breath. Let's just turn this up, and I would love it if that would just work out somehow, but with all these pipes in here, that's just not gonna happen. Yeah, that's just not gonna happen. So, what we'll have to do instead, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, is underground you, through you on there, and actually come down and route you through your own crushing process, which seems somehow right and somehow wrong all at the same time. Route you up. And how much further we gotta get? We're pretty much home free once we get out of this area. The spaghetti, though, is going to kill me. But we still up, and we can just follow this belt around. And up. And underground. And there we are, all connected up. Do I have random bits? I do. So I can just go ahead and jumpstart this whole thing. Have fun. And you have fun too. Oh, I bet the yellow ammo chest is set up by now, so let's crash those. At least once we're back in logistics range. Speaking of which, let's just do something like that. Okay, so this is all filtering in. This is going to need purified water. You're going... Oh, you output nitric wastewater. Okay, I don't deal with that yet. Hmm. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I do still just crush you, I take it? Yes? Yes. Okay. Do I have just for some reason crushers on me? No. Okay. Let's see if for some reason crushers just exist in the network. That was crusher 1s, here's crusher 2s. Okay, crusher 2 can show up. Looks like we don't have any crusher 1s though. We only have one crusher 2. Okay, well I just wanted to see if we had any. Because if we did, I didn't want to, you know, overcraft them. Leave yourself some room, and you'll thank yourself later. And then that gives me the ability to... Actually, let's swap which of these is the filtered one. And then I can underground here. Go ahead and throw that in there. And then the geodes can come this way and get crushed. Yeah, the outputs are all the same, so the outputs can be joined up, that's no big deal. We just want the actual geodes themselves to come this way. Ooh, you are right in the way of the pipe, though. Right in the way. I guess I can do that, and that's no big deal. Okay. Do actually want to connect that to something, of course. So let's say right there. Seems reasonable enough. And you will be crushing cyan geodes. Okay. So pure water, you also take pure water. So that part's the same at least. Just run that over this way. And I don't think there's any reason to use undergrounds here. I think we're probably fine to just connect those with regular pipes. Problem is that that's going to create nitric wastewater, which I don't know how to deal with. Why are you not completing? Okay, you're just filling your pipes. Okay, I was honestly concerned why it was not filling the output, but okay, you're just filling your pipes. All good. Let's see how you deal with nitric wastewater. So I can just void it. I can process you into sodium nitrate mineralized water. Or I can do something with puffers. I'm nowhere near mentally or materially ready to deal with puffers right now, so let's go with the nitric wastewater purification recipe, which is just a hydro plant. I wonder if sodium nitrate's used in anything. It seems the answer is no. Make nitric acid out of it? Which is used in a leaching plant to make Rubyte crystals, which is kind of cool. It's a better explosives recipe. And it seems to be some sort of poison thing as well. Oh, you're required to mine the infinite Rubyte. Oh, okay, that's interesting. What is this used then? I'm just gonna go on a quick detour. Like, what are you useful for? Bullets? Okay, the elemental bullets, it looks like. The special Bob's weaponry stuff. Okay, that's fine. Nitroglycerin processing, yeah. I'm not super concerned with that, but it does seem like we need the acid if we want the infinite Rubyte, which is good enough reason for me to set up processing for the acid instead of just voiding it. So let's find a place to make and buffer it. So here's our hydro plants. Let's make another one. So originally I was going to have these horizontally expandable, but I believe I've changed my mind and I will make them vertically expandable. Which does mean the next time we need more like fresh water or something, we will have to change how this is all laid out. And the same with this guy over here. But that's not the biggest deal in the world. I'm mostly saying that because this one I am going to go ahead and start laying out so that he can be expanded vertically, which does make him different than all the others. Anyway, nitric waste. That is a 2. I think I crafted a 1, but oh well. I'll go ahead and make a 2. Not for any particular reason, I just... why not? So let's move you down this way. Where do you connect? Let's say you get to move out too. There, and then you move one. That's kind of backward stuff. Let's put the pipes in place. So then you connect here, but then that means you would also have to connect there, which is a little messy. A little unfortunate. Yeah, as a side effect of trying to mix the vertical and the horizontal combinations here, our pipes aren't going to line up very nicely. Yeah, there's just no good way to do this. I'm keeping the undergrounds here, but honestly those could just be regular pipes. I can still walk through just fine. No big deal, all cool. Let's actually put you down. There you are. You do have a solid output. Just like this guy produces... what are you? Sulfur! Just like he produces sulfur, you're gonna produce sodium nitrate. And sodium nitrate I don't think we're gonna have a massive use case for. So I'm going to actually make an entire warehouse. I should probably have a warehouse for the sulfur as well. But I am going to make a... you know what? 2 warehouses. Sulfur gets a warehouse because it should be in a warehouse. And then you just literally go right here. There you are. And then sulfur as well. I'm just gonna pick some of this up. I know I can't pick up the whole chest, but... okay. Temporarily, I'll just do that. Move all the sulfur over there. There we go. Okay. So now, I hope I can even get a warehouse in here. Yes, I can. Just barely. But it does fit. So now we get to do that same thing again. There we go. Okay, that wasn't too bad. And then I'll just put you there. You are, unfortunately, on the opposite side of the belt now. Does that matter? It doesn't matter for you, but it would matter for you, which is why I stopped it. Okay. Ghost? Inside, there you go. I'm not even 100% sure it matters, I just remember we mixed this belt with, whatever that white stuff is. Sodium hydroxide, I think it is, that, Blue Science needs. And, you know what? I'm just gonna look. Where am I? Okay. Okay, it wouldn't have mattered. It would have just come down here and merged anyway, so... Would have mattered for sodium hydroxide, assuming that is sodium hydroxide, but it doesn't matter for sulfur, which is, you know, good to know. This one still needs to be hooked up, so let's try and get this pipe escaped somehow. Always remember to put the pipe in the corners. I think this would be easier to run from the machines, actually. Let me go see where we have to run this from. Okay, so you're down here. And that runs into there. Okay. So we do have to get through this whole maze in here, which means we want to take a step to the left, and then a jump to the right. Okay. So I can run you up this way, up until here. Wow. Wow, we're getting full. And I gotta get all the way over there, okay. Animal processing, huh? I will actually click on this because I have no idea what this is about. This part of the mod focuses on the wildlife aspects. Yep. So, catch 4 fish, breed them as a way of regenerating your health, food for later animals, processed into oils, pulp used in farming, polluted fish water can be processed for extract, and crystal splinters for crystal processing. Process their water to extract alien spores, which can be processed further for alien artifacts. Okay, that's pretty much the only part I did know. Explore the planet to find puffer nests to obtain puffer eggs. Only gaseous puffers can be found in the wild. Yellow square on map. Yep. Breed your smelly puffers to obtain different ways of processing gases. Hatching eggs in the breeding cycle gives something eggshells, which can be ground up and combined with polluted fish water to produce higher tier crystal shard. Interesting. Be careful with the mutation chance. Okay, biters. Do some experiments on your puffers and maybe you can breed some tame biters yourself. Study them in order to obtain crystals, which can come in handy to increase your factory productivity or speed them up. Breeding the biters using queens can give all 3 tiers of crystals. Yep. Biters eat a lot of alien processed meat, so make sure you have plenty of butchered puffers and fish available. Okay, I mean, it doesn't sound bad. We all know how not sounding bad and not being bad are not often the same thing, but we'll just have to find out when we get there. I can put this right through here. Like, I'm just gonna put that there to mark the space, run you over, and try to run this way. I really hate where these pipes are winding up, but I can't be bothered anymore. We're just gonna run them and they're gonna be where they're gonna be. Let's fill in the corner over there. And where am I trying to get to? Over here. Ooh, that's on the labs. That's no good. I guess I will try and run this way. Okay. I can get to here and then run down. That works. Yeah, that works. Then just connect up there. And that should connect everything. That should work. I'm still waiting on that to be placed. Okay, cool. Now, yes, you're immediately working. Okay, very nice, very nice. And you immediately filled up on mineralized water. Because that's saline water. Okay, very glad that I noticed that early, and that the game no longer allows the mixing of fluids, because that would have been very unfortunate. Mineralized water. Okay. That's over here. Which is still pretty easy to get to. Just, you know, can't get too excited. Can't just try and connect reasonably similar outputs. Gotta make sure they're actually the same output. There we go. I would love if this could be undergrounded, but it's like, it would be so stupid. As it is, I can't really walk through, but, you know. Oh well. Okay, so that's running. All good. Let me, swing over this way, see how you're going. Okay, excellent. Very good. That means it's time to actually go down and connect the wash door, which does mean I need to upgrade this thing over here. The sorter. So let's make a sorting machine too. Yep, just making sure there weren't sorting machine 2s for whatever reason. It would be weird if they were, but I wanted to make sure. Okay, and as I've done with the others, I'll probably leave this one the default crushed recipe, and then this one gets to be the super special recipe. I'll go ahead and disconnect you for now. None of this is moving, which I do want to go look at. Not that I think we should be using very much lead, but I just want to make sure that nothing weird's going on. Definitely does seem that it is, in fact, just lead being backed up, and that's fine. If anything, I'm washing this Rubyte means technically we get less lead per Rubyte, which, with all the other ores, is a bad trade-off. You want the primary product, and having to trade that primary product for the secondaries is a little painful. Here, I'm perfectly happy to trade away as much lead as I need to. I'm getting so much stuff. I guess the sorting facility was expensive. Anyway, yeah, let's get these belts upgraded for no real reason. I just kind of want to. And I'll start figuring out how I'm going to get the belts in here. So first off, this kinda sucks, but it also at least works. So I can do something like that. And it shouldn't be too bad to get the ore in here. Like, this is mostly pretty free in here. It's just going to require a little bit of finesse to bring it up and around this way. But once I get into this big open space, like, that's nothing to be concerned about. So bring you down and over. I would actually really like that to be a couple spaces higher. Maybe here. There we go. That way I can run you this way. And I'll probably try and just follow this belt down right here. There's a little bit of stuff in the way through here. One more. Yep, there we go. I'm doing this so that I can actually follow you on the inside of the belt. And then when I get to here, I can just underground under. With this side. And this area is getting kinda dense through here, but oh well, it works. Oh, I placed gray belts here somehow. Let's try and keep them yellow. So we're trying to get up into here. So yeah, we can just follow along with this guy. That's no big deal at all. Ooh, up until this point. It'll get a little messy in there, but that's fine. Ooh, I really hate that we line up with that pipe. I'm actually going to just run this way. There we are. That should just work. Yes. Yes, it does. And we want to be right here. Fantastic. Okay. All good. I'll go ahead and just preemptively throw... Oh, your recipe hasn't been changed yet, but that's fine. I would actually, hold on. I'd actually quite like you to work through the rest of this ore so I don't have to deal with it. Also, before I can change you, I need to do all the sorting up here. So the crushed stuff, when we sort you, gives aluminum and silicon. So the silicon, we already know what to deal with, but the aluminum is new. Where's the silicon line? Right there. Okay. So I'm happy to filter the silicon just like right here, I guess. Just filter silicon to the right. And I can just put a splitter here or something. Yep. Cool. I don't really know why you're gray. I guess I just pipetted and grabbed some gray. I'm gonna just manually upgrade this. And, ooh, that's not what I wanted. Let's not do that. Okay. Oh, cool. So now silicon goes that way. And then the aluminum, which is completely new, I will put down here, I guess. Filter, aluminum. And we'll just run that way. On the other side. Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, all this stuff is completely full, but I'm just gonna shove you in here for now. There you go. There you go. Okay, all good. And now I'm going to change your recipe to the washed. Gonna even go ahead and get you kickstarted there while I go connect your belt. There you go. Just make sure that actually shows up. Yes, okay. That's gonna just sit there, and there's our first aluminum ore. Sadly, this belt is completely backed up with lead. So we're not even gonna get to see any of it. Which is actually going to be an interesting issue with aluminum. You know what? This is a case where I might actually go ahead and make both of you, washed. I'll keep this belt here in case I want it for some reason. Maybe I might keep this belt here. It might just be more effort to get rid of it than it's worth, though. I'm trying to think how I could even get both of you to have some of this. I might do something kind of gross and move your inputs down here. But I just don't... I don't see any other way to get that in there. So let's do this and do that. Oh, you're still a 1. Okay. Well, let's upgrade you. Oh, all that research finished again. Yeah, just ways to materialize gems from the geodes, basically. I guess I'll research that. Might as well grab heat pipes. And I'll just grab some of this stuff. Again, I'm kind of just doing research for the sake of doing research at this point. Might as well take a sip of water while I wait. You down. Change your recipe. There you are. And the reason I've done that, like I was saying a minute ago, this is actually one of the rare cases where I don't really care about the primary product. I kind of want the secondaries almost more than I want the primary, at least for right now. So I'm perfectly happy to get less lead if, in exchange, I get more aluminum. Not that I think I even need, like, an absurd amount of aluminum right now or anything. It's just I know I will need some, and right now I do not need lead. At least not in any great quantity. Now that'll change once Blue Science starts, of course, but all the same, I would like a little aluminum for right now. Which does also mean I need to set up somewhere for aluminum to be. I don't really need you right now. In fact, I believe I will just borrow you. And, hold on. Let me make sure this is reasonable. So, leave the gap, just like all the others have. Have your inserter. And then the blast furnace. There we go. Okay. Oh, cool. Now you are going to be aluminum ingots, but to make aluminum ingots, I don't actually use aluminum ore, I use alumina and carbon. Alumina, then, is aluminum hydroxide, which is still made in a blast furnace, but then alumina hydroxide is made in a powder mixer from aluminum ore and sodium hydroxide. Sodium hydroxide can be made in a number of ways, but it's that same stuff that we're sending into Blue Science, actually. There's a couple ways it looks like we can get it. But none of them super helpful right now. Yeah, that's not even blue, that's purple science. And that's the way that I'm currently making it. I could also get... is that not simply using sodium hydroxide to make sodium, which would then be reconverted back into sodium hydroxide? Yes, it is. Okay. So currently the only way I have of getting sodium hydroxide seems to be saline water electrolysis, which is fine. I already have that set up. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't another way to get this, But yeah, okay, that's fine, I guess. How much does it take? It's 3 to 12. That's actually not an incredible ratio. 12 aluminum hydroxide makes... Okay, so it's 1 to alumina. And then alumina is 1 with the ingots. Okay, so yeah, we actually do need a fair amount of that sodium hydroxide, it turns out. That's interesting. I'm flipping through recipes like I'm going to come across some great revelation in here somewhere. There are these all these processing steps that I can do that are technically more efficient, and I really should be looking into them. I just, you know, one thing at a time. So, you will make alumina and turn in, or you will take aluminum hydroxide and make alumina, which you will then just pass to another blast furnace, who will make aluminum ingots from 3 carbon and alumina. That's reasonable. Yep, no big deal. Let's do something like that. Do I have a good source of carbon nearby? Yes, okay. I wanted to make sure this was actually carbon before I got too excited, but fortunately I do already have this, and I can just run this. Why am I splitting here if I'm going to do that? I can just split, like, here. There we are. Once again, I find myself using the gray belts for no particular reason other than they're just the ones that were there. So anyway, there's the carbon, and that can be fuel for them and ingredient. That's no big deal. The aluminum hydroxide, that one I'm a little less satisfied with, but there's nothing much to be done about it. I just need a powder mixer and I need sodium hydroxide. Let's grab a powder mixer. There you are. And I suppose while I'm here, I should make another blast furnace too. And while I'm waiting, I can run that aluminum belt over, because it's still all the way back here. How far does that reach? It reaches pretty well. Don't want to be in the way of this coke belt, so I'm going to run this as far back as I can. There we are. And then just up and over. There we go. And then just keep on pulling this over. And we'll feed up into here eventually. But in order to do that, I actually need to go hunt for that sodium hydroxide belt and bring it down. So I suppose I'll just underground around in here. And I'm going to do a splitter ghost, so that I can go ahead and say the right side is filtered to... Oh god. There we are. Sodium hydroxide, there we go. And then... There we go. Oh, but that's gonna mean sodium hydroxide can't continue down this path, which is not quite what I want. I'll actually have to do a second splitter down here, and remove that entirely. And then split off of that. One more. There we go. And that way sodium hydroxide is allowed to continue down this main path, but only sodium hydroxide can come down this secondary path. And this is kind of just right in the way of everything. So let's pick up all these rocks. Thank you guys. Good enough. I'm going to bring this down. This is probably going to be the first time I'm bringing something down through a gap, but that just seems like a good idea. So I'm going to bring the sodium hydroxide down through here. Why did I underground here? You're a rock. Okay. I guess that's cool. There we are. Okay, so I'm going to bring you up. Let's wait for just a sec. So, I would like to split you about here, and then have you just underground like that, and that's cool. That way, if anything else needs carbon also, it's just here and ready to go. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this coal forward, and kind of the same idea. Nothing's going to use it here, but I still want it to be there, so I'm just going to bring it forward. This can... here, there, and there. So now there is a half a belt to that, and that can just come up and feed into these guys. You... how do I want to do you? I might just direct insert here. So, powderizer. Let's go long pickup. Set your recipe appropriately, and get aluminum ore in here. This doesn't leave room for output though, so that's no good. I guess that was fine, actually. That was fine. Let's throw that back in there. Because... yeah, this gets a little... this gets kinda ugly really fast, actually. Especially if I would ever want a second one, like over on this side. So maybe I will move you down. On the other hand, I keep going back and forth on this. I just need to think this out. I could, of course, just have a second powderizer on the other side, if I do have a second one, or I could even just put, if I didn't want to do that, I could literally just put an insert right here and feed it over. And this one can be direct insert. And I don't see how that's a problem at all. That just seems fine. Powderizer, yeah. Let's just go with that. So you, long pickup once again, set all this one more time. And let's go red inserter, just because I think you might need it. And then let's get the ore in here, and I actually don't even need that, I don't think, because this will also direct insert up here. Yeah, that should just be fine. And then let's get the ore in here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, very good. That should load up. And once we hit a second recipe's worth, because this does 12 at a time, in that case, how much do you produce? 2 per second, and you take 9 per second. I might just go ahead and make a second one of these. Does mean, once again, having to rework how they work. Are you a powderizer? You're a powder mixer. I've made that mistake before. Powder mixer, there we go. In which case, I am going to have to redesign this once more, like I said. So, underground through here, I made you, so let's go ahead and get you going. Mostly just so I can throw all my carbon in there. But just as importantly, let's rework this design. There we are. That powderizer, or powder mixer, important difference, can go here. Ooh, okay, it kind of just barely works. Kind of just barely works. I could actually just move you over. That's not a big deal at all. Yeah, there we go. And then just do something like that. Whatever, sure. And you just get all the inputs you could ever want. Reason being, 2 normal inserters is going to be cheaper than a fast inserter, so I might as well try and be a little conscientious. Not like it really matters. What are you low on? What are you low on? Oh, there's just no aluminum ore. Well, I happen to have some. There you go. Okay, so you have aluminum ingots now, which should be output on this side. Why does this feel different from all the other ones? Let's move this inserter down one. Just, why not? I'm trying to make this less ugly, and I'm not sure if I'm succeeding or not, but I sure am doing something. Okay. And then we'll just run you up that way, however far that way happens to need to be. Yeah, like you can just go here. You're going to be aluminum, wherever aluminum happens to be. Oh, you're right on top. Okay. Guess I should go ahead and make one of those. That's a casting machine, but I guess we'll need that. Let's make an induction furnace, though. There we go. What are you making? Silver, okay. I guess you don't really need the extra inserter. I was wondering why you only had one when some of the other ones have 2, but I think we'll live. Okay, here's the first molten aluminum coming out. And then just to make sure you don't require anything too weird. Yeah, okay. So, typical ratio, yes. So that's 4 plates from 10 molten, that's typical ratio. You are 40 molten to 1 sheet. And then it's 4 plate from 1 sheet. Yeah, I still don't quite understand why you would want to do this. Yeah, that's just odd to me. I don't understand. Like, it's 8 plates worth to make 2 of you, and 1 of you makes 4 plates, which is 8 plates, and yeah, I'm stumped at that point. You get a slightly better, very slightly better deal if you use the coolant recipe, but as it stands, just using this one is nothing. So, we will just cast into plate. There we are. I'm going to go ahead and just upgrade this one random casting machine 1 I have on me into a casting machine 2. And aluminum, there you go. So let's actually hook you up. And bring you over. There we are. Funny thing, I cannot keep my buffer at the same level as all the others, unfortunately. I don't know how much aluminum I need for things, though. Like, it's used in a lot of things, actually, looking at it. Especially buildings. And those are things that I will be handcrafting, most likely, and so I do want the ability to get. So you do need a buffer. You will just have to be at a different layer than everyone else. We grab a template from somewhere else. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3. You're 3 wide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that allows for at least 1 more if I need it. There we go. Let's grab the iron chest that's gonna need. And I could upgrade these to steel. It would probably make sense to upgrade these to steel by now, but oh well. I don't know what else to say, just oh well. And then you can join the bus right under glass. And let's just grab the random puffer, I guess. I was worried that there might be some sort of weird, like, expiration deal, like Gleba style, when I first started, with all the puffer nests and garden stuff. But knowing that there isn't, I'm a little more okay with just breaking them. I do have a bunch of random junk in my inventory. I almost said in my ore, because I'm looking at like crushed Rubyte and slag and stuff, so I think I will run down here and try and clean up a little bit. Oh, which is a good thing, because I didn't even think to make sure that these had power. Which, you know, generally is something you would like things to have. Sorry, bots. I was a little too far away for you. Okay, let's call that good, and let's go through some of this junk out. This lead, I'll just throw in the smelter. There you are. I have nickel. I believe these are nickel. These are, in fact, nickel. You can go in here. Crushed Rubyte. That's gonna have to go all the way to the washers, unfortunately. Slag. I guess if I have to go all the way to the washers, I can walk over that way. That's no big deal. And crushed Rubyte. Let's just throw you in there. Why are you backed up? I never put outputs on you. That would be a very good reason, I suppose. Let's put you on the inside. Oh, you already output on the inside. Okay. You specifically get to be on the outside. That way these are perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Okay. Once again, very glad I just so happened to come down this way, so that I could notice that this was broken. Oh, this crystal slurry's almost backed up. I kinda can't believe that, honestly. I'm not at all ready to have to start dealing with crystal slurry. Oof. I certainly don't want to avoid it, though. Okay. Mostly it's a matter of, do I want sulfuric wastewater, or do I want... Well, do I want crystal seedling, or do I want mineral sludge? I know what crystal seedling does, I don't actually remember what mineral sludge does. Oh, it makes those mineral catalysts. Okay, or I can just get free ore out of it, which is also interesting. Very interesting, okay. It is kind of a waste, though. Like, really, if you're going to be doing this, you want the crystal seedling. That way you can start making the gems. Because this way you get to make whatever gems you want. Whereas when you're actually mining gems, that's, I believe there are gems around here somewhere, but I'm not sure. We just... No? Really? Maybe you can only mine gems and just, like, straight up bobs, and maybe Angels just removes the gem patches entirely? I'm not entirely sure on that. Well, that's a convenient time to get the research for these things. I might even just move that up front. Let's get some of these guys. Sure. Good. Okay. What was that that one trigger tech I just saw? Brass. What is brass locking? Some things, but nothing that I see is before Blue Science aside from Turret 3. I could go for gun turret 3s if I really wanted. I don't feel pressured to. Crawler construction vehicle. Interesting. Okay. Anyway. I'm surprised to see just how much of this tank we filled up. I might just throw down another tank so that I don't have to worry about it in the near term. Also, apparently this one guy working on this is not fast enough. Oh, he's rarely working though. Let's just get another inserter in here and see if that's good enough. Almost. But not quite. I think just one fast inserter should make the difference. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna forget about this if I don't do it, so you just get another tank. And now that should be flowing better? Yeah? Sure does look like it. As long as they can keep it up. I don't want to leave until it's resolved because these are not running anymore. And that's important. Okay, it does seem like they're able to run now, but only just barely. Okay, there was also a backlog. Okay, now that the backlog's clearing, everything seems better. Oh yeah, definitely. Look at that go. Okay, okay. That's much better. We just had a monstrous backlog. That was the problem. Yeah, the stone keeps backing up. I think, though, that's because we're trying to shove it all onto one belt. Yeah, why are we doing that? This is gonna be not the best, but it works. Oh god. Okay, that doesn't work though. Let's pick that up. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Since this guy's right here, I just can't quite get that belt spaghetti to work out. I don't really like the way that all of the stone is being funneled onto the saccharite belt, though. Like, I do want something else to happen. I'm just not... Like, it's gonna require a lot of work, but it's gonna be worth it. Let's just move this. Like, everything's gonna come to a stop for a minute, and that's unfortunate, but... oh well. Okay, so the actual ore is undergrounded out of here and taken away, and that's all cool. This comes here, now get combined. Okay. Move you over here. That way I can split here, and this half goes that way, and then this half goes that way. Is that any better? Really hard to tell since I just caused everything to back up so hard. I'll just have to come look at it in a second. I have this other junk to worry about anyway. Let's go... I can just drop you on the belt, I guess. Yeah, not... Like, I've got a couple other little bits and bobs I'd rather not have on me, but... my inventory's definitely been worse. Guess I don't need that anymore. Okay, let's take stock of where things are. So I've gotten the Rubyte set up. It is locked up right now, but that's just lead being lead. I'm not really using lead right now. That does mean I have the very first of the aluminum setup, which is cool. I've got silver now. I've fixed plastic. Let me run back to the red circuit area. Or I suppose I should just zoom in over this way. So you are completed. What I needed was phenolic boards, which required liquid resin. And liquid resin takes urea gas, which is ammonia, which I believe we're voiding. No, we're voiding nitrogen. Okay. I think you make ammonia with nitrogen. Yes, okay. Which is red metal, which is fine. We can do red metal, no problem. So nitrogen and hydrogen. Hydrogen might be a little strange, but we'll deal. Yeah, okay. Just trying to see if there's any other way I could get ammonia. And there is blue cellulose fiber and a liquefier. But that's blue science. And that's also blue science. Okay, so the only way we can get ammonia is with this recipe here. We could go the wood route. That would require me to do some of this stuff, which I'm not exactly super thrilled about. So I probably just won't. And then you're also temperate kind of stuff. I believe that one's the animal one. Yeah, those are a little scary, and I'm sure very nice, but I'm not going to get into them, like, right now. So, anyway, the only thing that leaves open to me then, because I don't think I have this, no, that's blue science, so I have to make urea gas from ammonia and carbon dioxide, and I have to make formaldehyde, which is what I needed aluminum ore in the first place. Also need methanol, which I believe I'm already making, but I'm not totally certain. Let me just see. So, if not, I could make it from methane, but I think I might be making methanol. So, I suppose I should just head over to the chemical processing area, and I'll start working on ammonia first. Because I already have red catalyst. Red catalyst aren't too bad. But for the other one, I will have to belt over aluminum and silver ore, which are in kind of short supply. That one I'm not really looking forward to too much. So here's the belt that should have both copper and iron ore on it, but apparently we're using more copper than I thought. Hold on, where is the copper? There it is. So yeah, it's all getting picked away and melted. So it's nice in that I guess the factory's alive enough to be doing stuff with the copper. But it would be nice if we could get some of that copper ore up into the chemical processing area. Anyway, let's not get too sidetracked. We'll work on that later. So, we need urea gas, which is ammonia, which itself is a chemical plant, hydrogen, nitrogen, and red metal catalyst. So I might actually come up this way and steal half of those, just because it's 10 per recipe, and yeah, that's fine. These are gases, I believe. Yes, urea gas. So this should be on the gas processing side. Let's make sure I have a chemical plant or two. There we are. And just like I did with this guy, I really don't know where these things should go. Here's ammonia. Here's hydrogen. I'd like to be somewhat near them. So, without knowing how much of this I'm going to need, this becomes really difficult. I will probably just put you, like, somewhere in here. Maybe even just line you up with that guy. There we are. So this is going to make... oh god, one of these. There you are. Oh, I did, like, already forget. Let me move this. I did already forget that this is going to need the catalyst. So this might be another deal where I actually want him, like, up in here somewhere, just for convenience sake, even though it's kind of terrible. I might just put you, like, right in here somewhere, since, again, that's where the two gases I need are. Might go, like, right in here. For no particular reason, it's just, that seems fine. So let's go urea, which is made of ammonia, actually. Let's set you to ammonia. Let's set you to ammonia. There we go. So we'll have your inputs there. We'll have an assembler. I might make do with some Bob's shenanigans here and just have the assembler, like, over here. Let's just see if I can get that to work before I commit to it. Yeah, this is real painful. Oh, and that's right level with that belt, too. Where can that get me? Okay, that can get me there at least. And then this can get me here. Okay. You know what? It's kind of gross, but it works. You are going to be an incredible pain. Okay. I can run you up this way. And then, let's see, where does that leave this point? I can start running this way. Oh, wow, that's terrible. Okay, if I move this belt, it's not so bad. Because I can just lower this, and then connect you that way. That should be both your input gases, yes, correct. And then do that. Let's actually get the belt over here. So we can split here. Run this one down. Oof. Yeah, okay. It's not super nice, but it'll get the job done. And then you are... Actually, that doesn't even work. That's too far away for Bob's. Like, even trying to go full funny mode, that's not quite going to work. Unless I could get an inserter right in this spot right here. Which maybe isn't impossible. Difficult, but not impossible. Let's see if I can get that to work. Because that means hydrogen would have to come down to here. That's no big deal at all, actually. Yeah, that, I might do that, and then bring hydrogen one further that way, but yeah, that works just fine. And then you are pick up and drop bar, and you are pick up and drop bar. Pick up, drop. Pick up, drop. Yes? Yes? Okay. Okay, good. Looks good. I have the things somewhere, whatever these are. There you are. I even have random iron ore on me, so there's that. Okay, that should be all set up. Copper ore just isn't here, but it is set up. And then that will produce ammonia gas. I guess I should go ahead and make gas tanks. Okay, I've already got a couple, fortunately. So all of these are taken. This belt is kind of right in the way. But that's fine. I always love when you try to place something and there's like an almost invisible dead tree in the way. Okay. So there's my storage for my 2 new gases. Let's see how that goes. And I'll just run just straight this way. Maybe I'll try and be parallel to the plastic line where I can. Okay, you can be first, and just plug in right there. I really want that copper ore to be coming in right about now. That would be pretty cool. Well, at least we've backed up on the belt up to this point. Seems like we're just not backing up into circuits, which is surprising. These are the basic circuits. Surprising, that is, that we're going through that much copper on just basic circuit. I guess. I think I may manually help this process along a little bit. Oh, grabbed a little cold. There you go. So, I'm just gonna stand here for a minute, dump this copper onto the belt, because I'm a little tired of there just not being copper on here, and so this should last for a while. Thank you, box. Much obliged. Thank you. Okay. That's gonna loop all the way around and back down. I guess I could have chosen a spot on the belt that was a little closer to production, but oh well. I did it. Okay, very nice. So this should finally come over here and kickstart this process. we should start getting ammonia gas. And there we go. Okay, all the way over here, ammonia gas. Yes, very nice. So that brings us to step 2, where we're going to need the other catalyst this time. And I'm very hesitant on how I want to bring that in. I think I might bring just a giant horrible belt. Just, it needs both the aluminum and the silver ore, which are both coming right over in this direction. I could try and grab them from in here somewhere. Like, aluminum doesn't even exist until right here, so I could try and split silver and aluminum in here somewhere. But all the same, I think they will have to... I guess there's this clear space. I could just belt through here, I guess. Rather than trying to bring it through some of this mess, because that's just awful. I guess I could send it this way, and then up into here somewhere. I might even try and do it like right in here, just because this area isn't really good for anything else. So I could try and belt it right into here, do the gas, and then just pipe the gas out to where it needs to be. Does it sound like a wonderful idea? No. Does it sound like a reasonable enough idea to just go do because we need to get it done? Yes. So I think that's what I'm going to do. In fact, here's silver right here. Where is aluminum? Aluminum's right here. You are silver, correct? Yes. Yeah, I think I will literally just split right here. And split right here. Maybe you can split a tile or two further ahead. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you can split there. You can split there. Down. And around. And there is half a belt of each. Now we just have to do the marathon run all the way over to chemical processing. And this is a little hairy right in here, but it's nowhere near what the stuff below us is, so I'd still count this as a pretty big win. If anything, maybe I should bring this up now, but... too late. Yeah, I think I'll come right along the bottom here. There we go. And then out right here. And so we'll just do whatever chemical we needed. I honestly forget. We'll just do it right in here somewhere. Did I make the second chemical plant? Was I smart enough to do that? Yes I was. There we are. Okay, so this can be the assembler. And then chemical plant can go... Yeah, it can go here. So you need to be the green catalyst. And then you are going to make urea. What needed the green catalyst? Hold on. Okay, urea apparently doesn't need green catalyst, but something did. Something definitely did. Ammonia's red. Okay, what did we need that for? Maybe it was some other part. It's used in liquid resin, formaldehyde, formaldehyde. Okay, we need methanol and we need green catalyst. So let's go find methanol. Should be one of these closer towards the end. Ethane, butane. Oh, it could be one of these empty ones though. Okay, it's gonna be one of these empty ones. Let's find out which one it's supposed to be. Oh. Okay, methanol, not methane. Assuming I am actually making... Okay, here's methanol. So methanol is this one. So I can just bring you down. And let's set your recipe before I forget. Is it you? Liquid resin, yes. Methanol, formaldehyde. Okay, I forgot. We're making formaldehyde so that we can make resin. Formaldehyde, there we are. Okay, all good, all good. There we are. Okay. And then that's just another fluid to keep track of. Or a gas, I suppose. Do we need formaldehyde for anything? You are only used in resin recipes and a plastic recipe. I don't think we need to buffer formaldehyde. That's my executive decision. I think we're fine not buffering formaldehyde. In which case, we do still need to make urea, which is going to be carbon dioxide and the ammonia we just made. I don't believe we're buffering carbon dioxide anywhere, but maybe we should. I'm just trying to see if there's any good sources. We can turn wood pellets directly into carbon dioxide. Is that the recipe that we're using down here? Yes, okay. I was just curious if maybe this is hooked up to any larger systems in the gas area, but it doesn't look like it. So I don't think we actually buffer carbon dioxide anywhere, and it doesn't look like it. Let's cue more research. Let's get flamethrowers, sure. So let's find a good place to do carbon dioxide buffering. Because I would like to buffer that, I think. I may not even have special production up here. I may even just run a really long pipe down to where the algae processes are and just start buffering that carbon dioxide supply. I'm hoping... Okay, we're not even actually making enough carbon dioxide down there, so this is going to be a good opportunity to expand that anyway. So let's just run a really long pipe. I can see on the mini-map approximately where I'm headed to because the algae farm is just that big. Like, we're aiming for this kind of area right here, which is actually even below this rail line here. So we just keep on going for a good long while. And maybe I'll turn around here. And then turn here once more. Just that way I'm not in the way of the trains and all. And I'll connect that up. I'm surprised, honestly, that I haven't hit pipe limit anywhere. I've been a little paranoid since 2.0 came out about pipe limits, because I always feel like they're a little shorter than they actually seem to be. Okay. What that does tell me, though, is that we do want a little more carbon dioxide production. Let's do this. What's the best way to get you? There's some way I can get you through here once I have blue science, but that's not happening at the moment. Coal, steam, and oxygen does a bunch of interesting stuff, but that's blue science once again. Can just throw coal in a liquefier. That seems to be my best bet right now. Could do wood pellets again. It's 1 coal to 50, or 1 wood pellet to 70. Okay, the wood pellets are definitely the better option there. Let me see if there's anywhere I can just scrape wood pellets from then. I make wood pellets up here, but I don't make nearly enough. Let me upgrade these belts through here. Not for any particular reason. I don't think there is a throughput limit, but I don't know. Once you have mostly yellow belts, seeing the gray belts just kind of, it feels wrong, you know? Okay, I am sending a lot of fiber down this way that isn't getting used. But, granted, anything like this just backs up and then it all goes this way anyway. Yeah, I'm not really making excess wood pellet, unfortunately. If anything, I need more production of wood pellets to keep up with power. How is power doing? But that's still charcoal, that's charcoal, charcoal. Okay, but these... Okay, this one's coal coke. Coal coke, coal coke. And then a little charcoal, and these are just straight coal? How does that even work? Weird. Okay. You're not connected. Awesome. Well, I guess that means I have plenty of power. Okay, awesome, very cool. Are any of the other not connected? No, okay. Just making sure. Anyway, I would love to have a little more charcoal production, actually. What are you? You're a liquefier 1. Are you limited by what? Okay, you are running constantly, but only just barely, it looks like. Like you're just barely keeping up. This one up here is very rarely running. I don't think sending the wood into here honestly does very much at all. And it looks like I'm actually not producing enough wood. Unless this is stopped for some reason. No, these are running. I'm just not producing enough wood. Okay. Okay. So... Wow. That's something. So 50 of you is 80 carbon dioxide. Let me just look at this, because I am using algae to make carbon dioxide, then using carbon dioxide to make algae. So 80 carbon dioxide make 50 green algae. Can make 5 of you. And then 12 of you make 2 of you. So divide by 2, then divide by 6. So divide by 12. Okay. So I am definitely carbon dioxide positive with this method, but it's like... I don't know. I wish it could be a little better. I wonder if there's other ways to get green algae here. No. Okay. If anything, kind of counts this as the main recipe, it looks like. I mean, of course, I could just do the water recipe, but eh. Like, maybe that's not a horrible idea, though. Like, I do need the brown algae, come to think of it. How is brown algae doing, actually, over in the paper area? That shouldn't be moving at all. Yeah. You require saline water. Which we're probably voiding anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Okay, let's not get sidetracked there. Let's just make carbon dioxide. And the easiest way to do that is coal. So I will just do the coal method for right now, because we already don't have enough algae. And this is sitting completely idle, so, you know, you might as well use the coal for something. Let's just throw a liquefier, like, right here, I guess? I don't know what this line is used for. Okay, you are used for power, and you do go up onto the bus. Okay. So, for example, this is used to do military science. Or ammunition, if we needed it. So, I want to prioritize going to the bus, and deprioritize carbon dioxide, especially because we don't necessarily rely on this. We are producing enough. It would just be great to have a little more. So let's set this recipe to... I wonder if there's anything interesting we can do with carbon monoxide. Just curious. Doesn't really seem like it. Like, not anything that we need right now. So, let's go place that. I could just craft it and throw it to the bots, but it's a little easier to just do it myself at this point. What do I need? It's a liquefier, which is probably in here. There you are. Oh, too far down. Let's run back up. There we go. And then you, priority output to the right. And you're gonna make carbon dioxide. And then I have this big giant pipeline over here that you can connect to. So I'm just gonna run you that way. There we go. And connect. And so you should be outputting. Yes, okay. Which means this big tank up here should be filling. It looks like you are. Slowly but steadily. Because before you were going empty, now you're at least not going empty anymore. I'm gonna assume that's good enough. Yeah, okay, so you are ticking up. But if we wanted to actually use this for something, we probably need even a little more. Let's do even just one more. However, carbon dioxide is also a byproduct of other stuff, so I do want to disconnect that for just a second. come into here and get one of those, yeah, small inline tank. I literally already have one. Stop that. I can finally get rid of it, if anything. There we are. Do that. And then connect up to here. There we go. And so this tank holds up to 2.5 thousand. So I only want you enabled if... can I grab you? I can. Carbon dioxide is less than 2.25k. And then copy you over here. That way, this should somewhat faithfully represent how much total carbon dioxide we have in the system. Because, like, if this is 80% full, then this should also be 80% full, is generally the way that it works. Or at least that's my, my understanding. Fluids have never been my strong point, if that doesn't, show strongly enough. But, since we do create carbon dioxide as a byproduct, in the events that we are creating too much, I don't want us to back up. Anyway, that's going to just sit there and churn out carbon dioxide for us, so that hopefully we can come up here and put it to good use. Each of these creates 56 a second, as long as there's a steady supply of coal, of course. And I'm going to try and keep that number in my head so that as I come over here and I put down whatever it was that needed it, I can figure out if that's going to be enough production. Was it you? No, you just need methanol. Which you've never gotten, it seems like. Because there's no methane. Because there's no natural gas liquids. Am I not refining crude oil right now? Naphtha's full. Why is naphtha full? What? Oh, how is there... There's there iron on both sides? Okay. Well, that should bring things back to life soon. Let's see. As soon as you finish a recipe or two... Yeah, there you go. So now you've kicked back on, which should create... Well, that allows this to run again, which will then create the input to the other processes, which should give us a little bit of gas to play with. Not a lot, but a little bit. Yeah. These guys. You should be coming up pretty soon, right? Oh yeah, there you go. And then once you've kicked on, you should kick on. Yeah. There you go. Okay. And now, that should feed into here. Excellent. Okay. We still actually need the aluminum to show up at some point. But I guess that'll just be like the copper is for the other belt. In fact, I might go hunt for some because I really do need the that gas to come out so that we can run the pipes and know what's in the pipes. It just makes it a lot easier. Oh, but I'm not going to get any because lead isn't moving. Well, I can just steal some from in here. There you are. And just pop you in there. Did I not put the frames in you? Hold on. I'm pretty confident I put the frames in you. So where are they? Okay, sure. Let's just make a couple more frames, I guess. Is that not what they're called? Carrier, my bad. Let's find the carriers. There you go. Okay, we do still have to get these back somehow, of course. So let's actually just do like that. Okay. And yeah, you have to fill up with methanol, of course, but there's my formaldehyde. That's what I was after. With the formaldehyde down, I still need to actually finish the U, which is what I needed the carbon dioxide for. You're gonna make purified water, which is a little interesting. Okay, ammonia gas and carbon dioxide. Let's just set that up somewhere, and since we're gonna have purified water, maybe I'll do that kind of in no man's land up here, near the other start of this whole process. Might even try and put you, like, inlined with him. Well, that makes it more inconvenient, actually. Let's see if I can just put you, like, here. Okay, so you're the one who creates ammonia, right? So let's flip you. Well, that one can stay, actually. It's this that needs to move, and then up. I guess I need another chemical plant. Kinda thought I had one. I suppose I don't. And then carbon monoxide's way over here. So I will probably try and run him like this. That way he's at least kind of with the other gases. Yeah. Okay. A connection's a connection. Okay, there's the ammonia. Do we have a tank free? No. Let's go set up another tank. I feel like ammonia is one that we want to buffer. I haven't committed to anything though, so all I've done is place down a tank. Let's see if ammonia is actually useful for anything. It doesn't really seem that interesting. Fertilizer might be good. I'm sure when we get into plants it will be. What are you used in? You're used in the second tier of resin. That's it? Okay, maybe we don't buffer this because it seems kind of useless. Unless fertilizer is just like wild and crazy good stuff, I don't really care. Yeah, let's just run the pure water out of here. And then urea we'll figure out in a minute. Pure water, huh? Where is pure water being stored at? I believe that's you. Yes, purified water. You have this whole little thing going on here. Can I run you this way? I absolutely can. Excellent. Okay. So, underground, some stuff through here. Very cool. And nice. And I'll make these undergrounds a little less awful. Unfortunately, there's only so much I can do. But I can still do that. Let's throw you in there. Okay, so that's pure water, sorted at least. Now I still need the actual gas to go somewhere. Formaldehyde we also aren't buffering, interestingly enough, because it's just also not really used in anything. So resin is used in a couple different things. Yeah, we make you in just a regular old assembling machine. And you are a liquid, okay. So let's combine these in a chemical plant and store you as a liquid. I will buffer resin. That seems like an intelligent move. I'll probably just put resin right here. I have no more fluid storage tanks. Didn't even realize at some point I'd gotten storage tank 2, which requires a metal I haven't even seen anything else require yet. That's pretty funny, actually, that the only thing I've seen take Invar so far is a tank. Okay, there's that. That's going to be 4 resin. I'm going to just put the chemical plant that makes resin, like, down here. I can at least try and get it in line with the input here. Like so. And you're going to make resin. Oh, I guess I have to actually make the chemical plant. That's probably a reasonable idea. I think I'm going to skip the one extra tank. At least just bump him to the back of the queue. I love the bot swarm, man. It's so nice. Any day. And there we go. Okay. Please? Why not? Okay, whatever. We need the 2 things. Yep. Let's start running them in. Just to be fun and quirky, the bottom side can be the 2 and the top side can be the 1. Where am I even going? Okay, the top one. What do you want to be? You are urea. Urea's right here. Fortunately, you're in line with quite a few other fluids. But I can... with great tribulation, I can get you out. Okay. Now we need to run all the way down to formaldehyde. Which is down here somewhere. There you are. Okay, I'll keep running down for a little while, but then I have to cut to the right. That's actually a perfect spot right there. That fits right in with all the others. Perfect. Like it was planned. It certainly was not, but it's like it. Perfect. Sure. Okay, well that's both the gases hooked up. Let's get you some power. There we are. And we're producing. There's liquid resin piling up lightning fast. Oh, I just noticed we are having power problems once again. Awesome. The solar panels. I forgot the solar panels. Yeah, our power demands are suddenly spiking pretty high. Okay, anyway, that is resin taken care of. I'm going to try and find a place to run it as a fluid on the belt, or on the bus, rather. Which I think is going to go right here under ferric chloride. That just makes sense to me. Where can I get this across from? Like, I've got that pipe down there that I can aim for, but where can I actually worm my way into over here? Not very many places, actually. Like, maybe here, but even then, only up until this point, and then I have to turn somewhere? Maybe upwards? Let's try this way. And run over here. This is mostly clear. Up until I hit science. Oof. And then run up. Run around. And then just kind of straight down. Yeah, straight down works. Gonna have to underground iron, but that's perfectly okay. Okay, that should be connected up to wherever I arbitrarily decided to start. Oh wow, they've got so many gifts for me. Okay. Starting from here. Let's just keep it running. There we go. The bus is, I always forget just how long the bus is. Now that we have that, that's going to allow us to create the phenolic boards. We do still have to route paper up. Not that I think that's going to be a huge task. That's pretty much just run a belt along the right-hand side of the lake. But I should go ahead and do it, just while I'm thinking about it. Not even entirely sure where paper lines up with all of this production. Okay, there's wood, so paper's just a little ways down here. Yeah, there we are. Not even buffering paper, actually. Is there a reason to buffer paper? Just out of curiosity? No, it is only used in phenolic boards. Okay. Let's just run you up then. So, I am making sure that I'm out of the way of any future sorting operations, but I do also have to try and weave my way into one of these little gaps in the blast furnaces. I think it's probably in my best interest to weave into this one here, and maybe even this one, even though that means kind of hooking left and then coming back around to the right, just because I don't want to leave gaps like that, because they're very valuable spaces. Like, I've been pretty crammed, and I've just been lucky so far that for the most part, every time I need a belt, I just so happen to have an empty space. But as soon as that stops happening, it will be sad times. So let's not take the gaps for granted. Let's use them as they appear. Don't want to be in the way of sorting though, so let's keep it mostly up top. There we go. Okay. So that's paper coming in. So you can just run along right with all of these guys. Ooh, that is a tight squeeze I wasn't anticipating. I don't actually want to get in here. That's kind of tough, interestingly enough. Let's underground you. And then bring you in over this way. There's so many bots. And go like that. And then we can just have that belt run along right there, and that's just paper. That's paper right there. Honestly, oh, there we go. Given that paper, where is paper? Paper is only used in phenolic boards. And phenolic boards are a lot more dense. It does kind of make more sense, actually, to make the phenolic boards on site rather than ship the paper up. Like, is resin really used for anything else? It's used in making fiberglass, which is fiberglass boards, which is blue circuits. So it does make sense to have the resin as a fluid on the bus, but I also might just run it down rather than run paper up here. Yeah, I think I've kind of talked myself into that. I think I will craft the phenolic boards immediately, rather than trying to run paper up here. So let's actually just intercept all these. I know the bots are doing their best to try and fill me up with junk, but I'm filling myself up with paper right now. Which I really don't need to, because I'm going to have to clean up this belt anyway. I guess I'm just trying to minimize the amounts in the future that I have to clean up this belt. Let's do that. Okay, now run the resin pipe down this way, which shouldn't be too bad. This entire right-hand side of the lake is pretty clean, so it's literally just going to be a long pipe all the way down. Funny enough, though, I might have to utilize one of these other, you know, gaps, though. Like I was just saying, you don't want to take those gaps for granted. You never know when you're going to need them. So, right there is the resin, yes. Resin, resin, pipe. Okay. Ooh, but that ore is right in the way. Okay, if I underground this particular belt, it works out. Where am I going? Just still straight down, okay. If anything, I can start to hug this belt over here. So let's just do that. There we go. So that's my output belt. That's all cool. Here's my resin. Also cool. Here's paper. Paper can extend this way, kind of as far as I want it to. And then we will return the paper back this way. So, you know, kind of one of these deals. This is right in the way, but I'm going to choose not to worry about it. So let's say we have you here. Phenolic board cannot be crafted in this machine. Must be crafted in a tier 2. Okay, this is a tier 1. That's cool. All good? Understood. In fact, let me just upgrade these guys. Well, those are fine. Phenolic board. Paper, resin, yes. All good, very cool. What's the rate? So 1.8, 1.9, let's say. You produce 0.28. Okay. So, yeah. 0.37. Okay, fortunately, 0.5. Okay, so I need more brown algae. Yeah, okay. So this is going to get a little expensive. I have algae farm 3s? Huh. Okay. I'm always getting distracted, terribly, but you can't really blame me for wanting to upgrade power at the moment. Especially given the way that it's already not quite keeping up. Oh boy. These pipe recipes. These pipe recipes. I might... Yeah, the problem is I don't believe I'm providing the system with iron pipes, or I would just request iron pipes, but I'm not putting iron pipes in a chest anywhere, so that doesn't really do me any good. I can go ahead and start crafting a whole bunch, though. I'm mostly curious to see just how much of a boost that I get from going from a tier 2 to a tier 3. Okay, there's the tier 3. Punched in. You do... Okay, 50% faster. 50% faster is pretty respectable, especially since you go from 3.33 to just flat 5. That's pretty good. Yeah, we're no longer outputting all of the algae that we produce. Let's see if it stays that way. So I'm going to take note of how much is in here when we go over. So that was 20. Let's see if we're under 20 when this recipe finishes. It certainly doesn't look like we will be. No, okay. But you are full. That's wonderful news, actually, though, because that means we can support another crafter here. even if I can't keep you at full up, I should have another one crafting. Whoops. Let's get that going. Okay, it does look like for the upgrade I mostly just need bronze pipe. So let me craft a bunch of bronze pipe. Okay. Oh, and don't forget the actual output for you either. And I should probably just go ahead and upgrade this belt. Might as well upgrade over that way as well. No reason not to. There we are. Oh, and that's all that research finished again. Okay. Personal laser defense, I guess. Laser damage. Gems? Sure. Energy shield equipment, I guess. Sure. Yeah, I'm running out of things that, either that are just red and green or red, green, and military. I can take the better explosive recipe, I guess. I guess I'll research the robotic flamethrower drone. I mean, that sounds kind of awesome. Are you... Okay, you are outputting enough now. Let's get you upgraded. And of course, I know that this is a diversion from the brown algae, but I'm going to upgrade these three and then go worry about brown algae. I just, I saw that I had the threes and figured I'd take a brief moment to come over here and try and help out Power. Because, Power really needed it. Yeah, there we go. Let's do that, get you in, and get you outputting. And you can be here. Let's see. Okay, so you are just emptying in time. You will empty in time. And you're pretty much the same setup as this guy, so you'll empty in time, that's no problem. I can upgrade the rest of those guys later. Let's go worry about algae. There we go. Okay, and while the last one crafts up, I'll go ahead and get these connected. Okay, you're gonna need power and you're gonna need output. Let's go ahead and do all that. Of course. Of course that one's gonna be ugly. Whatever. Then we can drag across over this way. I didn't even realize until I was doing this just now that the reason these don't have inserters is these I placed as ghosts, so I guess the bots have come over and just filled these in. Might as well go ahead and upgrade them. Make better, efficient use of the space. Gonna need to upgrade these belts, I'm sure, so I'll do that in just a second. why don't you have power? Let's do that. And then you can go over there. And once again... Oh, excuse me. Throat's all scratchy. Let me have a sip of water. Once again, this one just gets to be ugly because the power pole wants to be right where its fluid input is, which is just grand. I could upgrade these belts myself, but that's what the bots are for. They get lonely if you don't call on them from time to time, so let's not take their jobs away. You require 0.37. Each of you produce 0.15. So 2 of these machines, 2.5 of these machines run you. But you require 0.75. Yeah, okay. These ratios should be fine-ish. You produce 1.5 mash, which is fine for 2 of you, but that's only 0.28 paper. And I need, like, more than 5 times that? Oh boy, okay. So let's start with another one of you. You are a liquefier. Go liquefier. You're actually a liquefier 1, so I can upgrade you and double you, and that will be more than enough. Okay. And then upgrade. Which does mean I don't want this side extraction anymore. I think I'll do like this actually, and then move this water pipe. That just makes more sense. Oh, I should use the iron underground pipe actually, since I just picked that up. Ooh, you're gonna be right in the way, aren't you? Let's just continue up this way, and then connect you over. Okay. Let's try that. I will also copy you. How'd you wind up 1 belt high? I'm not really sure. But that's fine. You can be 1 belt high if you want to be. These guys, I'm going to need quite a lot of. I might even run this way, actually. And then around, just so I can have even more room to put these. There's 12 of them. I don't know exactly how the ratios worked out. I didn't do 100% of that math in my head, but it's better than what I had. Why are the wires here so awful? I don't know. It gets to do what it wants to do, I guess. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to get a jump start on you. How's the pollution doing? We are getting a little close to this nest for my liking, but otherwise we're actually doing perfectly fine. We might get a sneaky attack from like one of these bases or something, like come way around this way and up into this unprotected top area. That would kind of suck. Gotta be careful about that. Anyway, let's get some of these outputs taken out. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. It's wonderful. It's the best that I can make it. And isn't that the best you can ever do? The most you can ever ask of someone? To just try their best? Okay. So, that's 12 of these. So 10 of them would be 2.8 plus another... Oh, punched my microphone. Apologize for that. So 10 of them is 2.8 plus another 0.5-ish. So that's going to be 3.3-ish. So that's not quite enough for 2 of these, but it's close enough. Let's get this pipe in here. And if we're only going to have 2, we might as well make the pipe line up nicely. There we are. You go here, pick you up. Oh, cool. Of course, this pole wants to be in the middle of this building. I can raise you up here. And then there's phenolic boards taken care of. With a weird little twisty belt. I do have a gun turret down there. If an attack ever comes for that area, I'm just hoping that that single gun turret can solo them like the hero he is. This area is actually looking pretty well saturated now. After upgrading just 3 of these, that's kind of incredible. Very happy to see that. I wonder how this is doing. Carbon dioxide's almost full, actually, which might have something to do with the increased wood down there. Maybe we just weren't producing at full tilt, and now that we are, maybe that's all the difference. Okay, so that's going to be phenolic boards coming up this way. I actually forget at what sections that I've cut this belt, so I'm going to have to watch a little bit carefully. So these boards are going to come up, they underground here, they go in here, and this is all paper right here. Let's just grab all that. Okay, and then reattach the belt. And okay, that was kind of it. Keep that going that way. Oh, just barely missed me. Oh well. So we got phenolic boards. What else do we need for red circuits? Just copper tin and ferric chloride. Alright. That's gonna give us the circuit board. But then the actual advanced circuit itself needs... Oh, you need basic electronic components? Oh, okay. Oh, I should probably be making these in, yeah, in electronics assemblers. Let's, oh, guess I have heat sources now? What's the difference here? Fluid burning heat source. Fluid burning heat source. Oh, this is just a recipe to adapt a burner heat source. Okay, okay, that's fine. Okay. Getting distracted. Anyway, let's make these in the little guys if possible. Because your crafting speed of 1, your crafting speed of 0.75. I don't see why I wouldn't. In fact, let's just make a couple more of these. I'm sure I'm gonna need them real soon. Okay. Then, trying not to pick up bots, but they're making it difficult. Where are you? Little guys, there you are. So that is gonna force me to recreate this design a little bit. But I think that's fine. I think I just picked up a bot there. Anyway, little thing. I might actually want to limit it to 2 so that I can get power conveniently, and then I can do more on this side as needed. You in, and you in, and you in, then long, long, long. Yep, there we go. And then move this belt in one because these are slightly smaller. And there we are. Bring them around that way. If we have to make the basics as well, like, where do I make the basics? Is there any chance I could just bring them in? No, that would be ridiculous. You have no carbon because there's no charcoal, which makes sense. Where is the charcoal? Here's that. Okay, it's not like I'm not making a decent amount of charcoal. Oh, I should upgrade these. These do, where is it on the side? Well, I believe they do double, pollution of the standard furnace. So, I can just craft a couple steel furnaces on me. How many do I need? 8. And if I trash those, then the bots can, eventually take them where they belong. We'll take a, we'll take the scenic route, but they'll get there. The crafting tab, yeah. The crafting tab, I'm very happy that 2.0 has added the search feature because I can't tell you how many times I start looking for something and I just look all over the place. Offshore pumps are, of course, in water treatment. And I've multiple times looked for the powder mixer and almost crafted the powderizer. Important distinction. Anyway, I'm going to allow the bots to just resupply me for a moment here, and then I'm going to get back to making the basic circuit components. I wasn't really planning on making those here, but it's not a big deal either. They mostly just take tin wire and carbon, and the carbon's a little ew, but I'll get it. It's not a big deal. If anything, I actually have a oh, that's the wrong key. I have a belt of coal coke down here somewhere that I can belt up, which should make that considerably easier. I might even just start bringing that up with bots. What do you take out? You are just straight carbon. Yeah, I'm actually just gonna steal you, just straight up. Let's just bring the carbon in, and I don't even know where to put you. Does carbon get a lane on the bus? I think that's ridiculous, but what is carbon used in? Carbon is used in lithium-ion batteries, some chemical processes, not really anything bus-worthy. So it doesn't need a spot on the bus. We're just going to bring it in specifically for this. Where even was I? Oh god. Oh, there you are. Thank you, bots. Okay. So we're gonna come in this way. This area is getting a little tight now, but it'll survive a belt. Let's just start running you in here. And honestly, that may even be a little too much already. Okay. So you need both of the components and you and solder, but you... Okay, you just need tinned wire. Let's not get that confused. So I think in that case I will mirror this, and that way I can have both the, whatever these are called, transistors and the basic ones, the basic electronic components. They will just share a belt. I don't think I'm going to be producing a full belt of red circuits out of this base. I think trying to even hope for that would be a crime, honestly, so I'm going to say this is good enough. So one more time, carbon, tinned wire. Let's get the tinned wire over here. I believe you can make that. Yes, you can. You make 16, you need 1. Okay. I don't think I care. I do still need to get the carbon in here, of course. So yeah. I can do... Ooh. Trying to figure out how I'm going to get this in here. Let's swap these. That makes no sense. Why would I do that? Okay. Because now I can come in and do this. And, you know, if I need more I can underground again, but for now that's plenty. You can share one, and then if you expand you can share one. You're gonna be wires, which will yourself need the tin. And then this is for the carbon. Let's start running you that way. Actually, let's underground you that way. Carbon, tin. Phew. The underground should start a little later, okay. Alright. Carbon and tin. Carbon, unfortunately, has to run right through this roboport, so I guess I'll actually bring it up a little to the left here. Maybe like here? Okay. there's carbon. Or at least it will be once I connect it, I guess, but that's my carbon input. Let's underground you, and in a weird move, I will underground carbon itself, since this belt actually ends here. And then you're 10. Okay. So that means you need to split here. So these guys need to underground like back here-ish. And then you go. Okay. Very cool. Red circuits are a beast no matter what you're playing, but man, the Angel Bob's treatment sure doesn't help anything. Oh yeah, you should actually be able to input. That would probably help. I didn't know you could set filters that way. I mean, that's cool. Just not what I was trying to do. I'm gonna try that again. Let me just grab a random inserter. And if I have, like, you... let me grab something that can't be placed. Like that. How did I do that? Actually, I have no idea. There's some quick way to set a filter on an inserter that I am unaware of. I don't necessarily need it. I don't need a quick way to set filters on inserters. I just found it interesting. Anyway, there's our transistors and our basic electronic components. Now we just need the board itself and solder, I believe. So the circuit board is those guys, but the actual circuit is... Yeah, okay. That's it. We just need the circuit board, and we have solder on the belt. That's it. We've got red circuits. And with red circuits, we've got blue science. It'll be slow as molasses, but we have blue science. There we are. Just gotta make sure we keep the belt moving forward. Now, can I actually make you? I can make you in the circuit assembler. So it says, at least. How do you handle fluid inputs? Okay, yep, you just get a pipe. Okay. Neat. I don't know how these wound up so high, because these are way down here. Kind of odd. But fine, I guess. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Actually, let's move you a little further out. Like, even just a single belt's worth will make this a lot easier. And then... do that so I can keep the pipe connections together. I have no idea how much throughput I'm able to support on this. I'm just building some. There we are. Run you down to just wherever you gotta go. Phenolic. Which one are you? You're this ferric. My bad. Might as well bring the resin over. You're going to be needed as well. But here's where ferric is needed at the moment. Okay. What do you actually need? Phenolic board, copper plate, tin plate. So, with your limited size, that actually makes getting a lot of ingredients into and out of you a lot more difficult. I might should have moved you one more tile. Huh. One more tile would have been cool. Yeah, you needed to be one more tile out. Okay. I'll let the bots figure that out for a second. I've got to move these pipes. Not that that's a huge ordeal, but it does need to be done. Oop. There we go. And hopefully I don't have to wait too terribly long for them to bring them back after they've whisked them away. But while they're doing all that, it allows me time to run belts up here. So all of these are in equal measure, so it doesn't matter what shares with what. We'll just start bringing things up, I guess. We do need copper and tin, so... I actually already have the tin right here, funny enough. Copper, however... no, that's no good. Let's underground these a little earlier. And just see where that leads me. Could do this, and then split you. Oh, and okay, I need the wires on that one, but I actually only need plates on this side. Funny enough, I could actually filter. Hold on, what are you? You are 10. Where is 10? 10 plate, thank you. Place 2 pipes to connect the pipe 1 tile to the right. Reconstruct the entire pipe? This one right here? I know there's a bit of a delay on the stream, so it'll take a second for this communication to come across, but I'm gonna hope that by now it's fine, and I'll focus on this, and if it isn't, then we'll deal with it. Oh, and I can do the same here, actually. I can filter just... No, actually, that would break you. Okay. Well, let's not get too clever with it. Let's just, I can do that, I guess. This is getting stupider. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I can just do this. And then filter you. Okay. Pick you up. Now, where do I even need this? Oh, right here, actually. That would make sense. There we are. Just feed you up. And that should be both the plates, and then I need the phenolic board on the far lane. Okay. I was paying attention to the pipes. I'm just I'm not sure if you mean these pipes. They should be fine. Like I got the line going to them. They should be good. let's get these hooked up. Hopefully I can get power in here. Oh, it doesn't line up with that power. That sucks. Let's see. I'll make top long. There you are. And then let's make sure to have an output. So you can come down this way. There we are. And then... I think what I'll do is the same trick I've done for other things before. I'll go like this, and like this. And let's construct a couple more of these circuit assemblers. There we are. And again, I don't know why these are so high. Maybe these can drop back down to normal level, which is like here. Yeah, that's fine. It looks a little silly, but it's fine. Yeah, cool. And red circuits. There we are. Okay, we just actually have to get all of the ingredients into them, but that should be absolutely everything. Except the phenolic boards. I didn't actually connect those yet, but we'll get there. Once again, I'll just make the tops long. That's fine by me. Let's actually connect the phenolic boards, wherever they even are. I believe that's you. Yes, that's you right there. How am I going to get you up? There we are. And then just have to actually get you out, which is usually the easy part. Phenolic boards are used for other things, so I will continue the belt, even though it's like, I feel a little silly doing it. There are other things that need them. So, there we are. Where is all the junk I just picked up? There you are. Anything else? Do I have random junk? I have logistics bot. I have a whole bunch of these guys. Oh, okay, you can just all go in the first guy. Sure, you can all go in there too. Oh, you do need solder. Okay, you need solder still. Not the end of the world. I can just bring solder up, and then you can long output. Yep, no big deal. I did forget the solder, but we'll get there. How did I wind up with belt there? Solder. This belt right here. So the circuit assemblers from Bob's are a 2x2, which makes working with them a lot more difficult, but they're a lot cheaper and they're slightly faster. But of course they can only be used to craft circuit components. Like if I look inside, you can see they can only craft circuits and wires. Actually, why was this considered an... I can make a solder coil? I'll look at that later, I guess. But yeah, like they can make modules and circuits and wires, but that's it. But in exchange, if you look at the price for them, this is 6 steel gears, 4 electronic circuits, 12 bronze plates, whereas even just a slower assembling machine 2 is the same 6 steel, slightly fewer circuits, but then 3 steel pipe, and assembling machine 1, 24 steel plates, or you can just look at the raws. You know. So, just looking at the raws, it's pretty clear which one is the cheaper option there. Anyway. Solder, solder. I was literally just there. So we need solder to come up this way. There we are. So let's underground these guys through here. And then give a split right there. There you go. And that should be the very first red circuits of the entire run. There they go. Okay, you are going to go in provider chest for right now. Even though you're outside Roboport range. How do I fix that? I don't want to be in the way of you. Maybe I'll stick a Roboport, like, literally right here. I do need inserters to pull out of these chests. Mostly just for blue science. I might even only pull out of the first two, because why not? Do I want like a bajillion red circuits though? Like, is that a good idea? I mean, you can... You can never have too many red circuits, right? Yeah, I need to get rid of lead anyway. This is a good lead sink. So, let's say this is just to get rid of lead. Even though it's taking everything else with it. Okay, blue science. Engines. Stuff we got on the belt. That's literally it. Okay. Where are my engines? I built them forever ago. They're all the way back here. Awesome. Like, I could just build more engines. I just don't feel like it. Enable playtime counter for funsies. Yeah. Maybe I should. Hold on, I'm trying to remember... Oh, I don't remember where that is. Let me see if it's in interface. I will give this about 30 seconds, and if I can't remember where it is... I don't even think it's in, like, actual option settings, but I'm going to just look for a minute. Well, you know what? We can find out if I just save. Maybe a little janky. Playtime 36 hours so far. Can't say I'm making world record pace here, but it is Angel Bob's. I don't feel that bad about it. What are you reading for? Oh, to put in the chest here, I remember that. Yeah, I'll just steal from, like, right here. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of terrible, but whatever. We get blue science. Blue science allows you to be just a little bit terrible, I think. How much further? Okay, we still got a little ways. Oop, nope. There we go. Almost there. Okay. So, assemblers. Let's say right around here, I guess, and then just start building up. And that's going to be blue. That can be the first two ingredients. You take them relatively in balance, but you do need more red circuits than anything else. So I'll combine Well, okay, I've already combined sodium hydroxide and sulfur, so I guess I have to combine red circuits and engines. So at the very least, red circuits and engines can get the veneer belt, and sulfur and sodium hydroxide can get the bar belt. Here's engines down here, so let's do that. Bring them over. And of course, I am going to need red circuits for other things, so I probably will. I'll hook up one more, and then I'll leave a dedicated provider chest up here. And I'll swap this one into mirror. But in exchange, we will split here, and the one that joins the belt will underground here and just go off somewhere else. I don't even know. Just, you know, go have fun. But right now, this is the one I care about, and it's coming this way. It's going up. Let's clear all these trees. Just get them out. Okay. And then we'll grab all of this. Pretty cool. Let's make sure that it's connected too. Make sure these come along for the fun. And these guys. You still in construction range? Yeah, you're fine. Okay. Alright, last steps. Let's get power over here so I at least know where my power poles are gonna be. I hate that. Okay. Put you here. And then top shoulder, okay. So bottom can be my long grab. There we are. And then I just have to actually route the stuff in here. Perfect. Let's not go too far. Okay, you're down there still. There you are. So there's the sulfur and sodium hydroxide. Already mixed, because pretty much the only thing I was going to do with it was throw it into blue science. It may have one or two other uses down the way, but for now that's the only thing I'm doing with it. There we go. And we've got blue science. Silver wire, where are you? You go in here. Solder goes in here. I've got so much junk on me. And there's the very first blue science. Let's run it down and try and figure out how we're even going to get it back. Because this is going to be quite a journey. So I want to put it onto the top of military science. Which isn't that bad, it just means we have to end up, like, right here. But that in itself means we have to end up, like, here. And I don't want to run along the bottom belt here, because that's... I mean, I guess we're not going to be adding more over in this area, so it doesn't matter too much. Whatever's there is there. So maybe it's fine. Oh. Those belts are backward. I hope those are going the right route. Yep, okay, those are correct. I just somehow wound up backwards for a second. I'm glad... Oh, I guess when I pipette off that, I'm glad that undergrounds are not still very expensive for me, because otherwise this would be torture. Okay, and then I'll figure out how to connect it in there in just a second. Okay, that's enough bot stuff. Let's actually build the belts. There we are. So they should be on their way. Shouldn't take too long to get all of that constructed. And as soon as that does, it should come down exactly where I want it. I just have to wait now. And waiting after doing all of that is a little difficult. I know they're coming now. They're just a little slow. Just a little slow. Oh, here comes a big wave of them. Okay, guys, come on. You're trolling me at this point. Those three, maybe? Okay, the blue science can start its travel now. Anyway, yeah. Let's just grab a few. Let's expedite this process. So we're gonna come down here, over the belts, weave our way through, grab the blue, onto you, come down this way, and just making sure there's no reason this is going to encounter problems for some reason. Let's throw these down. There we go. Why use the pipette to select belts and undergrounds when you already have them in the hotbar? Just habit. Especially if I'm in view like this. If I'm building belts. Like, if I want to draw a belt coming from the side of this going down, it's much easier to go like that than it is to come all the way down, grab the belt, and then go down. But sometimes then you accidentally wind up with belts going the wrong way also. So I recognize the faults there. Look at this little trickle of green science coming in. Anyway, we have the very first blue science actually in the labs. We just have to actually research something that requires blue science now, which is perfect timing because this is almost done. Our very first blue science. I don't even know what to pick, to tell you the truth. I haven't even given it any thought. Mining productivity is cool. Bots, also very cool. Definitely not crawlers. Substations could be cool. Yeah, it's like the whole world's opening up now. I'm not even sure what to go for. Military 3 could be good. Why can I not make you? Oh, because I never researched the crawler. I'll do you, but I'll do something else before you. You know you can select key 1 to 9 at the top of the keyboard, select stuff in the hotbar. You can. I've never gotten into the habit of doing it, but I know, I know that you can. Have I not researched you? Oh, that's Lasers Mark II. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's throw lab speed in there somewhere. Let's throw robots in there afterwards. And then mining productivity. Maybe even mining productivity first. Then military 3. Which really starts opening things up, it seems. That's gonna take forever. Let's just let that run. Okay, big milestone. Blue science. But the factory waits for no one. All a big milestone means is that that's just time to look for something new to work on. And I'm having increasingly less space to find places to work on things. One thing I do know that I want is cliff explosives. That's going to become very important as I'm laying rails soon. So let me actually look for that. So, grenade, explosives, barrel. Okay. I'm sure this is a better recipe, but it looks so terrible, I've got to be honest with you. It looks so bad. What is glycerol liquid? Epichlorohydrin gas. Okay, it is a sink for sodium hydroxide. That's one positive. Unfortunately, it needs a lot of other stuff. Oh, it even dips into propene? Propene's my plastic. I don't think I can do that. Hydrochloric hydrogen chloride gas. Which I am making for something else, so that's... yeah, that's no big deal. Might even need that for other things. Hello, chloride is propene and chlorine, just like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, and that's only one ingredient in it too. I gotta make nitric acid, though. I think I need to make nitric acid anyway. I might already be making nitric acid. How do you have train tracks with having trains researched? What I assume you're probably saying is this down here, which is just Railway 2. It's just faster and bigger. I think that's just straight up it. I think it's just bigger cargo wagons, faster train. I'd have to actually dig through numbers and look for stuff, though, to confirm that. Oh, down at the bottom. Efficiency 120. So it just gets better fuel mileage, it looks like. And then cargo wagons, I believe, are just bigger. I have the jankiest little rail setups right now. They're all bi-directional, double-headed trains, and I kind of hate it, but I'm almost resigned to this point that that might just be my train system. But I kind of hate it. Let's just, do I just do explosives 1, or do I commit to explosives 2? That is a lot of stuff, but I'm sure I'm probably gonna need the other stuff. What are you used in? You are used in this stuff, which is the special ammos, which would be cool to have. Maybe I'll make you... I already have the sulfuric acid, I already have the nitric acid. It's just the pain, but I think I'll do it. I'll live. So, let's see. I need a chemical plant. I need another chemical plant. A third chemical plant. And a fourth chemical plant. Okay, 4 chemical plant recipes. Good to know. I've seen worse rail networks. Well, I'll take it, I guess. Really want to see what the crawler... yeah, I think the crawler will be cool. Yeah, you know what? I might even just bump it up. I don't think it's going to be terribly practical, but I do want to mess around with it. What I'm worried about is that it might only work with crawlers rather than logistics bots. And the crawlers are these guys, if you're unfamiliar with them, and they're not that great. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I am going to get the lab research speed first, though. Just give me something to let the labs chew on while I'm over here in chemical hell. Oh, please be on. Oh, I have so much junk, I forgot. like inventory jump scare. So I need just so many gases. I might even just kind of come over here because there's not as many pipes and just... Hold on. Do I have robots over here? Kind of. Let me get more robots over here, and I'm going to... I don't want to cut all the trees, though. The trees are helping with pollution. Yeah, let's not be destructive. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just start making gases. The very normal sentence. Okay, I do need hydrogen. Hydrogen and chloride, I think. So, I want to be kind of somewhere in this area, I believe. Let me just look at recipes first. Oh god, what do I even need? So I need you. Which means I need you. Let's start with yellow chloride, which is propene and chlorine. So propene is right here. I've actually got a lot of propene backlog now. And chlorine is like way over here somewhere. Chlorine is backlogged, so maybe it's a good idea to start using some of it. Yeah, let's help chlorine escape. Why is there a single underground pipe here? Good. Okay. Chlorine, let's get you out of here, pal. I really don't like crawling along right along the output level here, but I don't see much choice. Where am I even going? Way over there, okay. Sure, okay. Hydrogen chloride. Let me make sure I don't have... Oh, hydrogen chloride's right there, man. I don't gotta make that. There are so many gases at this point, I would have barreled all of them at a place, then in a sushi bus. Okay, I can't lie. 40% of the reason that I want logistics bots, like full-on requester chests and all, is because the only time I've ever actually completed a Bobs and Angels run, my method for dealing with gases was let the robots figure it out. I would just have for every gas a barreling pump, throw it down. I had a blueprint for a machine that would barrel and unbarrel to keep the amounts balanced, and just whenever I needed a gas for something, I would bring a barrel in and robots would deal with it. And that was everything. I don't know if I need this chlorine anymore, so I might have to destroy it in just a moment. Let me, what are you? Don't want you. I don't want artificial fish water. Where are the gases? Thank you. Okay. You. Propene and chlorine. Okay. Propene and chlorine. That's what I was making. Okay. I might even in that case bring you down like here. Let's keep the chlorine coming. If only I knew what that gas was. Oh god, it's in here. There you are. Just so I can walk through it, we'll do undergrounds there. And then get the propene in somewhere. You can't be bothered to underground that also. Okay, there. And then power pole. That's going to produce hydrogen chloride and allyl chloride. Okay, that's a bit of a problem, because I already produce hydrogen chloride somewhere. Down here? Okay. So, Let me grab one of those little inline pump things. Yeah, one of these guys. Haven't been around for a stream or two. Where are you? Did you get the bots going? I do have bots going. I'm so happy to have bots going. Can't even tell you how happy. Let's connect this guy up. I'll give you the overview in just a second. Let me just dive into chemical hell for a moment and not get too distracted. So you, I only want to produce if you're under, let's say 2K. Yeah, that's fine. That way you should be stopped, because we now produce that as a byproduct. In fact, let me lower that significantly. Let's say if we're under 1K, let's treat you even like 800. 500. Let's treat you like emergency supply. Because now you make that, but you also make allyl chloride, which I will have to store somewhere. Fortunately, I have a few spare tanks. Okay, overview. You've got fantastic timing. I have just gotten to blue science. This is actually the very first blue science that I'm researching. The blue science setup is way over here, and it might not be pretty, but it's working. And, you know, blue science and bobs and angels, that ain't too shabby. I'll take that. I've got the world's jankiest little rail network set up over here to mine a little extra Rubyte because the starter patch had run out. Just, that one's completely gone. I've got this little oil outpost. I don't know if that was there last time you were here or not. This is the brick area. My bad. Oh yeah, the oil outpost I've actually never put a radar in. Just completely never gotten to. I think that's pretty much all the major developments. So hydrogen chloride. Fortunately, that's right here. I can just hook into that. No problem. As long as I don't stand in the way, I guess. And then allyl chloride, the one that we actually want, we can just pump that over this way somewhere. Just start running and an opportunity will present itself. There we are. And connected. Ah, thank you, thank you. See, the fun thing is, when it comes to games like this, I could do this for hours. Well, okay. I do literally do this for hours, I suppose, but what I mean is, when the Space Age DLC came out, I did a 24-hour stream, and while it was tough, there were certainly parts where I wasn't sure if I was going to make it. It was a lot of fun. But I could, like, hyper-fixate in here for just forever. I am definitely the kind of person who would, like, forget to eat because I'm too involved in this. And most of the time, the only reason I stop playing, or stop streaming, is because my throat goes hoarse. I was gonna say you literally do, yeah. But yeah, I don't get, how do I put it? I guess I go for, marathons rather than... I go for sprints rather than runs. So, I may not be able to play every day, but when I do play, I get to sit down and go for like 8 hours at a time and just really hyper-focus. I say hyper-focus, and yet I'm also the most, like, scattered brain. I don't even know what I'm working on right now. I think I'm working on explosives. I have allyl chloride. I've made quite a lot of allyl chloride already, actually. Hydrogen chloride is backed up. I forget what we use you in. No, you're used in something that I do? Ferric chloride solution, cupric solution. I don't know. Hopefully you don't stay backed up for too long. Anyway, what else are you used in? So you are used in this guy, which I also need hydrochloric, which is hydrogen chloride gas and purified water. Isn't that what I just backed up in? Yes. Okay, weird. Well, there's the use for it right there. That's gonna be a liquid, so let me find an available liquid tank. Unfortunately, I've kind of boxed myself in as far as liquid storage goes. Because I don't want to be in the way of this, because I want this to be a train station where I can get natural gas in. Let's see. I can do 1 or 2 in a row, because kids other than late night streaming. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, and also kind of not, is that I, you know, in addition to other responsibilities, I certainly do not live by myself, and trying to find a way where I can kind of squirrel away by myself for hours at a time without interruption is part of the reason why I can only do it for, you know, a day or 2 a week. Yeah, I really did box myself in with this fluid storage thing, and if I start just placing them wherever, and I kind of already did up here, then things are going to get ugly real fast. I could just build the station and then have peace of mind and know where the station's gonna be, but who's got time for that, you know? So let's just go on the other side of this coal belt and say that's good enough. Like right over here. And that can be hydrochloric acid. We need a chemical plant. Let's just throw you, like... I guess if you're going to feed into this, then you should be kind of over here, but once again, I've got to be wary of this and all the train areas and such, so maybe I will actually stick to the bottom down here. Like, let's check recipes. Hydrochloric acid, purified water, hydrogen chloride gas. Yeah, let's flip you, and then I can feed this in. Wherever you go. There you are. Grab you, and then you go. And then we need purified water. That's, I believe, way over here. Yeah, there's purified water. Oh, I do run you over this way for some... Nope, that's ferric chloride. Where is purified water, though? There you are. Let's just start bringing you this way, but that's right into the train tracks, so I guess we'll have to turn down. Oof. Let's go here, then. What are you doing for steel? Struggling with that myself right now. I can show you steel. I'm not entirely happy with my steel solution, but I can show you what I got. Oh, I'm right here. This is where I need to be. Plug you in, plug you in. Where's power? You're way over there. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's do this, and then this, and then this, so I don't ruin my own standard of putting lights on the output side. It just makes identifying things easier. Can't start petrochem because I can't build the stuff because steel is so slow. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's, that was days like 2 and 3 for me. I was like, yeah, I'll probably get to petrochem today, and then it was another week. Let's see, where is steel? Okay, of course it's nighttime, and I don't have any lamps in here. Here's steel. So, I'll walk from the back. So, here's where the plates are cast. Here's simple steel. So that's taking just steel ingots. And then here's steel 2 that takes steel ingots and silicon. You might notice I have both of them set up because I often don't have silicon. In this case, right now, I'm actually backed up on silicon, and it's the steel itself, but if I run out of silicon, I don't want to run out of steel. So I keep this one set up as auxiliary, but this one has priority. Other than that, the iron ore comes in from these sorting facilities down here, and I'm not doing any washing or anything. This is just straight crushed and sort done. Looks about what I'm doing. Yeah, just build more steel. You know, when you're low on something, just build more. That's, I've been fortunate that, I've been able to... I had the foresight to leave myself enough room to mostly build enough, but man, like, look how tight some of these things are in here. It's gotten a little squirrely here and there. Look at this belt of just random ore running through here that's going to the chemical processing facility that's coming from all the way over here. You don't even want to see the evil things that I had to do to get bobmonium hooked up. It was real bad. When it comes a copper byproduct, it's a bit difficult. Yeah. I actually, if you notice, have this iron setup right here that's taking crushed directly and just smelting iron with it, bypassing the sorters entirely, just because I do need more iron than I do copper. Like, look, copper is not even moving right now. Completely backed up. Want to get Gibbelite, or however that's pronounced. Yeah, I'm not really sure how that one is. Cliff explosives are actually what I'm working on right now, believe it or not. Even though I haven't actually moved in a solid minute or two. Oh, I must be outside logistics, because I have no supplies. That is by far the greatest part about having robots, is if you remember, I spent hours, probably, complaining about having to run back and forth my gigantic base to resupply myself, and now I can just throw down a roboport somewhere, and bots just bring me things. And I can't even tell you the joy this brings me. Anyway, let's get back to hooking up this random tank of a random acid and hoping that it actually gets me what I need. Undergrounds everywhere, again, just so I can walk through them. Otherwise, it's a nightmare to get through somewhere like this. Anyway, that's hydrochloric knocked out. Next is... what is this? I believe it's you. Yes, okay, this is like the last step, I think. I have allyl, I have hydrochloric, now I just need to combine them with sodium hydroxide. Sodium hydroxide's way over here, so I think I'm going to run those pipes over. Bot storm, assemble! Can't relate, every time I get bots, I only exit orbital view to move the character out of the way. Yeah. Yeah. It's sometimes hard not to play that way. Right now I'm still faster than the bots, and I can get stuff done, but we're definitely approaching that time, especially if I can get to bots 2. Bots 2 is like a big game changer. They're seriously like 50% faster. It's a big deal. Why are they not bringing me copper pipes? I'm getting a little... oh, maybe I keep walking out of range. Maybe it's my fault. Yeah, okay. I keep running out of range. My bad. There you go. Please, please stop hating me. I would really like to have pipes right now. In fact, let me just start sketching out where I want things to be. So I have you now. That's great and all. Let's start running this over this way. I don't love where this is, but I can't do much about it at this point. It's just gonna be there. So that's one of them. That's the hydrochloric acid. Here's the allyl. I can't even move you up because there's already something there, so I'll have to move you up 2 places, I guess? Oh, there's the pipes that I needed. Okay. So we'll move allyl up 2 places and start taking it out, because it can go at that level. There you are. That's, fine, I think. Oh man, it's a mess in here. Funny how it goes from, I think that's fine, to suddenly, oh, everything is bad. What even is this? What am I even moving? Okay, this one's the allyl. Let's move you back just a minute. Where do I want to put this processing at? I have no idea. What does this even produce? So I'm making the epichlorohydrin, which is a liquid, it looks like. So that's going to... Ugh. Maybe I was a little preemptive. Maybe I take this back. Maybe I take this back. Well, no, because I need the sodium hydroxide. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Sodium hydroxide is over here. So let's put the building down first, and then we'll figure out pipes to and from him. Ugh. Oh, this sucks. Okay. Okay, you can go there. You're going to be... chlorohydrin, yes. Whatever you are. And you take 2.2 a second when running at full. So that's actually a fair bit. I will underground this here. And start extracting here. Not that I expect this to run at full tilt or anything, it's just good to know what your run times are like, what your expectations should be. I keep turning off alt mode on accident when I'm trying to view recipes. And it always confuses me for just a moment why I can't see anything. That's like right in the way. Okay, I'll have to do something like this. I guess that's fine. Let's not get these liquids confused. The top one is hydrochloric, and the bottom one is the allyl. So... hydrochloric, allyl, hydrochloric, allyl. Half the fun is knowing that I'm almost certainly not pronouncing allyl correctly, and there's someone out there who's just absolutely dying every time I say it. Okay, there's that, and then I still need to connect. I got them mixed up! Cool! Of course I did. Alright, move it up one. Grab you. Now you're good? Now you're good. Alt mode thing keeps happening to you. I don't have the same issue, but maybe I just muscle memory, turn it back on. I just unbind the alt mode key so it's always on. That is big brain move. That's actually very smart. I might just do that, actually. Controls. And let's see if I can't just find that. Basic interface. I'll have to look for a second. Toggle alt mode. How do I set you to not set? Right click to clear. Okay, there we go. Nope, I would actually like to keep that, thank you. And I don't know if I have to save after that, but I will anyway. Yeah, there we go. Because all the time I'll be like, okay, what's this one made of again? And then I'll hold Alt and click on it. And sometimes, I'm not exactly sure when it does and when it doesn't, sometimes it turns off Alt mode and it messes with my recipes. Unfortunately, both of these pipe systems now believe they have hydrochloric acid in them. So I'm going to have to rip you up and then replace you. But it could have been worse. That wasn't so great. Let's see if I can't actually relay that better. Okay. That's a little better. So we have the hydrochloric, we need the allyl. Where is the allyl? You are allyl right there. I just nicked you, sure. Good. Okay. There we are. Epichlorohydrin? Epichlorohydrin. Let's say that's correct. I'm not going to buffer you, I don't think, because you aren't really used in much. You are used in liquid resin. Liquid resin 3, that's a ways off, okay. And then the only other thing is glycerol, which is what I'm trying to make. So that's just you and purified water in the final chemical plant. Honestly, I'm just gonna go like this. Don't even care. Glycerol, yep. Let's find that purified water. I believe it's right here. It sure is. Now run you down. Okay, and that is glycerol, which we can use to make the explosives 2 recipe, assuming we already have nitric acid, and a surplus of sulfuric acid, which we may or may not. Pipe view is amazing. I know. It's... every time I hold out a pipe, it's... it's like a work of art. Like... it's hard to even understand. Yeah. Especially when you come down here. I love all this. This is wonderful. Like, I've done my best, but man, even still, pipes are just... pipes are a mess. So, with you, let's make sure I actually have nitric acid somewhere. I think I do. I just don't remember where. My liquid resin's empty because I have no formaldehyde. Good. I kind of thought I made nitric acid. Really thought I did. I know I have nitric wastewater. That's this guy over here. What do you output? Not anything interesting. Oh, you're nitric waste. Okay, how do I make nitric acid then? Oh. Nitrogen dioxide, which is oxygen and nitrogen monoxide. I can use compressed air and sodium nitrate, which actually might be nice if I have that research, because I have a bunch of sodium nitrate that's just building up, actually. Do I need sodium nitrate for anything? It's used in sodium nitrate to nitric acid. Or just you. Nitrogen monoxide, nitrogen dioxide. Okay, that's probably what I'm gonna do then. I have some compressed air down below, so I'll make another chemical plant and see if I can't work that out. So, chemical plant? Let's just make a couple. Probably gonna need them. And then this stuff is just over here, it's literally just building up. I have over 2,000 of them. Compressed air is straight down this way. Probably should make another one of these. Or I can just upgrade them. Yeah, I think I'll just upgrade them. Let me pick you up, and then wherever you are. Am I not on the same tab? Give me the air filter, please. There you are. You are on the petrochem. Ooh, lots of bronze. Lots of bronze. Let's go ahead and pre-craft some of those for the next one. Oh, and it's slow. Humans love liquids. They're full of them. I'm sure they will love the 100 fluid recipes. I'm having so much fun with the fluid recipes. I am perhaps naively moving to a pure train-based system as soon as I can get a single product metal out, just so I can avoid the inevitable spaghetti. I keep almost moving to... Oh, hold on. Let me find my thing. There you are. I keep almost moving to train base. I keep almost being able to, and I keep just not quite being able to. It's like, okay, but before I move to train base, I need this, and then before I move to train base, I want that, and then it just kind of keeps going. Let's turn you around. There we go. Okay, so that's much more air, and that should be plenty enough to scrape a little off the top for something else up here. I guess I should actually run the pipes. Oh, I was in a logistics dead zone again. Let's get a couple roboports just scattered around. I don't like logistics dead zones. They make me sad. There you go. Alright. Let's get a pipe. Ooh, we're gonna have to get a little interesting to get you out of here, actually. You know what? Bad idea. Let's just make another air pump. I just, future-proof that area. That's fine. Air pumps are easy. They're pretty cheap. I'll just make another. I love the train interrupts. The train interrupts are... I love being able to make a refueling area, I suppose I should say. Like, that's the one thing that I use them for typically. Like, that's my most common use for them. And it's so nice to be able to say, hey, if you're running out of fuel, just go fuel up. Okay. Nitric acid, is that a liquid or a... Like, I'm assuming that's going to be a liquid. Let's just say it's a liquid. Okay. The spaghetti is getting a little intense in here. And my capacity to care is dwindling. Okay. You're just gonna have to go in here and be happy with it. I will move you back one, just so I can actually put this on a belt in case something else needs it, and then insert her into you, and yeah. Where is nitric acid? Or I can't even go directly to nitric acid. I have to actually do this first and then get compressed air into you. Compressed air, I'll just put, like, here. I could even just directly underground into you. And there you go, and compressed air. And then you, yeah, all you need is compressed air. That's cool. And you're just gonna work. I do, unfortunately, need both of those. So let's see how that's gonna work. I'm just glad I can slap down a train blueprint and have it automatically add itself to network. Yeah, that's very nice also. The bots being able to place trains was it was a long time coming. We needed it. For my space age Fulgora base, I decided to turn my trains into logistics bots so they pick up scrap, recycle them, put the recycled contents back, and go to each station one by one. I can't lie, that is the way to play Fulgora. I made the timeless mistake of trying to do splitter filtering, where you just have a whole, like, a waterfall of splitters like this, each with their own filter, and you each one filter out one product. The problem is, you wind up with something that's like 16 tiles wide and just as tall, and you only have one yellow belt's worth of throughput. And it didn't work very well, believe it or not. Let's get that in there. That can back up. That's already escaped. Now, this one wants to escape into this belt. That's not very helpful. I need two gas containers. That's a little annoying. Let me go and set up two more gas. Oh, I actually have exactly two. Do I have any of you? Only one. Where can these go? So far I've managed to put them all in one massive line, and I have no reason to stop now. We're just gonna keep this madness going. There we are. You stop, you go there. Cool, great. Okay. So, our two different nitrogens are going to go in here. It's just a matter of how am I going to get them in here. Ooh. Okay, so that area is a little congested. Let's try one higher. I mean, they could always place trains, you just have to go through the tick automatic. Yeah, I mean, true. I use pure bot logistics on Fulgora. It works surprisingly well, even on the potato. So, full bots I will accept is the correct way to play Fulgora. As in, there's a problem, and this is the solution to that problem, just full stop. I will also say that, I don't know, the way I play automation games is I do enjoy the optimization, the automation aspect of it, but I also, I don't know, I like coming up with creative solutions to things, and I don't necessarily like going with a try and true method every time. Like, you might notice, for almost none of this am I using blueprints or anything, and even if I look in my blueprint library, this one actually was from Space Age when I was trying to automatically place down Spidertrons. And this one is lane balancers because I don't particularly enjoy designing lane balancers. And other than that, that's really the only blueprints that I keep. When I need to place, like, mines or something, for example, I'll, hold on, I have pipes on the brain. If I need to do, like, mines or something, I'll make them as I need them. And other than that, I don't know. Like, I recognize that there are better ways to do it, but at the same time, they're not as fun, you know? I just realized I don't even know what I'm laying anymore. Oh, these things. I need to get these things out. Oh god. It was these. Okay. This one right here. Alright. That way, and over that way, and I'll get to you in a second. Put you down, And let's lower that just one more, and you can connect. Okay, first one down. Whew, I feel like I've run a marathon. It did feel like it cheated and didn't really get to experience it. Keep organizational blueprints, mostly like trader bot networks. Yeah, like... I guess, like... I mean, my blueprint library is full of crap, but I don't use most of it. Yeah, like, I think that's the normal way to play the game. I think that's pretty... That's like the intended way, you know? That's... almost, I would say, the correct way. I really don't like where this pipe has wound up. I started laying it and I wound up stuck here. Okay, let's see if I can escape this way. I do have to come down one more, unfortunately, but... oh, that's no problem at all. There we go. And then we run down this way. Connect in. Oh boy. I've got a long way to go. Okay. Let's not forget to do the corner. Hey. I don't need this up here. I do want to place this corner, though, so that we are actually connected. Oh, hello, bots. Where was I coming in from? Over here. Okay. And then just connect up. Okay, so that should be nitrogen dioxide, nitrogen monoxide. Very nice. Okay. So I needed nitric acid. Nope. Nitric acid. Okay, let's go with this one. So nitrogen dioxide and purified water gives... okay, so I just combine it with purified water. That one's a liquid. Okay. I actually wanted to craft that. There we go. Yeah. So purified water, that's right here. Right along here. You are actually connected. Okay, yes. Once again, you are resin, but you just don't have anything in you. That's fine. Chemical plant. I guess I'm just going to go over here and continue the line. It would actually work out great if you were nitrogen dioxide, which I believe you are. That is exactly what I need, actually. Probably. I think? Maybe? Nitric acid? Nitrogen dioxide, yes. Okay. Yeah. Just take you, run you up, right there. This is right in the way of the train tracks. Just realized. Okay. Let's not do that. We can just move it down, though. That's, not a big deal. Yeah. Just somewhere in here. That's fine. Whatever. Fantastic. Awesome. Very cool. Get that in there. Let's find somewhere to get... oh, purified waters are right here. That's fantastic. I can just run you up, like, right there, and over. Okay. You still need the tank. Let's get this puffer nest out of the way. Connect you, and then I will underground that, I guess. Nah, that's dumb. You can just be a pipe. There you go. Okay, nitric acid. Been taking breaks from the mod in the form of chipping away at my SE save, which says a lot about this. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's Angels Bob. You know, Angels and Bob is, it's pretty intense. On the other hand, while I have gotten to the end of an Angel Bob game before, it was years ago. I don't remember much of the recipes or the strategies or anything, but I did do it once. I have never gotten to the end of a space exploration game. I never actually, I doubt I even broke into what you could call mid-game. Okay, so that is going. Explosives 2. Nitric acid, sulfuric acid, glycerol, and coal. All in an advanced chemical plant. Okay. Well, fortunately I have one of those just thrown up here somewhere. Yeah, there we are. Wonder if I can make an advanced chemical plant 2 yet. No. Okay. But that's fine. So I already have the coal up here. Unfortunately, I think I made the decision to get rid of coal and replace it with just coal coke. So I'm gonna have to find coal from somewhere. Which is gonna be a little challenging. I might just run another belt of coal right alongside this one. Yeah, I don't really see a better option, so that's probably what I'm gonna do. Oh, and this coal is it's seen better days also. There we are. Oh, I am feeding into these liquefiers now. That is... Kinda forgot about that. Okay, anyway, coal belt. Let's, Let's just set up a dedicated one, like over here. I don't know... Okay, those are 2s. I was gonna say, if those are 1s, I don't think they'll be able to place them, because I don't think I actually buffer those. I direct insert and make 2s, but yeah, they'll be fine. And then get you moving up here, and over that way. And just as far as you can, bots. Okay, and then I'll take care of the rest. Been to productivity and utility 3 times now and get completely roadblocked by the open-endedness of designing a space base, as stupid as that sounds. No, I totally get it. I played Nomi Factory, which I don't know if you're familiar with or not, but it's a Minecraft mod pack, but it's a GregTech pack. And if that name doesn't mean anything to you, GregTech is kind of the OG overcomplicated tech pack. My inventory's full? Sure. I could just underground you. Anyway, it's the, like, original complicated tech pack. Like, it's, I'm sure it's where Bobs and Angels pull their inspirations from, in the same way that Factorio itself pulls its inspirations from just, you know, factory-based Minecraft mods. Once again, right in the way of the rails, but we'll deal with it later. And I don't actually even know where I'm going with this, so we'll just leave it there. Anyway, there were so many different recipes, so many different times where you look at something and it can be made into just a complete cycle, or you don't even know where to begin with something, or there's so many different ways you could make something, and it is overwhelming. I also think that's part of the fun. Hoping I can get through this BA run before the 2 months are over, though I'm mostly playing it when I stream it. Not for my stream handle, I'm not self-promoting. You're good. Even if you were, wouldn't care. Not sure if 6 hours a week is enough, I feel that. And Noah Greg Tech never tried it. See, that's the difficult thing, is I want to say I wholeheartedly recommend it, but there are different breeds of Greg Tech, and some I can recommend, and some are just painful. But, like Greg Tech New Horizons, I would love to play, but I also recognize that it would be the death of me. I would be playing that until I was 40 years old, and it would probably give me a stress-related heart disease or something. But, let me actually think about what I'm doing here for a second. So I've got the coal now, I need the thing. Okay, explosives, that's what I'm doing. But yeah, I would love to play it, but at the same time, I know I would never get to the end of it, which is a little demotivating, so I haven't ever given it a shot. I hope I will. Like, it's one of those things, kind of like people keep a good book by a favorite author around or something. That's my one thing I hope to accomplish someday, is I hope to play Greg Tech New Horizons and actually complete it. Where on earth do I want this? I'm realizing now, you see, the problem is, explosives are an item, and I don't want to have to belt explosives through this mess. But then I also don't know where I could set them up that would be better. And that's kind of a conundrum. Yeah, they have a long way to go before they reach where they would need to be. That's a long way to go. Oh well, that's where we are. Let's, did I put it down, or do I still have it somewhere? There you are. Okay, let's, I realize I just ran that whole coal belt over there, but I might move this over here and take advantage of this coal. Maybe put it, like, up in this direction up here, even though that's going to hinder my ability to expand, like, basic circuits and all. I think I've pretty much hit the limit of what I can accomplish in this, starter base here. There's not much left. Not much left to worry about, I think. So, let's just throw this guy up here somewhere. Please get rid of all these trees and junk. Yeah, sure. Odd recipe, okay. Explosives. So, we need coal, we need glycerol, we need the 3 things that we made. I can do that. I just need to get you up there, and then to route the pipes. And that's no big deal. I'm going to bring the belt up and over, because I'm going to need all the room I can get to handle these fluid inputs here. Let's start with nitric acid. Let's just try and get it into this general area and see what happens. Of course, nitric acid I made and don't have any idea. Oh, it's the one that's really far away. I think I will pull you from the top here, maybe even up one more, just so that I can try and avoid all of this through here. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out, but I'm going to see what happens. Okay, there's our first problem. We're going to run into that. So we can just move up one, but then we're in the way of this. So we'll have to move up two. Like that. Oh, no. And then does that work? Okay, that works. Oh, it's so bad in here. It's so bad. Okay. So that's you. Okay. That's nitric acid taken care of. Now we need hydrochloric acid, which is much closer. Shouldn't be nearly as big of a deal. Maybe right here? Okay. Yes, but we end right there. So we'll have to run basically straight up. Help thoughts. Okay. After that, we'll run this way. And that should be... Ooh, I was worried that connected to something for a minute. That should be pretty much home free. Let's make sure tree's not in the way. There we are. That's 2 out of 3. Now, the last one is whatever you are. Glycerol. And I do remember making you, just not quite where. I don't know where you are. What are you? You're nitric acid. Okay. Just kind of tracing my footsteps. Maybe I didn't make the last step? I could have sworn I did. Oh, this is you. Okay, glycerol. There we are. Very nice. Let's sidestep and then try to escape upwards. Nope, that's still in the way of something. One more sidestep. Okay, that we can kind of work with, so we have to immediately turn. Yeah. Okay. That surprisingly works. We can run this way. Can't escape there, unfortunately. We can just come one further over. Or one further over, I mean. And then we can escape that way. Okay, fantastic. That's all of the fluid inputs. Yes. And then coal. Go there. And throw all my coal in, and let's get you guys power. Now, of course, we still have to get the actual explosives out. We're not home free yet. I didn't mean to take you. I was trying to do that. But having explosives is nice. I don't know if I'm going to put you on the bus. I might just make cliff explosives here. You do need grenades though, which is a little annoying, but you do... Hey, grenades need coal, and I have coal right here. I don't have steel though, so getting barrels would be inconvenient. Could I get the explosives up into this little, like, mall area, potentially? I guess if I just firmly commit to the I don't care mentality and just run the explosives up over there, I could. Is there? There's no coal in here, but there is grenades. literally what I needed the coal for. Yeah. Okay, we'll try just running the explosives over this way and see what happens. So... okay. You go there, and let's get this belt going this way. Just over here somewhere. Okay. And then I'll run over there and take care of the situation while the bots put the belts together. So I think what I'm going to do is this just goes to military science, which is rarely running, so I'm just going to split the grenades off here. Run them over this way. And up here, here's steel. Let me back up just a little bit. So I needed grenades, I needed a drum, and I need explosives. Here's my 3 ingredients right here. And I can just underground things. So let's see. The steel I'll make right here. Just make you into drums. I think it's still drums. Nope. Okay, not drums. Oh, barrels, of course. Yeah, there we go. And in you go. And I'm not going to bother buffering these, I don't think. I think I'm just going to buffer the completed cliff explosives. I hope cliff explosives are made in an assembler. They are, okay. Could have been a chemical plant, for all I know. So, happy to see that. And then this will be the explosives. Let's just turn you in that way. And then here's the output, and you just go into a chest. There we go. And just on cue, here are the explosives coming in. Okay, very nice. Cliff explosives will make expanding the train network much, much easier. Oof. Okay, that was a lot of chemical processing. That was a lot. Let's very carefully put these grenades into this machine. And let's dejunk for a minute. Just you know, put junk away as a form of decompressing. I don't need engines. I don't need silicon wafers. Okay, those are pretty far away. Oh, here you are. I can just tuck you in there. I don't need monosilicon bowls. I know those are used in here somewhere. I know they are. I just built this. Okay, hold on. What are you used in? Oh, you are cut into those things, of course. Of course you are. Tin plate? I don't think anything around here uses tin plates. Oh, actually you do. And then tin wire can go in there. Paper is not something I'm going to be able to get rid of up here, unfortunately. Let's, put you... oh, that's not going to work. But I can put you in there. Congrats, you did it. Yeah. Anytime you complete a chemical chain, it's always like, that's the big achievement. I got blue science, woohoo, cool. I made cliff explosives, oh man, now that's an achievement. That one took some brain power. That one took willpower. Still never did fully escape these red circuits. I might go ahead and run them down. Fortunately, they have to come all the way down here. And they can just become the fourth belt on this line. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough. I notice none of this is running anymore, which is a little concerning, but let me just clean. Let me clean my inventory. Construction bots. Logistics bot. Copper and iron ore. Iron ore... I think steel's around here. Yep. There you are. And copper is right over here. There you are. What else have I got? Got random little bits of stone that aren't hurting too much, I guess. Could have put the sulfur in blue science, but I guess I'll just run it up here and put it on the belt instead. There we are. What else we got? Do I dare, once again, finally, get rid of all the gray belts? I think this time I can actually do it for real this time. I say not jinxing anything ever. Okay. Okay. I think that's cool. Now we can finally look towards what's next. And I guess what's next is, why is blue science not running? And that's because red chips are not running. Because we have no phenolic board. Seems we don't. Because you're backed up. Oh yeah, okay. I looked at liquid resin like 18 times when I was over in the oil area and remarked that it was empty and then just never did anything about it. So I guess that makes sense. Let's run over there and figure out why resin is out. Where even is resin? Okay. You need formaldehyde. That's the first time that sentence has ever been spoken. Formaldehyde is... Nope. This way. Formaldehyde. There you are. So you need methanol. You need methane. Yes. You need natural gas. Is naphtha full again? No, naphtha's empty, but fuel oil is full this time. Okay. Reasonable. What can I do with you? I can turn you into liquid fuel. I can crack you into synthesis gas and residual gas. And I can do other things. Okay. What is this? Blue science. Can't do it. Okay. Maybe I'll just make a big tank of liquid fuel. You're used in some stuff. You have some uses. Okay, all rockets require that. Maybe it's not a total waste to try and set up fuel processing here. That's just a chemical plant, and you take fuel, oil, and residual gas. Do I have residual gas still? a tiny amount. I might just burn you, and not worry about it for right now. What are you? Steel plate, molten bronze, gunmetal, and invar. Okay. I'm going to look for a fluid burning engine. Fluid burning generator, yes. And I'm going to set up the same thing that I did for hydrogen down there. The only difference is that the burning you is bad. You have a fuel pollution of 200%, whereas you have 150. What are you as solid fuel? Fuel pollution 80. I think I will take that coke line that I have coming up, and I'm going to turn all of you into solid fuel. That sounds like a wonderful idea, actually. See you later. Good luck on your own streams, by the way. Hope you have fun with the Angel and Bots experience. Okay, to make that, I literally just looked at it. I'm assuming it's a chemical plant, but I will go verify one more time. I really don't want to make the wrong thing. So, you are made in a chemical plant. Yes, okay. There you are. I'm probably gonna run just way down here. In fact, I should just bring the pipe with me. Yeah, that's fine. And then run down this way. Actually, that works out pretty well. In its own kind of odd, peculiar way. Then we'll start heading this direction. There. Oh, I'm stuck. There we are. And we'll turn down and follow the belt. In fact, I want to be on the other side if possible. So let's also underground this belt here. And then turn down and go this way. And I'll just set it up like here-ish. So, chemical plant. We'll put it like one lower. You know what? I actually kind of like that spacing. Let's just leave that there and then bring this further over. And then solid fuel from fuel oil. So I'm going to split the coal coke over this way. And then I'll output from the top, I guess. That way I can expand it if need be. Always try and keep expandability in mind, even if it may not be entirely practical. So I'll priority split you to the left. Then I'll have a splitter up here that's priority input from the left. I do need power. I'm nowhere near any power. Let's see if I can't bring some down. Oh, I have no more lamps. Let me make just a few lamps. Oh, I know you're in here somewhere, lamps. There you are. I think someone's bringing that. That's a... I wish it would tell you if you moused over it, but it looks like something's bringing that lamp. Anyway, connect that up. Give you a lamp. You know what? I will go ahead and make one more of these. Not that I need the throughput, but I like being able to do both sides of the belt. It just seems cool to me. Oh, I have so many lamps in the way. I forgot. I guess I can go ahead and set up the inserters and everything while I wait. Almost. Almost there. And there we are. Okay. Copy the recipe in, and there's that. Now, we don't use much of this coal coke. Yeah, it's only used to fuel this train. So, it'll be a while before this makes it anywhere, but ideally what I'm going to do is I'm going to start storing this in a chest. Let's just say, like, right here, I guess. And then, once I'm able to deliver things, then all of the trains can just request solid fuel. For now, this will just act as a giant buffer that allows me to dump a bunch of fuel oil out. Which is the goal, in the short term at least. Okay, so you're running again. You're not like massively emptied, but it's definitely made a dent in you, and that's cool. I wonder if any of this stuff is running again. Yes, okay, very nice. That means you should eventually kick on again. 99.9 out of 100, of course. Of course you did. Someone please kick on? There you are. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. So you're gonna kick on. Just gonna throw things into you. Which then should get you running. Very nice. Okay. And then that's gonna get resin in you. Eventually. Still nothing. I need the simple one, not the blue one. Like, this is formaldehyde down here, just to be sure, right? That's what you create. Formaldehyde, yes. Follow the pipe up. Yeah, that's your input. Maybe you just made a little bit and it was immediately consumed, I guess. I don't really know how to make more than that. Actually, I think there might be a recipe involving natural gas, like actual natural gas that you can pump out of the ground that might improve that situation. I could go and set up that second train station. Could do that. I don't really know if that's what I'm feeling right now, but it might be what I have to do. This kinda moved, but it looks like it hardly did anything. This down here, how's this going? Yeah, dead empty. Okay. The liquid resin is locked behind a lot of stuff. I just bumped my mic again. I guess I've got it a little too close today. I've done that twice now. I'm just trying to see if there's any way... Yeah, I can make wood into resin, but I'm actually already stretched thin on wood, so that's not really going to work. I know there's other bio recipes for resin, which the game may be not so subtly nudging me towards. That might be what's going on here. At any rate, That is kind of producing now, and I do have a dump for all of the products now, so that I shouldn't hit any bottlenecks soon. I was looking at lubricant. As soon as lubricant backs up, then base mineral oil might start backing up, but I don't know. I think that's a long ways off. We are going through fuel oil faster than I thought we would. Are we... How has this proceeded? What has used coal coke since we've been sitting here? Oh, okay, the train did finally leave. This has been sitting here for forever. Why is nothing in the base moving? Like, why are there no green circuits, for example? Because there's no charcoal. Okay, I remember this problem from a while ago, actually. It's power. Power is eating all the charcoal. I might throw the solid fuel into power, but that would be a temporary fix because we would just run out of fuel oil eventually. But still, then I could bring the solid fuel down and that could be inserted in priority over the coke, and then when that runs out we can start burning the coke, maybe? Maybe that makes sense? It does look like everything is currently burning charcoal, and charcoal is free. If I can keep the base running on charcoal, then I'm happy. And it does look like it's backing up, actually. Wait, something's wrong. I wonder how long that's been broken. I'm just... We're not even going to talk about it. It's fine. It's working great. Look how good it's working right now. You can't say this isn't, like, as much as you may hate to admit it, this is what peak operating form looks like, you know? I forgot I put these little boxes of green algae here at one point when the belts were dirty. Let's, maybe upgrade these other algae farms, since we're not doing anything right now. And that just seems like something I should do. So maybe that would stress other things. Let's not fix something that isn't broke, you know? How is power doing now? We're doing reasonably okay. Pollution... We haven't really gotten much closer to this guy, which I'm happy to find. This one we might actually poke not all too far away, and that would make me really sad. What do I need to work on next? Like, now that I have blue science, honestly, I'm like almost at a loss. I'm not even sure what to address next. Where is that charcoal coming in at? Here's green circuits. Here's the thing that needs the charcoal. Here's the belt. Okay, it's this big long one right here. Let's go ahead and start upgrading portions of this to yellow belt. Like, in general, I would like the base as a whole to be on yellow belts by this point. Just... Nope. Not there. There. There you are. Okay, you've just taken an eternity to get here. I was kind of worried that something had broken along the way. Like something else. And I couldn't even imagine what that could possibly be, so I wanted to come down and make sure it was actually on its way this time. That's why whenever I build a new build, I always make sure to verify that everything works before I walk away and start something else. because you never know when something's just wrong. I wonder if all this is yellow belts. It should be. But let me just make sure. Yes, okay. At any rate, that should be green circuits back online. And with circuits back online, I think what I'm going to start working towards is, now that we've got a new era of science, I think I'm going to take a break from progression and start working on, like, personal equipment. So let's see if I can't... Okay, I'll mess around with those later, but I do want, power armor. At least the first tier of power armor. I'm not going to get power armor Mark II, I guess, but I would like at least the first tier of power armor. Which means I guess I should probably request the electric engines. That would make it easier. Oh, and that's just everything. That's everything I need. I've already got the modular armor. I'm just good to go. I think I will, once these are gone, I'm going to add a permanent red circuit request. On the way to 1. Come on, you can do it. And there we go. Okay. Get rid of that, and now red circuits. Let's say like 300, I guess, and then cap it at 400. Actually, you know what? Let's say 200, 200. That's just better. And then while that's going, there we are. It's time to... Oh, no, 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 you don't. There we go, okay. And I have so many things I could put in it. Let me make sure these upgrade nicely. Oh. That's weird, it kicked me out when the armor went in. Once again, let's make sure these upgrade nicely. Used in tier 2, yes, okay. So I'm not gonna stress about making 1 or 2 of those. I do want solar panels, which means copper and silicon wafers. What's that give me? Okay, I need a few more actually. I'm happy to just keep pulling these out and making a couple more. Let's go for 6. Oh, 7's fine. Oh, let's keep it even. Let's say 8 then. And then next I'll look for batteries. Night vision's not bad. I do want an exoskeleton, so let me actually re-add the electric engines. Maybe that's overzealous. Let's keep it to 2. And then let's get these just thrown in there somewhere. Oh, there's all the engines, okay. Get rid of that and make the 2 exoskeletons. What am I missing for you? Okay, a lot of weird stuff. Maybe... What do I need for you? Just batteries? Let me see if I can just request batteries. I don't even really know how many I need. Let's just start small and see what happens. Actually, how many do I need for you? 5? Let's go for 20. That way it's divisible between the 4 and the 5. And let's see how that's gonna go. Here's the first. And I think I'll just move these over here. And then I can put the 2 batteries over here. And I'll probably want a couple more batteries than that. Let's see. Okay, there's the others right there. Where'd the exos go? Okay. And then I only actually have room for one of these, but I might sacrifice... the night vision. I'm not the hugest night vision fan anyway, but we'll see what happens. I mean, the night vision is nice, I'll give it that. Also don't like the way that I've organized this. Move you down and then put the batteries up here. Let me wait until daytime and see if I can even move with 2 exos, or if that by itself is just too extravagant. You know what I should do while I'm waiting is let's set up... let me look and see if actual solar panels get upgrades. Used in large solar panel 2. Okay. I can upgrade you, and it's not even that hard. Okay. So last time I did not set up production of solar panels just because I didn't really have a spot they fit well. But maybe if we're taking more of a this approach to things now, then perhaps it's time to revisit solar panels. Because they need glass and they need monosilicon. Monosilicon. I don't know why monosilicon just is so impossible for me to say. Yeah, let me just put you up here. So I've got everything but those 2. And then slow accumulator, like capacity accumulator or fast accumulator. So energy capacity 4 megajoules, 10 megajoules, 4 megajoules. Max input 240, max output 960. That's 600, 600. And then you are 240 to 30 kilowatts. Okay. Interesting, interesting. So I can have a long, sustained brownout over the night, or I can have accumulators that help with, like, laser turrets, basically. Like a large sudden surge that's quick and over quickly. Like, comes on fast and leaves fast. Or long, sustained brownout, basically. Or you can just go for the one that has more charge. This is, of course, more expensive in terms of batteries, with the two on the ends being the same price. Uh, Actually, they cost 2 circuits more than the one in the middle, but this one does cost 6 batteries more. I think I will just go with the high capacity though. Maybe sprinkle in some of the slow. That doesn't seem like a terrible idea. Like, I do like the idea, the fast and the slow. They are interesting. I do like them. Does mean I have to get batteries up here, along with the glass and the monosilicon. I think I will try and get something up through here. Where does monosilicon come in from? Okay, you're that bottom belt there. Which is... Okay, and this is glass, so... Only bronze is between the two of you. So I think you can just share a belt. There you are. Hold on. Okay. At the same time, this is solar panels we're talking about here. They are, they're pretty resource hungry. But it does seem like they mostly want green circuits and copper wire. Monosilicon and glass are, like, whatever to them. So, yeah, let's just do that. That's fine. So we do kind of want to be over there, though. So I don't know how I've wound up with this over here. Let's see if I can't line you up a little better. Like, right here instead. There we are. And then we'll just start bringing this up. Ooh, the pipes are in the way. There we are. And then it is real messy in here as well. Ooh, it's real messy. Okay, maybe I actually want to be more to the left. That's a little hard to get to from below, though. Yeah, everything's a mess. Okay. I can underground science through here, however. I have so much science on me now. Oh, I thought that was a logistics spot at first. Okay, most of the way there. Run you up, grab the underground, and up you go. That's backwards. Okay, all good. No. This one. And then just run you up this way somewhere, and I'll deal with you in a minute. That's monosilicon and glass. Or at least it will be if I actually connect it. Yeah, I think I just moved this one more time. And then just like so. Okay, even in broad daylight, it looks like two exoskeletons is a little too much. I was a little optimistic. So perhaps then I will ditch one in favor of you. There we go. And then that leaves me room for something else in here. Maybe more batteries, maybe more solar. More solar is probably the correct answer. Though batteries do allow more buffer. And I actually have the batteries on me, so maybe I'll just go with that. Vehicle Roboport, Robot Control. Vehicle Charge Pad, Vehicle Roboport. Interesting. Vehicle Battery, Shield, Solar Panel. Yeah, that's all stuff I would like to mess with soon, but let's get the personal equipment sorted out first before I worry too much about some imagined equipment, you know? There. %. Oh, well, it's going to be charging the roboports, I guess. Yes, and not very quickly. Not very quickly at all. I wonder when I get the next tier of solar panel. I could literally research it right now. It cost red circuits, aluminum, silver. That's totally doable. I'm not going to interrupt my current science for it, but I will probably move you up right there. That just seems like a good idea. %, and still over a minute left, of course. Okay. So, all the same, that is going to be personal equipment mostly taken care of. And since I do have personal roboports now, max robots 20, so I will request 20 construction bots. Not 50. One more on the way. And then... oh, first blue research. There we go. There's no robot brains. Interesting. Because there's no green circuits. Okay, that's understandable. I did know that we were short on green circuits. Let me go see if I can figure out why. You have no component. You do seem to be running. You're just not keeping up. Okay. How much do you produce? 187. Of course you do. And then you consume 3. Okay. So... you consume a little under 2 of these, so I think we're gonna need to expand these just a smidge. In that case, I think it's only fair that we redesign you using the circuit assemblers. So, let's just say 2 apiece, so that's 6, and that leaves a little headroom. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay. So right now you rely on me being 3 wide, which just isn't the case anymore, so I'm gonna have to start from scratch. These guys. Here's my output, but I think I want to probably bring that in just a little bit. Here's carbon, I believe you are? Carbon, yes. So if I have a belt going up this way, and then a belt for carbon going up this way, you can start here, and then leave the gap, and then the same idea. So bottom can be long, bottom can be long. Put a power pole, put a recipe, which is you, and then just copy that up to the rest of them. Oh, and don't forget the output, of course. Oh, which was originally this gray belt over here. Does that reach? It does. Perfect, okay. Let's, since this is the only thing going on this belt, I can even double-side it. There we are. That way the inserters can output a little more freely. I keep running out of power, and I'm not quite sure why. These are full. Like, max consumption 200 kilowatts. You can produce 30 kilowatts. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 of you. So that's 240 kilowatts, which is more than your consumption. You consume 10, but even still, that's fine. I'm not sure why I keep completely running out of power. Like, even running like this, I shouldn't run out. I should be fine. And it does seem that I am. I can only assume maybe I did something that caused my personal robots to take off. Okay, I have so much junk, it's once again time to dejunk everything. I have a lot of weird junk at that. Not that copper wire specifically is all that strange, but I'm looking at like cellulose pulp and a couple wood bricks and some coke. And just straight up carbon. I do think it's probably safe to start upgrading some of these belts here. Let's see. I don't have reds, so I don't want to accidentally try and upgrade something to red. Not that that causes any kind of catastrophic problem, it's just a little annoying. Okay, that was personal bots taken off. And yeah, the recharge is a little painful, but not too bad. Not too bad. certainly wouldn't be able to use them at night or anything. I guess I missed a little bit. There you go. I kind of keep forgetting that I have personal bots now, and personal bots are a blessing and a curse. You gotta be kind of on top of making sure that you're turning them on and off appropriately. In fact, let's just turn those off for right now. Oh yeah, like half an hour ago I started automating solar panels, and then just forgot. These can be... Maybe I'll even just do all 3 accumulators. Just choose not to decide. That's kind of terrible, but oh well. It'll be what it'll be. What all do you need? Can I easily just do this? Okay, so that's the steel taken care of. We need the glass and the monosilicon. That's this belt down here. Maybe I should bring that out just one. Picked up a logistic spot. My bad. And get you to go over there. And into there. Okay. Still need copper wire and copper plate. Do I ever do anything? No. Okay, so I am going to get copper wire up here, which is actually good because I need copper wire. Might even just stand over here and skim the side of the belt until we can get to the copper wire that's down there. Which is, I guess further away than I thought it was. It looked pretty close. There it is. Okay, there we go. Same idea, you just pick up far away. And let's get one of the circuit assemblers. Just make a couple of those. Trying to figure out the best way to do this. Let's see if I can't just do that. Of course, there's no power there, so we'll just bring that up. Okay, what else is left? Only green circuits. I can live with that. And then into a provider. Actually, into a storage. And then I'll just wire you to only go when whatever these are, whichever type of solar panel. You know what? Ghost it. Grab it. Paste it. There we go. So only when you're less than like 300, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes you need a lot of solar panels. Let's say 400. Just why not? Do need a roboport up here, it seems. Sure, good. And then... Actually, just like I did a second ago, let's do that. And there we go. These are not monosilicon bowls. I can't help but notice. I guess I'll go fix that. Where do I even do that? Okay, so you're coming up from here. You're way over here. Oh, the bots just didn't paste the thing right. Whoops. Problem is, I'm not actually sure which one I want. Okay, so this one is bronze. So this one I definitely want the underground. This one... What even is that one? That one is the phenolic boards. Okay, come on, guys. Thank you. So... This one coming here. I definitely want you to be underground. And then the bowls are up here. Okay, that's mystery solved. Don't even need these undergrounds at all. I do still need an underground here, but I accidentally put it on both sides and then realized I could just do this instead. Oh, that actually doesn't reach. Never mind. Alright, let's get some undergrounds in here. These pipes are right in the way. I guess strictly speaking, these don't have to be on the left side. Oh, I could, of course, just bring this down, and that makes it much simpler. There we go. Much simpler. Actually, don't even need this underground. Okay, I do still have to come up and clean the phenolic boards off of this this bit of belt up here. There we are. And I guess I'll just go throw these back into circuits down here. Any other garbage? A little bit. That goes into here. And then this one's copper. There you go. You're not choked, are you? No, okay. Just because when I threw that in, it immediately started working, and it made me worry for just a second. Okay, so solar panels? Hasn't made any yet, but it's working on the first one, I guess. Oh yeah, there it goes. Everything's full. Okay. Oh, cool. Now, accumulators. I'll find them eventually. There you are. You're just green circuits, iron, and batteries. I gotta get the batteries up here, but otherwise, very easy. No problem whatsoever. In fact, let me make sure batteries aren't up here just somewhere. Okay, I think that's probably that area over there. In fact, let me just look. Yes, there are batteries, green circuits, iron. I might just tack accumulators into the bot area. That's a little terrible, though. What's this area? This is engines. Nothing's gonna go here. I'll just put some... I'll put a little bit of accumulator crafting, like right here, and I'll just make one of each type. Like that. And then you can escape this way, even though... Okay, let's just move these down too. And then everything works out just fine. There's circuits. We need batteries, of course. Yes, the thing we need the least of is iron. Consistently. Yes. Okay. So, iron is fine to be on a far belt. That's no big deal. And then we'll bring batteries in, like, underneath somewhere, I guess. Yeah, that should work. The left one can be the long one. And then we'll output with a long inserter as well. There we are. And where can I run power to? Maybe over this way? Nope, to the left is actually much easier. There we are. And then of course we do need... once again, let's go with yellow chests. Just so if these are deconstructed, then they'll come back. I'm gonna wait for them to finish one craft so I can set all of their filters, and then I'll come back and set the logic on them. There we go. Oh, wait. I can do this much more easily. Do I want to just logistics connect these? I don't see any reason not to. At this point, that just seems easier. Let's say... Oh, which order is this? Which order is this? Let's go fast. And again, I'm not really sure. Let's say like 400 or something. This is high capacity. So, high capacity. And then that's going to make you slow. Okay, so those are all producing now. And we've got a grand total of 12 solar panels in here. Phenomenal. I might try and get one more in here, believe it or not. Yeah, let's make these circuit as well. It just, or logistics as well. It just makes more sense. That way I don't have to have the wire. And I can copy you around this way and you just work. Okay, and what else? I still need copper plate, and I still need... Oh, I still need a lot of things, actually. Like this. Ooh. Okay, let's see. I can do that. And that's not too bad. Don't really need to drag those up, but I do want to drag them over here. There we go. You can just go like that. And let's just bring these guys down and in. Okay, what am I still missing? So I've got that and that, so I need copper plate and I need steel. Copper plate's a little challenging. Not that bad, but a little. So let's just immediately split you again. And then have an underground come this way. And that should give me only copper plate. Yes, okay. And then underground this way, so that I can split off steel. That one belt move does literally make a difference here, because it allows me the room to do that. Okay. A little tight, but I did manage to get it in there. There we go. And then, once again, you'll just output into that same chest. We don't have a tremendous amount of green circuits, which will quickly become a limiting factor here. But it does look like, at least for right now, it's producing. Yeah, you're already limited on green circuits, okay. That's fine. That's, better to be limited by production than, I don't know, resource gathering. I spent so much time being, iron limited that to actually be limited on a resource feels almost like a luxury. Or, you know, to actually be limited on crafting feels almost like a luxury. I did in fact need that there. So let's put it back. Reason being, that'll keep the spools from coming up here and then collapsing into this line and potentially blocking red science, which wouldn't be very cool. Let's check out blue science and see why it isn't moving. You have no red circuits, because you have no circuit boards, because you have no phenolic board. Phenolic board, what's up with you? Still no liquid resin. Why is there still no resin? Still no formaldehyde. I love the 99.9. need methane, which needs natural gas. You are working. Yep, it is. It is producing the crude oil and the raw gas. And then raw gas is processed into natural gas and acid gas, or I should say natural gas liquids. So you are working. It's just quite slow, it seems. Like, down here. Yeah, okay. So you're not at 99.9 anymore. That's good. You're at 79.9. Of course. Portable solar panels Mark II are on the way, but with our unreliable science, who knows how long that's going to take. No solder, really? I wonder if it's belt speed related issues now. Now that most things are yellow belt, this is one of the few that's still primarily gray belt. I mean, I guess stone and coal and things like that are, but not a lot of production is reliant on them. Solder, however, is pretty heavily relied upon. I did have a better recipe for solder wire now that I think about it. I should look into that. So I could make 40 molten solder into 6 solder wire. Or I could do 4 solder coil into 12 solder wire. So that's a 1 to 3, whereas this is a 2 to 3. So 1 to 3, 2 to 3, but what is your recipe? So it takes 8 to make 4. That's 80 solder to make 12, as opposed to 80 to make 12. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Okay. Well, no use changing it then. I kind of thought it might be like one of these deals up here, where the tinned wire recipe was actually quite a bit better than the standard wire recipe. But as it turns out, no, this is the equivalent of the plates that can be made on the spools for no gain. Okay. So, let me just see where exactly I'm even trying to go at this point. So, I have a trickle of blue science coming in. I do want the personal. The crawler will be kind of cool. Very much needed. Will be very nice. Maybe, ooh. Second tier solar panel. I guess maybe before I start laying large swaths of solar panels, maybe I'll look into that. But how far away is something like nuclear, for example? Okay, not very. I know that Bobs and Angels does make nuclear more complicated, which is one of the reasons I'm a little bit more hesitant than normal to dive straight into nuclear power. Could also just straight up upgrade our steam engines again. That's not a terrible idea. Especially the boilers. I feel like Well, you do kind of have to upgrade the boilers and the steam engines in lockstep with each other. Otherwise, you wind up, they produce hotter steam than the lower level steam engines can handle, and you don't get as much of the bonus. At least I think so. Ooh, even longer inserters would be cool. I've not made brass. You know what? Let me just detour and make some brass real quick. How do I make brass? It is zinc and copper. Okay. That'll help get some of the zinc out of the boxes too, so that seems like a win-win. Let's start by chopping some of these trees down. Zinc is, I believe, this one right here. That's nickel, okay. I think I can finally start putting some of this silicon back on the belt. Maybe only a little. That's not quite what I wanted to do. I want to make you disabled. Let's do like this, like this. There we go. I don't want you running right now, but I would like you running. So you read the belt, and if you're over 6, then we were set to pick up. Now let's set it so that if you're under 3, you output. You know, that seems reasonable. Let's do that. That way they don't completely hog the lane. They're not going to back it up completely, but it does allow me to start working my way through some of this backlog here. And I was looking for zinc. Where's zinc? Are you zinc? There you are, there's zinc. Okay. So zinc is this belt right here, that unfortunately aluminum is at the same level as. Let's go ahead and start making some blast furnace 2s, and like a casting machine 2, induction furnace. Yeah, all that jazz, all that stuff we're familiar with by now. And start worming our way through this whole mess here and see if we can't get some brass set up. Okay. And that's pretty much home free. That wasn't painful at all. Just start running out this way. We do still need copper, but copper is like right here, so that's no big deal. There we are. And then run copper out this way. Okay. So let's make sure I get the spacing correct. So you would be here. Yes. So then you, and then you, and then there's the input for the next one. Okay, which is you. And let's look for brass. Well, actually, I take it back. We need zinc and we need copper. I may not be able to make zinc in simply a tier 2. I may actually need a tier 3, interestingly enough. Let me take a peek at that. Where was I even looking for that? Actually, I have no idea. Oh, brass. Molten brass. Can throw a little tin into it eventually, but that's down the road. Right now, it's copper and zinc. How do I make zinc? Zinc also produces lead. That's not something I'm a massive fan of. You're also in a chemical furnace. Zinc ore, molten lead, and oxygen. What a bizarre recipe. Why would I ever not just do this? Okay, so to make zinc requires molten lead. Weird. Also quite inconvenient, I've got to admit. But let's get some oxygen and some molten lead over here, I guess. We'll try and find the recipe though. Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, what? What do you mean? Oh, chemical furnace, right. I'd already forgotten. I'm guessing you're in here. Yes, chemical furnace. This is the very first time I've ever actually had to make one of these, so let's see what this is like. Boom, okay. You are the same footprint, which is kind of nice. So zinc or manganese cathode. Interesting. Silicon carbide. Wonder what you are used for. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna go too far down this rabbit hole, I'm just a little curious. Oxygen and liquid lead. Yep, those sure are your inputs. Okay. Let's try and get those worked in, I guess. So oxygen shouldn't be too bad. I can kind of just bring you along. Ooh, that's gonna be... Okay, it wasn't too bad. There is oxygen. All done. Now what's going to be a little more difficult is the molten lead, but it shouldn't be too bad. If anything, I might be able to just follow this same path right here. Maybe around this level. There is a belt there, so I'll have to drop one. A little unfortunate that it has to be shaped like that, but it is what it is. Okay, good enough. That's both the fluids in. All we need is zinc and power, and then we're good to go. You do not even need fuel. How interesting. Okay. I feel like I should have zinc on this belt by now. Oh, it is still all being picked up. Okay. Perfectly understandable. A little just to make sure I've got the right belt and we're, you know, doing the right stuff to it. Come on out. Come on. There you go. Oh, wow. Once again, just don't want to deal with logistics dead zones. They are not my friend. Let's just get roboports everywhere. Okay. So we should be getting ore to the end by now, yes. And then bring you up. And then that'll get you put in. We do need 24, and this is going to output zinc and lead and sulfur dioxide. So I suppose I should also go ahead and get the byproduct routed out. These are going to be so massively in the way if I upgrade these and any of their more advanced recipes have to have a fluid input or output. I just really hope that's not the case. Almost there, okay. There we go. Perfect. Now the real problem is, how am I gonna get the lead ingots out of this? Because you can't really do a whole lot with lead ingots. They're not used in a lot. Wait. Brass. Okay, once I have purple science, I can use it in brass. I guess the solder recipe is kind of near here? No, even that's a good journey away. In fact, the just plain lead is closer than that is. Not really sure how I'm gonna route that back. Really, only five zinc. I guess I gotta turn some of the other inserters around as well. How much do you have? 3,000. I think that'll do. There we go. Just helping out a little. I guess while I'm at it, I should probably go ahead and just grab some, and then I can just throw it in. There we are, and done. Okay. Ooh, do I want to filter the output with filtered inserters, or do I just want to filter the belt? I think I will filter the inserters, actually. Just because, why not? There we are. And let's grab you and put you, like, up here. But instead, this time you actually will be lead. Okay, and then just put all these back in here. And let's start routing them away. Oh, and I actually want to hook you up. There you go. Lead's way over there. That's quite an adventure. Let's say we're gonna start around this level down here and just see how far we can get. Well, lead's only right there, so if we can get this far, it's not that bad. This is right in the way of this guy, but I guess if we need to expand aluminum, it can always move. Okay, so we've got lead right over here. Let's... Ooh. How do I want to feed into this? Okay. Maybe let's back that up and try to underground through, like, right here. And then we'll get this hole here underground. Come up this way. Oh, that... Nope, undo that. I have so many bots on me now. Okay. Underground you, I guess? And then... How do I survive this? Like, that doesn't come close? How about you? You work perfectly. And then, there we are. There's lead. Let's make sure it does in fact work. Mostly I'm just making sure that we have all the belts hooked up to the correct places. But yeah, it does look like it's gonna come in and stack right on top. Which is what I was hoping for. Could I get you to be on the other side of the belt, perhaps? I think so. Yeah, okay. That way, you don't accidentally prevent lead from running. Like, we'll still back up on something eventually, but that way you don't directly prevent them from running just entirely. I do think I'm probably just about wrapping up here tonight. I've been going for a long time, and I think zinc is going to be a decent place to call it. You know, end the day with a new metal. We've got Blue Science. We're on the cusp of Tier 2 bots. We did a lot of petrochem today. We've got cliff explosives. It was a good day. Oh yeah, we even set up the mine. I forgot that was today. So let's get this last little bit worked in. And actually, what do I even do with you? So suppose I just melt you. What did I need? Oh, I wanted brass. That's right. Brass is copper and zinc. So I gotta get copper in here. And I also want just molten zinc as well, I guess. So let's get another induction smelter. And I already have 2 casting machine 2s, I guess. I guess I was prepared. No. Thank you. Okay. Still gotta get copper in here. I do have copper ore. I could just smelt it. Does kinda get in the way of more zinc processing. I don't know that I care. I wonder if I have any of these in storage. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I do have one on me, though. If I need more zinc storage, I'll figure it out. Or, not storage. Throughput. The coal belt's back here, so let's make sure that I do continue dragging that forward. Copper as well will need to come up here and get split into this guy. So let's say how much effort is it to set up the process stuff? Okay, I don't quite have the ability to do that yet, so I'll hold off. I'll wait until the big redesign to start redesigning things, you know? What is even on this belt? Are you carbon, I suppose? Okay, I think I would rather use carbon as a fuel from now on. Because that way you just don't have to get the pollution penalty of the coal. So I'll bring you over. And I'll split you. As long as carbon isn't, like, being super stressed by anything. Which I don't think it is. Yeah, you're literally just sitting here. Okay, so we're all cool. Do any of these specifically need coal by any chance? Like, I'm trying to see if I can replace all of this with coke or something. So it doesn't look like you are specifically needed by any of those guys. So I think I'm going to swap out this whole coal belt with coal coke. And then leave the carbon for the ones that actually need carbon. Which means I'm actually going to reverse this here. But that's fine. Where'd copper go? Copper's down here. And there we are. All we need is power at this point. And then where is the thing that I'm looking for? Brass. There you are. Get you loaded up. And then this one over here can be just actual zinc. Steel and nickel is good to keep an eye out for next time if I need Invar. Not more. Not more you. I wanted Where'd you go? Zinc. Specifically zinc. There we go. Then we drag these guys over here somewhere. You probably want to be one further over. You're going to be brass plate, and you're going to be zinc plate. There you are. Connect it up. And then I don't really see any reason to underground that. That makes no sense. Let's just do that. And then I will underground this, however. That should get both of those guys going. There we go. That's both brass and zinc plate. And I hardly have room for either one. Let's see. This bus is 1, 2, 3, 4 already. So 1, 2, 3, 4 space, and then belt, and then belt. There you are. And there you are. So with those running, I don't even remember what specifically I wanted those running for. Oh yeah, I had a trigger tech for brass that was something. I think you needed it. Yeah, I think that needed it. I'll go ahead and queue it, but like I said a minute ago, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it for a night. This was a pretty eventful one. We got blue science. We got red chips. Like that's pretty solid. So I'm happy to call it a night here, and I hope if you enjoyed this, you'll come and see the next one too. So until then, see you guys later.